Wherever you go, wherever you are, Walton Webcasting is there. Streaming live the shows that you want to watch. And archiving the ones that you missed. Watch wherever, whenever. Walton Webcasting. Livestock like you've never seen before.
My name is Kevin Hagedorn. I'm a board member here at the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show. The board decided about a month ago to invite Walton Webcasting down to do our show. It has been a tremendous success. I highly recommend Walton Webcast for your county shows coming up.
It's Philip Gentry with the Georgia National Fairgrounds and Agri Center. I'm going to talk a little bit about how awesome Walton was to work with this year on helping us get our show out to the world. First of all, I started with their staff. They were so helpful and hardworking and making sure that what we wanted to get seen was actually projected there on the computer, and we thought that was really important. Secondly, the product that they offer. If you have sponsors involved or anything like that, they're honored as well as the kids. And thirdly is just how accommodating they are. Anything we needed on the fly, Greg and Kyle and Rhonda and the whole team were just so willing to help us out.
This partnership's been going on for several years, and we're excited to continue into the future with this success. And I also think this is a great testament to our breeders and those folks that advertise on Walton Webcasting. What a great way to promote your business and promote your operations in a way that will get the most ultimate reach, and we're ecstatic to provide that service, and we're looking forward to more great events in the future.
Well, one thing this summer that has kept our industry alive and kept enthusiasm when all of us didn't know for sure what was going to happen. If we were ever going to get to show a pig this summer, they put together the virtual shows and allowed these kids and everybody to have a platform. They become a major staple in this industry to keep us going and keep our enthusiasm and let everybody see what we do and how well we do it and what this whole industry is all about. And it's these kids, getting them in the ring and getting them a chance to show. So again, I'd ask you now if you would please put your hands together for Walton Webcasting.
Certainly it was a pleasure to work with the Walton Webcast crew, and always a professional crew to work with. And more specifically, we got to work with them on a show pig shoot before two of our events there in Rensselaer. And I think without a doubt, it's opened our eyes and it's starting to open eyes of other breeders and other sale organizers to look at new and innovative ways that they can help promote, market, and inform their customer. And it certainly was a pleasure to work with Walton.
Wherever we go, these major sponsors go with us. Brad Howell Ford at bhiford.com. Sunglow Feeds at sunglowfeeds.com. First Farmers Bank and Trust at ffbt.com. Sooner and Exus Trailers at soonertrailers.com and exus.com. And Umbarger Show Feeds at umbargerandsons.com. Thank you to all of our major sponsors. They help drive what we do every day.
This is a Walton Webcasting production.
Livestock like you've never seen before.
It's time for the Swine Show at the Ohio State Fair. This is a Walton Webcasting production, livestock like you've never seen before.
Have you wanted the option of mixing show feed on your own farm with your own commodities and with your own feed grinder? At 200 pounds per ton inclusion, Sunglow Show Base makes that dream a reality. With multiple diets listed on sunglowfeeds.com, we've done the nutritional work for you. Now all you need to do is make it happen.
Well, welcome to the Ohio State Fair 2021. We are just starting the junior Barrows. Coming in the ring on the south side, we have Yorkshire Barrows. Your announcer today is Brian Hines. And I think we'll probably have somebody else step in here pretty shortly. Our judge in the middle of the ring is Andy Rash from Kewanee, Illinois. Runs about 30 sows, some Berkshires, Polands, I believe, and some Crossbreds. He works for Cargill in the National Pork Group. So we're very privileged to have Andy and his multitude of shows that he's judged across the United States to sort these. So he's kind of bringing a few in and sending them over to get weighed. First one is Cassidy Lusk, got put into a pen. And Emma Leggett. I believe we're going to have 6 classes of Yorkshire Barrows. Our first class here that's coming in the ring weighs between 220 and 238. And he's went ahead and pulled off a pair of them here at the top end to definitely hit the reweigh. I'm sure he's going to pull in a couple extra ones. There's 9 head in this class. Those of you that haven't been to the Ohio State Fair this year, it's kind of an enjoyable setting. Last weekend we had the open show and the junior gilts, both Team Purebred and NSR. And this weekend we have a one-day barrow show here in the junior show. I believe open show's tomorrow. Of course, those of you in listening land need to tune in Saturday evening for the picking of the champions, where they go over somewhat in the other building like a Coliseum, get a little extra announcement done, and everybody gets a chance to show on the big stage.
Barrow exhibitors in class 2, this is your first call. Make your way to the north ring. Call about these holding pins. First call, they're off barrows in class 2 to the north ring.
They're weighing out the top end of our Yorkshire Barrows here. Make sure we meet specifications. I know Andy headed over to the Durock ring, the north ring, with Ryan Seitz to confer, and it looks like he's headed back to do our finals here in the Yorkshire. I'm sure.
This is the first call for the Yorkshire Barrows in class 2. Please make your way to the rim with genetics south ring holding pins. First call, Yorkshire Barrows in class 2 to the south ring. I need those Durock Barrows in class 2. You should be in the north ring holding pins.
Well, good morning. It's definitely a privilege to be here to work with your young people and evaluate the home show here today with Amy on the other side. young man's home that starts the class. I think it's the one that just combines the most things. When you talk about balance and yet muscularity, shape, power, and yet still keeps it in a relatively comfortable kind of a package in terms of the way he gets out and goes on either end of the skeleton. Nice kind of a barrier to start the class. I think one that kind of alludes to what we're kind of looking for throughout the day. The homes in 2 and 3, I think it's a little closer in my opinion. 1 and 2 is one that you really love in terms of his width of body, the openness that he has to the center part of his rig. Good kind of dimension as you get up on top and behind him, just like a redesign.
Andy's going to go ahead and let out, I believe, our top 4. Going to get an initial sort on him.
Just a notch more comfortably, particularly out of his hind tube, in order to move up in class. Love the silhouette of the barrel that we have here in 3. You take this guy from his underline up, you like a lot of things about him. Really attractive from the side. You get down to the ground. I don't know if he's quite as stout in terms of his bone and footwork. He gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder. He doesn't get out and go quite as comfortably off of his hind leg as maybe what you'd term ideal. The hog that comes out next is a real productive looking barrel. I love the center body in him. I think it's temporary. I didn't think he was one that maybe squared up quite as good from his hop to the ground as he goes away. He's one that maybe you could crisp him up just a notch in terms of his shape in the upper part of his skeleton. But a light body kind of a hog, one that's got a great center body in him. As we come out next, here's another one that's presented extremely good in terms of skin and hair. Heavy bone, big footed kind of a barrel. As long as we wait to sit out here and watch this guy go, just got to redesign him just a little out of his hind leg. Kind of wants to put his foot a little more outside of his body than what you term ideal. Change that about him, we can move him up the line. We come down here, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Still tremendous class all the way through in terms of hogs that are very productive. A good pattern one here, just needs a little more muscle dimension in him. We come down through the class, there's some hogs that have some muscle shape in the upper part of their skeleton. Maybe make them a little sounder on their big legs. Excellent set of hogs here to work through. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Barrow is in class 2. You should be in the north ring, all about these holding pens.
Ryan just got done talking about the Duroc Barrows in the other ring, now coming over to meet up with Andy. I believe they're going to let out the first 4. Coming out of pen 1 is Cassidy Lusk on her runaway on a Struck a Nerve. Coming out of pen 2, Emma Leggett, Knockout, cleared upper hand on a Dominator. Pen 3 is Haley Robinson, coming out with her Jasper on a Domino. And pen 4 is Mason Stewart, another Dominator on a Sow family of the Mary family.
This is the second call for those Yorkshire Barrows in class 2. We need you in the south ring. Rail McCoy Genetics holding pens. Second call, class 2 Yorkshire Barrows to the south ring.
Mason Stewart will be put into pen 4. Our class winner is Cassidy Lusk. Young lady out here in the flower-colored shirt.
Good morning, and certainly an honor to be
The Ohio State Fair, and just to echo some of Ryan's starting comments, it is a privilege to be here, and at the same time look forward to working through the show with not only a friend but a great livestock evaluator. And Ryan, he comes over here, and it's very logical in this Yorkshire class to start today to use the young lady in the floral shirt there to win a bear that's not perfect when he comes right at you. You know, first shot out of the gate or out of the chute, you'd like to just redesign that knee a bit, but at the same time, it's probably why he is more comfortable than some of these others in the class that are kind of full of barrows that are a little stilty up front. Because of this slope and angle he has to his forearm and up through his knee, he's got more reach out of his front end. He's a great skulled barrow with a very good look in through his throat line. He's beautiful in terms of his top shape, and he's fresh. His lower cavity blends well. He's got a great barrow look from the side in terms of being tucked upright in his belly wall, but still having some flesh and and having some pliability, and yet he's one of the more comfortable bears off his rear too. Could relax his spine just a bit. The one that's in second is the heaviest duty. That's the biggest hind leg of the class. He's the broadest about his eye and his forehead. He's the broadest in his back and his hip. He comes a little jammed up in through his crest and through his throat line. When you get right in behind him, he wants to get a little outside of himself, and his stifle and hock, his toe shape on his rear too there just need to be redesigned. He wants to kind of knuckle up in those toes, but still, one, when you get on top of him, you love the spread, the dimension, the boldness of body, and like we said, heavy duty, maybe the heaviest structured one in the class. Between him and the one in third was a slight discussion. If you like this one silhouette from the bleachers, you can go ahead and flip those two. He, without a doubt, is cleaner and better looking up front. The front two-thirds of that bear are actually pretty good. He's square and truer in his form, his knee, and his front foot than the bear that's in second. For me, his 13th rib back and down. His tail's almost set too high on his body. His stifle and hock joints sit too close together. That's why his range of motion's an issue from behind, and frankly, he just doesn't have enough. When you get in through his hip, through the seam of his ham, and through his stifle and outer turn to his hip, he just flattens and plays out on us. A very good profile when you stand him still. As you ask this bear to travel, he hinges tighter out of his hip, wants to get just a little more forceful in his drive behind. I'd like to shove his shoulder back on him a bit. Young man does a great job on the stick and presented extremely well in terms of upper body freshness. Young lady coming out of pin 5 here has a bear that just needs to be rocked back in his blade and his knee. He's just too straight up front. This throws his comfort off for me when you get out here and ask him to drive. But at the same time, if you stand him still and get a photo, that bear has got proportions. He's got balance. His lower line, his belly wall, you're going to hear me say that a lot, from his full rib back to his flank, is very good in composition and what he combines as far as being one that's pliable but still staying tidy in terms of his composition. In 6 and 7, a pair that just close up too much from behind. They just want to get really base narrow on us as you watch them travel. And then a pair that in the class, obviously, they're good market hogs in terms of muscle and composition, just need more balance. Let's give them a nice hand to start our day in the Yorkshire ring.
Class 1, Yorkshire Barrows is in the books. First goes to Cassidy Lusk on a runaway struck a nerve. Second goes to Haley Robinson Jasper on a domino. Third, Emma Leggett, her knockout on a dominator. Fourth,
1072.
Madison Stewart, dominator on a Mary South family. 5 on a Miley Caldwell, Don Chalita on an Age to Perfection. 6th goes to Sydney Sturm. 7th to Blake Valrath. Maggie Skillman is in 8th, and Maverick Flory is in 9th. Coming in the ring now in the South Ring, we've got Class 2 Yorkshire Barrows. We've got 13 in this class. Sitting along ringside, I've finally picked up a new announcer. We went all the way over to that Newark area. We have the one and only Randy Shipley here to assist us in the ring. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know if to say the one and only. I'm kind of having a hard time figuring out where the book's, how to read the book, but I think I got her down there.
Yeah, you got to get your glasses on. That's what I decided. Get to a certain age, Randy, you just got to
have glasses.
You got to do it.
Yep.
They could be the $1 ones at the Dollar Tree. I found that work very, very well.
They work very well. Yeah, they do. Well, so far the barrels look good, don't they?
They do. Those of you that don't know, the Junior Barrow Show is a ractopamine-free show. So it was mandated in the rules that we do not feed ractopamine. So still, we got great shape on their top lines.
Oh yeah, it's just as good as it used to be.
1, 2, 6, 3, 7, 5, 8, 4.
1859. That'd be Eli Keplinger. He's usually showing a York or a Duroc.
He normally is.
That and a cross.
Yep, he normally is.
He's kind of venturing out. Good for him.
Just a reminder, this is a junior show, so we need junior
Right there.
exhibitors only behind the
2467.
holding pens today. Again, we need to keep that aisle.
That would be Taryn.
Taryn Morgan.
Taryn Morgan. Went into pen 2 for re-eval.
Can make their way through there.
Another one he pulled in real quick.
Again, junior exhibitors only behind the placing pens and holding pens today.
Young lady in all white is 2268. That'd be McKenna Rohr. A little bigger class here. Last class we had just 9 of them. Up to 13 of them in this drive. Weight range was 241 to 255. This is kind of one of your breeds, isn't it?
Well, you know, we do have quite a few Yorkshires. Yep.
I believe I've even stopped through there and bought a Yorkshire
Maybe
too.
or two. Maybe one or two.
So many years I always just put you in the Duroc category and with old Sid and everybody, and then all of a sudden this Yorkshire numbers kind of got bigger there at the
and you know, truthfully,
Shipley
I
Farms.
kind of come over to watch the Duroc show. So it's kind of fun to sit over here and watch the Yorkshires too.
I always think it's fun to watch a show when you actually have the pedigrees right next to it, and you kind of either check mark like, yeah, that one sired something good, or maybe I won't use that one.
Yeah, that's enough of that.
I believe that was John Smock that went into pin 4. They usually do a bred and owned. I don't know if this one is or not, but that was interesting. In the junior gilts, they had a category 4 bred and owned, which I thought maybe was new. I guess hadn't been.
You know, I was
involved.
not over for the junior gilts. I come over and watch the open shows.
Yep, saw you there. $13.61. That was Valroth. That's Kelsey. Just ran into pin 5. I don't know if he's going to weigh just 5 or 4 or how many he's actually going to weigh this time. What is the reweigh requirement? Do you know?
You know, I do not know. I just don't get over here to the Barrow show that often. I would imagine it's 10 pounds. Would that be?
Yeah, 5% or 10 pounds. I don't know which one.
When I was back in the barn a little bit ago, there were sure lots of people utilizing sets of scales.
Well, you know, some of these fresh ones, they kind of go, they yo-yo pretty quick.
Yeah, they do.
I was talking to one guy there in the back, and he said, you know, I thought it was going to be close, and then I weighed him again in the morning. He was 10 pounds under. And he goes, yeah, it's just a matter of filling them and feeding them again, but some of these mature ones don't quite yo-yo as much.
Yeah. You know, it's been a long time since we've had to fit barrows in my house.
That's true. That is true. You just like the ones where you just feed them and grow.
They just go.
Yep.
Yep.
This is the second call for those.
Pig's got a unique set of ear set on it.
In the north ring, Kalmbach is the only
Well, Andy's going to run to the other ring, I believe, and put the final placing on a Duroc gilt or Duroc Barrow drive. So most of the county fairs got on over in your area? Are they?
They're just getting a good start.
Getting started?
Knox County Fair was last week.
Okay.
And my grandkids move into their county fair this weekend.
That's Pickway? No. What?
Hartford.
Yeah.
Hartford's one of the 4 independent fairs in our state, but we have a huge hog show. I think you had 620 head.
Oh, mercy.
Entered. There was 497 or 447, whatever I tell you is wrong, but right at 450 exhibitors.
Exhibitors. Is that one hog per pig, or that's?
No, they can bring as many as 2.
2. Gotcha.
That's a lot of people.
It is.
That's a lot of kids.
Well, it's encouraging. I know we've watched a lot of these shows, and it seems like our youth faction, meaning like age 8 and under, seems to be a large number. And you go to the state fair, like the junior cross guilds.
Got balance, and both of them have got good kind strong look, but at the same time, he's one that's opened up the center part of his body. He's still got muscle dimension as you get up on top of it. I don't know if he's quite as good in terms of the way he goes from his hock right to the ground as the bear that wins the class in terms of just being truly a square. He doesn't have quite the flare right in the lower part of his hand and stifles that bear that wins the class. But still, you have one to put so many good things together. Love the center body in this guy. He's a non-shaker bone to the class winner, I'll give you that. But he's still maybe one you'd like to raise up just a notch in terms of his feet in order to make him a little more ideal. The whole thing comes out in 3. Lots of good pieces in this one in terms of his muscularity and power. You get up on top of this one. Love the shape in him. Love the dimensions. You get back behind him. He's one that you get to study.
I assume you guys in listening land can hear the Duroc placings going on in the ring behind us.
In order to move up any higher today. Really good kind of a barrel when you talk about being productive in his look from the side, like the center body depth in this guy. He's maybe one you'd just like to see more flare and dimension as you get down to the muscle dimension, you get up on top of behind him. Maybe you'd like to trim him up just a notch up through his head and neck, give him a little more expression of muscle as you get up on top of him as well. Nice barrel here at the landing floor. We come out in 5, another one that you like in terms of having just some width of body, some blades, some forearm in this guy, and yet at the same time, you get back behind him and watch him go, and that's where we got to correct him just a little. Maybe we want to close up just a little from his hock to the ground, tie him just a hair differently right there in the same one. You know, just visit with the kids as we went down through the class here. Again, hogs that have grown extremely good, love their center body. Maybe just like to redesign them just a little under beaten legs. Excellent class of red ones. Let's congratulate them.
Second call for Yorkshire Barons in Class 3. You should be in the south ring. Real McCoy Genetics 40.
Ryan just got done talking with the Duroc Class 2.
Class 3 to the south ring.
We're just finishing up weighing, or I believe he weighed 4 in this drive. Coming in the ring right now, coming out of the weigh pens is Eli Keplinger. Eli's is a Jasper on a heartthrob. John Smock walks in next. He's a Dominator on a heartthrob. Common denominator there. McKenna Roar coming in next to knock out, once again, Dominator. And our other young lady coming in, I believe, is Taryn Morgan coming walking in the ring here. And Taryn's is a Electrified on a Ricker sow. How many years you raised Yorkshires?
Oh, you know, we started out with large whites, or we called them large whites.
Yep, I remember
that.
that.
would have been in 1980.
1980.
1980, yep.
And they were the old King David.
They were the old European lines. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now did the new, back in the days, the Ulfs and the Svarks, and I guess Svark was a ham. But the Ulf line, was that considered large white?
Yeah, Ulf comes from Sweden, so anything that come in from overseas would have had a large weight pedigree with it. And
Gotcha.
the American Yorkshire Club accepted those, and they reprint that paper on an American Yorkshire Club.
Right. Right. Some of the original large whites were Hillman Schroeder there in Wisconsin,
yeah,
correct?
Yeah, you know, and Hillman's still going. He's, I understand, and I'm not 100% sure, but I understand Hillman's in a nursing home now. But,
gotcha.
but there's still a few sows at his house that maybe some family members are taking care of.
Gotcha. Well, they get to a certain age, can't do it anymore.
You know, I'm not sure how old Hillman is. He was a beast of a man when he was in his youth.
He was. Big boy. Even drove by his place one day driving through Wisconsin. I believe Andy's got a lineup. He's going to leave all 4 out.
Yorkshire's here, and Ryan and I had a little discussion. It's because these 4 are quite a bit different, and when you get into a class like this where you got 4 different kinds but all have quality, makes for a good discussion. We think there's a class winner that wins pretty logically, and then from there, I'd love to have discussions with people over where they think one of these bears needs to go, you know, second, third, or fourth. But the one that wins logical is the young lady in the white shirt at the far side. He comes out of the chute and he wins from square one. He comes at you the biggest and boldest in his chest. I love that stoutness of skull, but still, in my opinion, stays good enough up through the front third of his body in terms of his throat line. He's pliable in his build. To me, that bear still is elevated up front when you compare him back to his hook bones or the upper side of his hip. And when you put that pattern together, he's still tall fronted, but he doesn't have to get straight up on his toes and his knee to do so. He's got angle to his blade. He's got comfort to his step, near ideal proportions from the side. He's pliable and soft about his center, but at the same time, compositionally is right. And when you really get on top of him, he's one of the freshest in the class. Incredible hinge and hook up when you get back into his rear third in terms of his angles and how he digs around the ring. Second and third's the discussion. For me, I think there's one that more closely follows our class winner in type and kind and just feature and foot. Young man right here is driving our second place bear. He has the biggest column of bone off his rear two. He has the biggest toe spread off of his rear two, and his comfort off of that rear third of his body is something that we certainly like to compliment and talk about. I think his hip design for some could be questioned. For me, I think it's part of the reason why he can get out here and cover the surface with some dig and some reach. Barrow, that proportion's good from the side, and like I said, he's more dense, he's heavier structured, he's got a more pliable cavity like our class winner compared to the one we have in third. The Barrow here in third, if you want to start with him because of his upper body turn, the shape he has when he comes out of his blade, I think you can go ahead and talk about that. For us, when you really get out and study him compared to these, he just dries up through his center body. When you get in behind his elbow, he's drier and tighter about his forerib and his heart. His center body wants to get a little caved in and inverted for me. Like I told Ryan, I said, if you can take that belly wall and keep it high and tight like that, but then get some turn in terms of his ribs as they come out of his spine, I can deal with it. He's a little harsher. It takes that one a while to get and collect himself, and when he did, his skeleton is fine. That with his shape, you certainly like him. Change his knee and front end just a bit. The young lady's bear that's here in fourth, just a really complete bear that is not messed up necessarily anywhere, but at the same time, there's nothing that really grabs you and says, hey, I've got enough spread, I've got enough look, I've got bounce in my step. He's just a solid bear that's got a good pattern and a good profile. Need to open him up through his chest, through his shoulder blade. Need to give him more turn out of the backside of his blade as well. I told this young lady when we were weighing the top four, I said if we could give him just a little bit of muscle, we could put just a little bit of back and a little bit of hip and twist in him, we could move him up. That one is really, really loose in terms of his kind and his build. Some would say a little clumsy. There's not a tight bone in his skeleton. At the same time, he just doesn't have enough to move up any higher. We come out of pin 6 with one that probably does have more, especially from his ham loin back and down. And from the side, I certainly like some things about that one where his neck hooks up into the top side of his shoulder. He comes at you just a little lazy in his knee and his front foot. He comes a little bit piecey. When you get right in from behind him, he closes up in terms of his footing. We come out of 7 with one that's just a little shorter and jammed up through the front third of his body. Love his muscle, love his spread up high, down lows where he wants to close up and base on us. I need to balance him from the lower part of his body to what he has up high and make it match. We close here with several that just need more look and balance and comfort. Congratulate your second class of Yorkshire exhibitors.
Winners of our Class 2 Yorkshire Barrow. In first is McKenna Rohr on her Knockout Dominator. Second goes to John Smock, a Dominator on a Heartthrob. Third, Eli Keplinger, a Jasper on a Heartthrob. Fourth, Taryn Morgan, Electrified on Rickersau. Fifth was Kelsey Volroth, Struck a Nerve on a Premier 38.6. And then 6th was Maddie Caldwell. 7th, Taylor Hannon. 8th, Griffin Gollier. 9th, Cole Carity. And 10th, Riley Stoll. Coming in the ring next, we've got Class 3 Yorkshires. They're going to be a little tighter on weight. They're in a 10 head, going to be weighing 258 to 264. Our judge has slipped out to the back and went to look at Class 3 Durocs with Ryan. So did you watch the Yorkshire Open show?
I did not. I And I was real impressed with class 2 though of the Barrows.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, nice set of Barrows.
Had a lot of positive comments. And he talked about the one kind of being first or third in the deal. I can see that in him. He's certainly a lean, raw-backed kind of a thing.
Absolutely.
But give him credit. He kind of kept two of them together that had the rib cage to go with it. So.
So far I've been real impressed watching him do his job out here judging. He's keeping them pretty well balanced and hadn't went to too many extremes in any one direction.
Yeah, I think that's anymore seems to be the right way to go.
Yeah, I think.
Usually your champion is not the most extreme in one area or another.
Right.
We always hear the words unique. Something can be a little more unique, but
I watch a lot more breeding stock shows, so a lot of times you're looking for more of the extremes.
Yeah, we are. I mean, we're
something to make change.
Yes, there's an answer. It's all about change.
We get into this top trio. Each one of them bring a little different something to the table, and maybe each one of them's got something you'd like to change just a little. But the one that you keep coming back to is the young lady here in the yellow shirt. In terms of one that I think puts the most positives together. In terms of one that's got muscle, shape, power, still good in terms of his flexibility on either end of his skeleton. Is he the neatest neck one in the world? No. You like to shave just a little that crest off the top of his neck and top of his bowl, but at the same time, right? He stays out here, he stays comfortable, he's got mass, he's got shape, he's got muscle. Nice kind of a bear here to win the class. The most powerful hog that we have in the drive is a 1 and 2. There's no doubt if you get up on top of them and study right behind their blade, study the squareness, study the dimension down his top line, this is the one that impresses you the most. Now with that said, he's maybe one that gets a little rougher right there in his Samoyed hookup. You like to smooth him there, transition him a little better there. You get up into the front end of this guy. I love the bone, I love the foot.
Let a few of them in and went ahead and grabbed one. It'll be Taylor Ellsworth. They're in yellow. They're another shot at being looked at and weighed.
You like the 1 and 3. Maybe one you like to change off of his hind leg as well. You like to lengthen him out of his hip, get him out, kick that hock out behind his tail head, nudge it the notch better, and then square it from his hock to the ground as you get back behind him. But very good balance, kind of a back. One's very fresh in the center part of his body, like those things about it. Young man brings a massive power hog that comes out his neck. Love the shape, love the dimension of this guy. He may be one you might to change just a little up through his head and neck in terms of maybe a little more extension up through his front end. Change that about him. He's one that's sure enough got all kinds of power. You like it. Maybe it's just a little
McCoy
right to the center part of his
pulled off
body.
in pin 2.
Deal as well. Young lady crowd that comes out there, I told the kids that little things as we put them into these places. Love this one pattern. Love this one from the side. Stout skull kind of a guy. The problem with him is when he comes right to you, we just got to open him up in his chest, widen him as he comes right at you. You put a chest floor in that one, widen him out up front, we can move him up the line as we go down through here again. Great class. Kids are doing an excellent job. Let's congratulate them.
Young lady's got one with some muscle. Didn't put in pen 3. 804.
Just a reminder, it is a junior show
Claire
day.
Lampe.
So that means exhibitors only in the holding pens and the aisle behind the holding pens. Exhibitors only in the aisle behind the placing pens and in the placing pens.
I believe he sent 3 of them to the scale so far. Still got some neat pieces out of here, but it's kind of like the ones that have the neat look out of the front end don't quite have enough behind, and the ones that don't have enough look out of the front end have enough behind. So
Sitting on the sidelines watching, you're thinking, boy, that needs to go get weighed, and then it turns around.
And then they spin on you, and then you got another one that's got a lot of muscle out here, and he spins, and there's the hock, swinging her way outside. So
there goes the 4th one. They get weighed.
This will be our 4th one, and apologize to the crowd. We didn't get a number on that young lady.
Sometimes they sneak out, and you just can't see the number.
205. Yeah, being there isn't, maybe it's 205.1. I think that might have been the Stewart girl. Them Stewart girls, I always remember them when they were about 3 or 4 years old, showing at NJSA shows. About in the same vintage as our daughters, just a little younger. Andy kind of got them lined up pretty quick.
Ryan is a national support specialist for show right show feeds and a graduate of Oklahoma State University. He has been judging for 27 years. Let's welcome our judge in the North Ring.
I'll be right back. I got a Barrow over here. I got to go.
Well, those of you, Randy's got to go super jock one real quick. He'll be right back. Well, while we're waiting here, those of you that look around ringside, or I know the cameras kind of don't get too high, but there's lots and lots of banners that are around the rings. Those of you know that there's a fundraiser that's kind of done. These are some of the sponsors that graciously donated towards some of our champions. I'm probably going to Ohio Show Pigs or Ohio Barrow Boosters, that type of a program that makes an effort to support our youth here at the Ohio State Fair. These banners are all sold, and there's some other fundraising things that are done. I know the Crossbred Guilds kick into that, trying to get funds together, because these things it's expensive to raise them and expensive to show them, and it's always nice to recognize and financially recognize a few of the kids when they come out here. So. Well, here they come back in the ring. Coming in first is Taylor Ellsworth, our big ticket kingpin dominator. Then we have Maya McCoy on her big stick. Time's up. And next, I believe we have Claire Lampy on a Jasper leaps and bounds. Then we have Jesse Stewart on our big step stockbroker. I believe Andy's somewhat waiting on Ryan to step across and put the final eyeball on this class 3. Again, we're in that 258 to 264 range of weight. Comes Ryan.
You're out there in class 5. This is your first call to make your way to the North Ring. All jockeys holding pins. First call, you're on Barrow in class 5 to the North Ring.
Lots of good pieces out here. A couple of them one's got a little more height at the shoulder, one's got a little more behind, a couple in the middle. Some decisions. I believe Andy and Ryan have made up their mind. Here's Andy with his comments on Class 3.
Really good class of Yorks, and it's fun. You know, we get in a little bit of a groove here, going back and forth, having quick discussions. And when your minds align through very few words, it makes it fun to judge with someone. And we're very few words on the class winner. The one that wins very logically is the young lady's Barrow here to my left, and does so in about every angle. If you want to cuss and discuss this class, and you want to talk about balance or look or muscle or comfort, table stakes for this one. He just does it. He comes out of the chute great in his chest. He's the best in the base of his chest floor. He's the broadest right there through the middle section of his forearm and his blade. He's the freshest topped in the class. He's got as much hip as anything in the class, and from the side he's proportional, and he is the most comfortable in terms of his angles and bends and how he digs around the ring. And second is one that got tired on us, and you can see a distinct difference between these two Barrows and how they drive out of their rear third. Young lady in yellow is second. When the class started, I thought this one would be in the top 2 or 3 just because of his kind. He's a moderate Barrow in kind. He's very good in proportions from the side. Everything hooks together in terms of balance. His design of his hock into his stifle and his hip, it didn't tell me that he was going to wear out that way, but he did. He just gets too quick in his step, too short in how he hinges there behind, but still a very, very good Barrow. I think you can discuss these two a little bit as well, but third, young lady over here to my left. From the side, a little bit piecey. If you want to say he needs elevated at his blade, if you want to say we need to give him a stronger line out of the back of his shoulder, I'm not going to argue with you, but he maybe has the most impressive rear view when he leaves you outside of our class winner. A really, really dense hip. He's got a deep twist. He's got a great angle to his hind leg, and yet he's got a big foot that sits square on his skeleton. He's got some base when you get right at him from behind. That's his advantage over the Barrow we've got here in fourth. This one just gets a little drier and flatter in his forerib and his heart. He's got a big hind leg and a big foot. Reads some puffiness on his joints, and he just doesn't match when you get right in behind him in terms of the shape and spread he has. Young lady coming out of this next pin, and compliments to you feeders that can get these pigs, or new breeders that can naturally build them with tops and with shape, and then when you get back to their 10th rib and with flair and dimension to their hip. And this young lady's Barrow, I can imagine with a little change in feed what he'd look like, because there's some things about this guy that I really, really dig. I think that is a very unique look, to have that broad of an eye, that broad of a snout, yet still stay clean in his throat latch and hook it into the top side of his blade to run uphill and still have comfort and angle to his shoulder. That's hard stuff to do. From there back, he just runs out of power and dimension and spread, and that's why he drops down in here into the middle of the pack. There is a muscle advantage in the Barrow that comes out next, particularly right in behind his shoulder blade. He wants to get a little jammed up in his crest. His hip wants to get a little shorter. He maybe even drops and tucks underneath himself a little bit much for me, but still one that proportionally fits in through his center body. Need to get both ends of his skeleton to match what he has there in terms of balance and pattern. One that comes out next, a little longer framed, one that still holds the top line together, that still has muscle when you get on top of him. From a compositional perspective, this one maybe has as much good in him as any, from his blade back to his hip. He wants to push his hock and close up and base behind, and that's why he drops here. Several of these Barrows just need to square them up, coming and going. Let's congratulate this class of exhibitors. Really, really good class.
Placings of your Class 3 Yorkshire Barrows. First goes to Maya McCoy, a big stick on a time's up. Second, Taylor Ellsworth, another big ticket on a Kingpin Dominator. Third, Claire Lampy, Jasper on a Leaps and Bounds. 4, Jesse Stewart, Big Step Stockbroker. 5th, Mallory Myers, 10-4 on a Time's Up. 6th, Kane Elwood. 7th, Logan Heitzman. 8th, Kirsten Wills Cox. 9th, Abby Hawk. And 10th, Tristan Flory. Andy went over to the Durock ring to put a final placing on class. Well, next in the ring, we've got Class 4 of Yorkshire Barrows. They will be 10 head in this class, ranging in weight from 265 to 268. So kind of a narrow window.
shapely, muscular, sound, flexible. A lot of things you like about him. Love the stoutness that he has to his skull, and yet, as I said, from a comfort standpoint, this guy just acts like he's out here hanging around on the beach today having a good time. He gets out, just flexes and goes, and just really, really comfortable. Definitely stresses it too. I think most really follows him in terms of one that you love the stoutness of his skull, his bone, his foot size, still has shape and power to get up on top of it. Maybe wants to roll just a little on the outside part of his hip as he comes right to you. They get back behind you and watch you go. But I don't know if he tracks quite as wide from his hop to the ground as that bear that wins the class here. Not to take anything away from him, but he's an awfully good kind of a bear to have landing here in second. The bear we have coming in third, another one that's very good in terms of the center part of his ribs, center part of his body, tremendous power to get up on top of him. He's one you'd like to lengthen the level out of his hip. I like to change him off of his hind leg in terms of the way he wants to tuck and dive it up underneath him, just a little more than ideal. Maybe you can stout him up, particularly in his rear leg bone, in order to move up in class to the higher today. Great pattern bear that comes out next in terms of wanting to give you a great silhouette from the side, really tall shouldered, extended up through his front end.
And the first one that gets into the penning pen in our Class 4 is Ruth Ann Carity.
Like to open him up to the center part of his rib and maybe give him just a shot more muscle as you get back behind him in comparison to some of those hogs up ahead of him in class. A little more muscular bear that comes out next. Like that about him. Maybe one you'd like to change just a little off of his feet and legs in terms of the way he wants to close up.
Another one going to the weigh pen.
As he gets out here and goes off to the side. Maybe one who just get out and flex right as good out of his front end as well. Gets a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder.
Young lady in pink is Reagan Gross. Young lady in yellow, I believe, is Julianne Wiley. Double check her number. 1929. Julianne Wiley. She was actually the second one pulled.
Excellent class. Let's congratulate Nick.
Again, he usually kind of pulls in 3 or 4. Looks like Lindsay Doors. They get the opportunity to get reweighed. Judge was just checking real quick to make sure he had 4 pulled in, so he's going to, I believe, start at 5 and work his way down.
Here in the South Ring, we'd like to welcome our judge,
5 is going to be Brett Zedek.
Illinois, where he lives with his wife Sarah and kids Ashton, Avery, and Vivian. Andy is a sales leader for Cargill's North American pork business, and his family owns Ranch Family Show Pigs. He graduated from Blackhawk, Western Illinois University, and has a master's from the University of Illinois. He has been judging for 20 years.
It's always a big event. Seems like you look around ringside and you got most of the breeders of the state are taking time out to support the youth. Lots and lots of breeders here in the state of Ohio.
Yorkshire Barrows in Class 5. This is your first call to the South Ring. Railway Genetics holding pins. First call, Class 5, Yorkshire Barrows to the South Ring.
I believe they got him reweighed. Still putting the final sort on the Duroc class.
Jacob
Have you wanted the option of mixing show pig starter feed on farm with your own commodities and your own feed grinder? At 650 pounds per ton inclusion, Sunglow Starter Base 650 gives you an economical option for the Sunglow Starter Protocol. With multiple diets listed on sunglowfeeds.com, we've done the nutritional work for you. Now all you need to do is make it happen.
We're back again as he brings out that Ruth Ann Carity. Came out. And I believe we have Julianne Wiley, Lindsay Doors in white, and then we have Reagan Gross in pink coming out here in the ring. Finally, my super jock just got back to the announcer stand. Mr. Randy Shipley stepped back in. He's putting the final touches on a few of them back there. So we're in currently in class 4 of Yorkshire Barrows.
10, 7, 6, 8, 9, 3, 1, 5.
And now we have Ryan over doing every class. They will consult each other just to make sure they're on the same page.
Yorkshire Barrows in class 5. This is your second call to make your way to the south ring.
Four pretty nice barrows out here, a few little deviations.
Yorkshire Barrows in class 5 to the south ring.
You know, just stepping back in here, this is probably the most consistent top 4 that's been back out here in this particular in the Yorkshire Barrows.
They all kind of have that elevation up front.
They do. They have pretty good bone.
I guess that have, what is it, the show pig look.
The show pig look.
They have that.
Yeah, they're all opened up good up front. Look like they travel pretty well behind.
Like Lindsay Doors going to go in 4, and Jillian Wiley is going to be, I think, in 3. That leaves.
Fun little discussion there with Ryan, because I think, this really separates maybe biases or opinions when you get this pair out here and study them, and maybe that's where we're at, is we've got an opportunity here in the next several years to blend, two biases and opinions together and just simply make progress, and I think this pair allows you to discuss that. For Ryan and I, maybe we're the old people now, but, getting a little bit back to the basics of what we want barrows to look like, and it starts at their skull and their forerib and their center body. And then when you really start doing those things and we stay true to what we believe in, and we stay true to, the way that we would like to feed barrows, the young lady in the pink shirt wins this class and does so with a very, very good Yorkshire barrow. One that is stouter up through his skull, through his snout, a barrow that's broader and built better in through his forearm than the barrow in second, where he really swallows our second place barrows. When you get out of the back of his blade and his elbow, there's more turn, there's more punch in through his heart, through his center body. He gets out of his spine with a bigger turn and a rounder shape to his center body. He's bigger and more dimensional in his hip, and yet he's comfortable. When you compare those two at a 3/4 view and study their rib cage and their forerib, frankly, I've fed enough of these pairs or these kinds and these two. I'll take the pink one every day of the week, young lady in the pink shirt, just because of his build to the center part of his body. Now, it sounds like I'm being really hard on this one in second, and I'm not. This is a good pig. Very, very good pig. And when he first come to the ring, Ryan just said, man, I thought that one was going to be the one, and I did too. He comes at you incredibly square through his chest. He's not as big in through his front third as the barrel we start with. He's got a neater throat line than the barrel we start with. His crest doesn't match his throat, but like I said, when you get right in behind his blade, that barrel wants to flatten up in his forerib and his center body. But again, a great skeleton, a very, very good pig from the side that's proportional and that's balanced. Young lady, you got a good one. You just ran into a buzzsaw there with our class winner. As we drop out the young lady in third at the far side, we just need to just change his front third. Let him match better. He wants to get shorter and quicker about his front third. He wants to set lower in its blade. His front foot wants to get a little, or his knee wants to get a little bit out in front of his front foot. And I think just redesign that front third. And then we've got a bear that's moderate, that's stout, has shape, has hip. In terms of angle behind is good enough there. Like I said, front third just needs to be shaped a little bit different. The bear that comes out next, interesting pig, and certainly would be fun to talk about with some, from the side standing still, get a feed scoop in front of him, and yeah, he's going to take a great picture. I think in terms of proportions, he matches incredibly well. Young lady does a great job driving one, and at the same time, when you get on top of him, he may be outside of our class winner, has as fresh turn to his top as anything in the drive. He's too stilty and straight up front. His hock and his stifle sit too close together, and therefore he's a little quicker in his step for me. Just a good pattern bear that's soft and pliable about his center body, needs more muscle. The story is the same as you move down the line. Several bears that are good in their kind and their skeleton and they're loose, just need pulled apart in their chest and need to be built better, maybe in terms of their hock and their stifle. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back.
Results of Class 4 in the Yorkshire Barrow Ring. First goes to Reagan Gross, a Clyde on a big stick. Second goes to Ruth Ann Carity on a home-raised one, Big Money on a kingpin. Third, Juliana Wiley on a Jasper on a Pathfinder. Fourth, Lindsay Dorr, a Strut on a hot wired. Fifth, Brett Zedick, leveled on a sit tight. Sixth goes to Sarah Steck. Seventh to Donovan Hall. Eighth, Alexander Knauf. Ninth, Austin Handwork. And 10th, Aiden Ziegenbusch. Coming in the ring next, we got Class 5 of Yorkshire Barrows, a little smaller class. They rate and range from 270 to 279. So it's your guess, Randy, what the last class will weigh.
Yeah, they're getting bigger.
They I believe that last class we're going to have is going to be cookie cutters. They're all going to be 280
yep.
on that deal. So that's kind of fun. When we're sitting here at ringside, we get a chance to look through. We see kind of an older boar pop up, the old Dominator boar. It's been around for a while.
Yeah, he's what, 2 or 3 years?
2 or 3 years old over there at Thompson Brothers.
Yeah.
That boar was bought at Duncan, maybe. I don't remember where he was bought, but it's Whirlpork.
Whirlpork, I
think you're right on that deal. Several years ago.
I've seen Pathfinder. Pathfinder just turned 5.
5, yep. Sitting over there at Shipley Genetics. Then we've seen Big Stick, I think, had a couple class winners. Big Stick's a Stolquist boar, I believe, there at Premium Blend.
Big Stick's had a pretty good summer.
Very good summer, actually.
Yeah.
I've run across several of those.
Yep.
It's coming in the ring, Class 5.
Some little differences, and yet with that, the one that wins, I think, is one that just kind of puts the most positive together and has a few of the things wrong, and yet really kind of excels in a lot of different areas. And the young lady does a great job of getting this thing presented. Here is the balanced one, here's the shapely one, here's the sound comfortable in terms of the speed.
One in the ring, one into the weight pen.
Good in terms of the center body, particularly as we get up here in these 280 groups, and you worry about whether they're going to be just a little drier or a little harsher through the rib. He's staying good there in terms of having that fresh look to the center part of his body. He still's got some roundness and the boldness to his rib cage. Nice kind of a bear here to lead off with. The bear is too, like so many things about this guy in terms of one.
First one into the weight pen is Madeline Fearon. Second hand on the Betty Salon.
Easy down to the stop line, just making it just a notch more comfortable in terms of weighting. He appears from the side. If you drop that spine down, maybe wants to paint just a little bit right there in his hand one, but a stout, muscular barrel, not quite as bold in the center part of his rib is that barrel that wins the class. The one that comes out in 3. Another one, you're going to talk about sheer stoutness in terms of skull, bones,
funny when they look at some of these, sire of the dam, they just write down the dam. So you see Lab Fancy. Now, how long has that Lab Fancy been in this state of Ohio?
About 15 years.
Yeah, I might go 20.
Maybe 20.
Yeah.
But she's a good sow.
Yeah, she is. She's had that's all the way back to the Funderburg era and the Rickers. And
yeah, she's had 42 litters so far.
42? Record-setting sow. Those of you listening, obviously they're daughters of the old Lab Fancy sow. Many of you, the SPF, when you, back in the day, many herds were specific pathogen-free, correct?
Right, exactly.
SPF. And they had to foster those pigs cut them out in a lab, bring them in so that your herd health was of a high level. And so to change genetics was a bigger challenge. It took a while. You had to think about it, I guess. You had to make sure that's the sow because she's going to get C-sectioned, brought into your operation, and that's your new genetics for the next couple of years. So.
Right, and you just couldn't go do that any place. I can remember hauling some bred sows to Iowa, and then you had to have a second vehicle to pick up the baby pigs and drum back to Ohio.
Back in the day, I worked in Nebraska. Nebraska had a bunch of that. Big thing is you had to think about your genetics. You had to realize that that's going to be your next herd board because even then artificial insemination was frowned upon just for potential of bringing in diseases that you didn't want on your operation. So, but yep, Nebraska SPF Association had
that was probably the biggest
one
that had the
SPF herds.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a chore as a fieldman to go visit them because you kind of did one a day.
Yeah, right,
and
right. And
even then, that wouldn't work today.
No, it would not. It's amazing over time how the medicated early wean programs have come into effect and how you can control so much of that stuff now with early medications.
Right.
It's a good thing.
All right, we got 2420 that made it back out into the ring. That would be Samantha Woodruff. She's in pink. Our young lady in white, I believe, is Madeline Farron. No, I'm sorry, that's 2268. That would be McKenna. She was just had a class winner just recently. And then the young lady in blue and white stripe is Madeline Farron. Just weighed 3 in this class, but it's a little smaller class. There is kind of a common denominator. I think he's got a type and a kind he likes.
Nah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
It's always kind of refreshing along ringside. What's the term? Predictable.
Predictable. You know, Brian, I don't get to a lot of Barrow shows. I try to catch as many of the national seed stock shows as I can, but I just don't get to a lot of Barrow shows. And you know, the term that I hear all the time when guys are talking boars is you know, short side is popular. Well, I've always been against that. And it's fun out here watching these barrows show because these are not short-sighted barrows.
Exactly my point. And I've always argued the fine point of that. If you've ever been a hog buyer or been involved with weighing hogs, longer ones tend to weigh.
They tend to weigh.
Tend to weigh.
Yeah.
I think Andy's got his mind made up. Here's your results. Class 5.
Another nice class, and you know, one that wins here on top. That, you know, although he does so logically for both Ryan and I, and he's got some really neat pieces to talk about. You know, he's not perfect at the same time. You know, every class deals you a little different card, and that's, you know, something that maybe we observe. And if you just listen, sometimes you see a pig in a ring that's not perfect, and then we hear a comment, well, he's terrible. No, he's not terrible. He just needs changed in a place or two. Quality comes in a lot of different kinds and packages. Young lady in the white shirt here is driving a very high quality Yorkshire Barrow, one that is just incredibly stout in terms of his limbs and his feet. his skull, got a big old tail root that sets on him, and yet when you study his angles and where his bones sit on his body, he does all this mass and has all this feature, but stays as good as anything in the class in terms of his comfort. He has a very big step. Not only does he reach out of that front end, but he can almost cover his track off his rear too. He's not the freshest right out of the back of his blade. He may be showing a little bit more damage and age up through the front third of his body, and you could change his toe shape just a little bit on his back right, but that's being picky on one that's got monster legs. Is a very, very good in terms of his comfort and skeleton, and like I said, within this weight, acceptable in terms of freshness and what he has up high. Second and third can be discussed. The one that is fresher in terms of the texture to his body, the one that has just more spread out of his hip and more density in through his twist in the outer part of his ham. The lady in the purple shirt coming at me is driving your second place, Barrow. For all of those reasons, he fits in second logically, but at the same time, we'd like to just give him more reach off his rear too. He wants to get a little tight in his hinge. When you get down in through his stifle, his hock, and his pasture, and it's all set in there just a hair rigid for me, but one that proportions good from his blade back, like we said, is fresher and simply has more spread. This one does have more range of motion, and from the side, his pattern is better. He's particularly better from his lower shoulder forward and his look up front. When you get on him at a 3/4 angle, he gets really slabbed in through his forerib and his heart. His center body just gets too flat, and he just doesn't have as much spread when you get on top of him because of that rib cage and the way it sets in there. Barrow that comes out next, that I heard Ryan say this, a little longer pattern, and that's not a bad thing when you can keep this kind of spread up high and still keep strength to your spine and to your top. The Barrow wants to get a little shallow in his flank and just a little harsher about his kind, but still, like we said, up high certainly has some things to study. Barrow that comes out next is stout skull, got a big old tail root, kind of clumsy in the way he gets around the ring. I'd like to pull him together with a little more stability to his drive, and he wants to tighten up in his rear third, big old rear leg, big rear feet. We close with three that just need more to him today. Maybe he need a little bit more feature. Give him a nice round of applause. They did a great job driving.
No kidding.
Again, here in Class 5, we've got our winners in. McKenna Roar, McKenna Roar is our class winner. Strut on a Dominator. Second, Samantha Woodruff. Cheap Labor on a Shine On. Madeline Fearon was third with second hand on a Betty. Was out sow line. Peyton Baumgartner, Nerve Damage on a Sit Tight is fourth. Fifth was Ansley Kozarek. Jack on a Dominator. Sixth, Eli McKenzie. Seventh, Emily Waddle. And eighth, Jackson Wiley. That old strut board's done okay this summer.
Yes, yes.
I know he started a reserve division, I believe, at Exposition. Reserve champion Gilt at Summer Type and Expo.
Okay.
Mate Antrup had that bred by Chad Martin, I believe, with a strut. So, again, we're at our final class of Yorkshires.
And there's quite a difference in weight range.
Yes. These should be cookie cutters, Randy. All 280s are 280, and they look like 280, right?
Yeah, they look from here. They look like 280s. Yeah.
I got you. Definitely looking across the ring, they have elevated in size and make. A couple of those might not like the reway very well. They're going to be right on the edge.
They're going to be pushing it hard.
It's always tough. This Yorkshire breed, they grow. That's one thing they will do. If you do it right, they'll raise pigs too.
That's what they're supposed to do. Yep.
I think it's the mother breed. Is that the term they use at NSR? Andy's over in the Duroc ring putting the final touches on a class with Ryan Seitz before we let in our final class of Yorkshire. This is just so fun to go back through some of these pedigrees. I mean, and another one we didn't mention that seems to be brought up a couple times is Jasper. That's the record-selling Yorkshire boar. His littermate Jack a couple times, so Again, we go through there. I believe knockouts had a few.
You know, I did not realize that his litter mate was called Jack. Isn't that terrible? I should have known that.
You got to get up early in the morning.
Yes, I do.
I mean, 5:30 is not going to cut it. You're going to have to get up a little early. This ain't your normal.
No.
Did you bring Sandy down?
No, she was. I don't know what her plans was today, but when I left, she didn't have very many because she was still thinking about the stars, I guess.
Gotcha. Yeah. It's not too bad of a drive in here for you.
No, about an hour.
Very good class of heavyweight new rocks here, 280s to work through, and with that, I think the young lady brings one that does so many things correct, and yet at the same time does it in such a fresh package within this heavyweight class. It just kind of makes him stick out like a sore thumb, if you will, because this one, in terms of having shape and power and freshness, you get up on top of it, combining that with just overall muscle dimension and balance. He's sound, he's flexible on his feet and leg, offering out his kind of a bear here to win the class. The bear that we have coming in too, I think most fairly follows him in terms of one you study right out of the top of his blade, study the square.
Kind of interesting, some of these hogs, they come straight at you. They got chest floor, they got big paws, they kind of look heavy boned, and then when they hit the side view, they're just kind of like not real heavy bone. So not as flat or flat, round, or whatever term you want to use.
Maybe he gets just a little shorter stride out of his hind leg. If we get flexing and having him take just a little freer out of the stride off of that hind leg, makes that.
Yeah, you know, in breeding stock, you're always after that flat bone. It keeps the maturity pattern about right.
Yep.
When they're a little rounder bone, they reach a point and kind of digress, I think.
Yep.
Just a little bit.
Extremely good, really attractive as you look from the side.
We got our first candidate to get re-looked at. A young man with the paisley colored shirt.
That's a bigger scaled hog.
Yep. He got a little more forearm in him.
He does have.
No doubt the 1 and 4. There is more power, is more substance.
A little more blade action.
Than the bear in 3. Yet at the same time, he's probably the one that gives me just a little more fits in terms of where he's going to put his feet and legs each and every step that he goes, particularly as you watch him go away. I got to kind of redesign him, particularly on those left hop, square him up from there down to the ground, make him a little more fluid. He of the top 4 as well. Maybe one that gets his little crest here around his head and neck in terms of his toe, like to extend him there, shave a little bit of that crest off of him.
You know, Brian, the shape of rump in these hogs in these barrows is pretty good. They're not overbearing at all. They come out of that hand-one junction about right.
Well, it's almost like a heavy muscle, but a functional muscle when they're doing that. Cooper Stanball was the one that got called back over to the scale when he first came in. Like a heavyweight class, every once in a while you look at him and go, man, it'd be nice to put another 5 pounds in him. Just kind of let the old belly swoop, and, you know, Andy's talked about the depth of forerib, the depth of rear rib, and some of them in the heavy class don't have that opportunity.
No,
until they get weighed, and then they got every opportunity in the world.
Yeah, a lot of these hogs tonight will have a little more center body than they have now.
You got to think? Claire Winkle was another one that got pulled in, young lady in light blue. Another young man here. He's one of the first ones out.
That was.
I know he looked at him hard when he came in.
Yeah.
It's always a trick, Andy. You've dodged enough of these things. I mean, you kind of set the bar, and then you have to move it up and move it down.
You do. Each class is a little different.
Second place exhibitors, please try to follow behind your class winner in the back holding pen.
I believe that's John LaFountain that got to the pinning pin. I recognized him. They're from the northeast or northwest. I'm sorry, northwest part of the state.
That gets a little closer to your stomping ground.
It is. I've actually been by that young man's place.
You know, I've been going to ask you, and now might be a good time to do it. How was your daughters? You raised a couple really tremendous daughters, and where are they at, and what are they doing, Brian?
Oh, I've got a pair of them, and they're both doing the out-of-state tuition thing.
Are they? Good.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's really good, and they're both at Purdue currently. One in ag education and one in ag sales and management, and doing the out-of-state tuition based on a boar we sold back in 2010. A boar called Gold Standard. Set the record for the Hampshires, but
you know,
I will tell you 90% of that went into this thing called a 529.
Yeah, I do understand.
Hence why we can maybe educate in a different state.
Yep.
But they might have been influenced by their mother. She's a Purdue grad. But they'd both been, as I say, passing classes and meeting people.
Yeah,
it's
that's
usually
great.
a good thing.
You know what, the meeting people part's probably as important as any of it.
Somewhat. Cooper Stambaugh coming out of the pinning pen. Cooper's is a well played on a hardwired. And I believe we got Claire Winkle here. Claire's is a time's up, struck a nerve. And our third one coming out, John LaFountain. John's is an electrify on a capital gain.
We had an electrified one in class earlier, didn't we?
I think you're right, or certainly was high up anyway.
Yep.
It's up to you to keep me straight on this stuff.
You know, actually, Brian, this is the first time I've ever put these headsets on.
Well, you're doing a nice job. I think we're going to get like lots and lots of kudos online. Well, you can send in thumbs up to Walton Webcasting for having Randy Shipley online with us
there
here.
you go. There you go.
He might be in high demand when this gets done.
Right, I understand.
They probably got tired of hearing me in the Junior Guild show. They need that fresh meat. Oh, we missed one. 1486. Sorry for you in listening land. 1485 is Taylor Ellsworth, and hers is a knockout. No pain, no gain. Big old stout, functional, heavyweight Yorkshire Barrows.
For those of you interested, the Ohio Youth Swine Committee will have their auction during the lunch break today. So that will be at the conclusion of the Purebred show. We will break for lunch.
Looks like Ryan and Andy have consulted. We're going to have a results of Class 6 Yorkshires.
We close on a good Yorkshire Barrett class over here that, frankly, is hard to put together because there are just a lot of differences. And, Ryan came over and I saw it the same, in regards to these four and how you line them up. And, the one that we're going to start with, he wins because of just freshness and spread. He does the most things right when you look at him coming and going in terms of being genuine and got a great skull and he's presented incredibly well. But just being really frank, he shouldn't be able to move as good as he does. When you look at it, the point of his hip, where his shoulder blade sits on his body, and just how he hinges back there, how he aligns his stifle and hock, he shouldn't be able to get out and still maintain this level of comfort, for this long of a period of time. But you set that aside, and then you just go ahead and say he's the biggest chested, freshest, got a great head and skull on him. Young man does a killer job driving. He's going to win the class. And second is the most like him. Young man here in the center of the ring has a bear that's the most like him in terms of proportions. That one's center body gets a significant advantage over the other two. There's more here. When you get on the back of his blade, the upper side of his blade set wider on his rib cage. He has more spread at his tent and keeps it out of his hip and down in through his twist. He wants to tuck and duck off his rear two there just a bit. He's got a little puffiness on a hock and just pressures up on his outside toe, but still a nice second place bear. And third, young lady here in the blue shirt, and he is the most comfortable. He takes the biggest step. He's got the most bounce and range in the reach he has out here. coming and going. He just needs more to him. You know, the Barrow just flattens too much in through his forerib. His center body just sets too tight and too narrow for us. And then when you get behind him, he really closes up at the ground. Column of bone is big and fat and clean, and he is a comfortable Barrow, like we said, in terms of his skeleton. Young lady in the yellow shirt's driving one that has a great big top set in him. As we come from there down, he really shallows up and gets harsher about his center body. He wants to get out of balance and slack in his spine and his frame just a bit. At the same time, I love the spread to the base of his chest. Love the spread he keeps on the top side of his skeleton. As we drop out 5 and 6, a pair of just really useful and utility type of Barrows from the side. When you get right in behind this guy, he just needs to be square in how he goes to the ground. His hock sits outside of his body because of where he's shifting his weight on his rear two. Young man coming out of pin 6 here from the side can play. Coming and going just gets too narrow for us. Give them all a really nice round of applause. Great Yorkshire Barrow show.
Results of our last class of Yorkshire Barrows. First goes to Cooper Stambaugh on a well played on a hardwired. Second, John LaFountain on Electrify on a capital gain. Third, Claire Winkle, Time's Up, Struck a Nerve. Fourth, Taylor Ellsworth, Knockout, No Pain, No Gain. Fifth was Wade Smith on his nerve damage payday. Sixth, Corey Kress. 7, Taylor Hannon. 8, Kenna Seaburn. 9th, Kenna Seaburn. And 10th, Wyatt King. I believe in the other ring they are currently selecting a grand champion in the Duroc breed. So those of you that are on Walton, flip on over to the other ring and you can watch the grand champion of the Duroc breed. Well, we just got done picking the champion and reserve of the Duroc breed over in the other ring. So now we have both judges in the south ring, the McCoy ring. We are going to let out our class winners. So Randy Shipley has been replaced is where we're at. Sitting to my left is the one and only Brian Vaughn. Him and his son raise show pigs, Cameron. And then I more get to work with him quite regularly on the Lindner side with Thompson Feeds as a manufacturer. So welcome, Brian.
Thank you, sir.
Our first one in the ring was Cassidy Lusk out of a Class 1. Coming in the ring second here is, I believe that's the Roar girl, McKenna Roar, her knockout dominator. Class 3 was Maya McCoy. Maya's is a big stick times up Barrow. I think that one's been fairly competitive this summer. Class 4 winner was Reagan Gross. Clyde on a big stick. It's a big stick on the dam side instead of the sire side. Class 5.
Coming out class number 5, first place went to McKenna Roar.
McKenna Roar's Barrow again. Same young lady in white. She had 2 class winners. She's got another one on the stick there, but this one's a Strat Dominator. Again, a popular mating that's been this summer.
And coming out class number 6.
And the winner of our class 6. Cooper Stambaugh. Well played on a hardwire. Again, I know, Brian, you've been along ringside watching this Yorkshire thing. It's kind of been pretty nice.
Yeah, it looks real good. Several of those barrows out there, they got them dialed in, look good. To me, I think a pretty nice Yorkshire drive for just coming in and sitting down here.
Yeah. I think there's been a common theme as you've watched these two sort them. They've kind of wanted to pay attention to feet and legs and how they travel and how they roll. I think we've heard the word proportions and balance and bone work and all those fancy basic terms. I guess not so much fancy, the more practical terms.
And it's, I guess, amazing to me to watch the kids out here and how high-headed and how good moving these Yorkshire Bears are and still have some muscle. That's been the thing that I guess over the years that maybe that's come and gone a little bit, but these are some big-footed and big-legged ones and still got some shape and mass to them. So.
Also, I commented when Randy was here, just, man, they come at you. I mean, they look like they got huge feet and huge forearms in them, and, you know, the sort factor was maybe which ones truly had some bone and which ones truly had some mass to them, but certainly when we get into the final 6, all of them got the bone. They all have the mass, so.
And still got a good body to them, and they're fresh. Even
the heavyweight. I mean, he's out here competing right with them, and doesn't look like a dried up old prune out here. He's got body, rib, mass, so you can. I think you could point at one of the 4 or 5 of them and not be too far off.
I think you're about right here.
And this is a Yorkshire breeds, obviously one of the larger breeds at the Ohio State Fair. I believe Durocs were about the same. Yep, six head, but
always have been pretty decent size.
Well, here's Andy with his selection of Grand Champion Yorkshire.
Very good Yorkshire drive and incredible Duroc drive over there, and it's fun. You get through the first 2 breeds and come together, and boy, it's going to be a fun day. This is as fun as I've had in a long time. Just being able to get out here and discuss these with Ryan as we come to discuss this Yorkshire drive. Not only was the breed drive, our class winners good, we've got a pair on top here that we're going to use for champion and reserve that are very, very elite, and they're very similar in terms of proportions and balance. There's some subtle differences between them. The one that we're going to use is just bolder and more opened up to the center part of his body, and frankly, he stayed more comfortable for a longer period of time. He's bigger when he comes right at you. An incredible player to talk about, but one that we think is just an absolute hammer to win your Yorkshire show. You're letting the pink shirts driving your champion.
Congratulations to Reagan Gross, Grand Champion Yorkshire Barrow. Will need to drop that second place Barrow out of class number 4, exhibited by Ruth Ann Carity. Barrow sired by Big Money back on Kingpin, weighing 265 pounds.
Reserve is another one that we think is awfully good, and if you draw a picture of one from the side, this is what you would draw. Angles and everything read so good. He got just a little gas there and doesn't have that punch right into the center part of his rib cage, and not as big up front as our champion, but still a very good Yorkshire Barrow. Young lady right here is driving your reserve.
Congratulations to Maya McCoy, Reserve Grand Champion Yorkshire Barrow.
Grand champion in the Yorkshire ring goes to Reagan Gross on a Lorenzen sired boar, Clyde on a big stick. Reserve champion is the Maya McCoy. She had a big stick again on a time's up. Nice pair. I think several of those have been competitive as they've gone through the circuit as well as on the national side. Well, we're kind of sitting here, no pigs in front of us, so we assume we're going to take a quick break, maybe get a commercial.
Sunglow Smooth is a game changer. If you're looking for more belly, rib shape, and a softer, smoother, fuller appearing show pig, Smooth has got to be in your feed room. Sunglow Smooth, it's unlike anything we've ever created.
thinking about that.
Well, we're going to start the Chester White show here. Again, by my side is the one and only Brian Vaughn, show pig breeder extraordinaire with his son Cameron. And we're going to have a class of, I believe, 8 of them. The weight range 239 to 261. A really nice Yorkshire show. That Clyde Bowler, I think, is sitting there at McCoy's.
Did he?
I think they bred him. Reserve there was, believe, came from Lorenzen's there in Illinois. That's always a fun stop. You ever been to Lorenzen's?
I never have. I've been to High Point several times and Norman's, but never did stop at Lorenzen's.
Tremendous time there. It's basic. It's fundamental. I mean, it's slatted floors and look at hogs, and
those are the good places to go. A lot of the young guys need to go see places like that.
Yeah, you get lucky, he might have one on chips, but not very many times. But I enjoyed the heck out of stopping there this summer.
Looks like we got one going to the scale there.
What is it, 10-11-03 maybe?
Joey Johnson's boy, I believe.
Luke? Oh, Luke. Well, Joey's got, what, 3 or 4 Chester White sows.
He's done pretty well with them.
Kind of neat when you can do a bred and owned and possibly get to the top end of a class.
It makes you feel like your program's going somewhere and makes your kid feel better that you didn't have to go out and find that one.
Totally agree with that. It's like through the years we've kind of done the Hampshire thing, and sometimes we showed them because we had them, and sometimes we had a good one. So.
Yeah.
I think we're just going to have 2 classes of Chester White Barrows, about 15, 16 head total. This breed's kind of on the move. I think some of these national shows, these Chesters have been in the top 5.
Yeah.
Anymore, I don't know that there is a breed that's necessarily at a disadvantage.
No, it's not like when our kids first started showing that some of those were just looked at as a minor breed.
Yep.
I think today they're any and all of them. Can go in anywhere.
I believe we got John Smock headed into the weigh pen.
They probably bred that one too, I would guess.
It's a Smock family. They do a lot of breeding over there. Highly competitive.
We need to get the old Chester numbers up here.
I think we need to make that a challenge for the Vaughn herd.
Well, we're going to try to have a litter or 2 of Chesters next year, but
there you go.
I don't know if my kids ever did show a Chester Barrow here, but we won the gilt show a few times.
Well, kind of a pedigree thing here, but heck, I grew up and we had 100 Chester White sows, so they're in Manhattan, Kansas, Sunflower Farms. We used to be, I think, like the 4th largest recorder of Chester Whites in the nation. So. But we've tried, through the years, the girls and us, we've tried to raise a Chester or at least feed one out, and never seem to get the right one in the barn. Different hogs are feed out different ways. What do we got? 906, 996.
Rash going to have to do a little sorting out. I think he's sending both of them to the scales.
Yeah, he's been weighing 4 head for everybody. I believe he's got the bottom end of our class lined up. So he's going to weigh 4 again, just like he has been.
I guess that's pretty good odds. That's half the class here, I think.
50-50. I kind of like those odds. I wish the lottery would be that way. Almost buying and showing show pigs is somewhat getting into the lottery business, but sure have a lot more fun at it.
Yeah, it's
not
a longer process of
just not scratching a ticket and hoping for the best. You get to live at least for 90 days or 100 days.
Yeah.
So
that's the experience that the kids get and the families. And
boy, there's a lot of fun on these jackpot series. I mean, one day you get gated and the next day you win it. You know, for at least for the breed you're in or whatever.
I know it's a lot different driving up here and not worrying about your kid being in one of them pens, just sitting here. And
I've learned to adapt to that. I mean, I really seriously have. I mean, you still have your families that, you know, you do assist a little bit, but most of that prep work's been done before
Yeah,
coming into the
exactly.
event. So
And you can sit back and kind of relax and
see what it looks like in the big ring. It's so fun because certain hogs, I mean, they look the part when they're in a penning pen, but
our show in terms of quality up there on the top end. Young ladies hog to start the class is one that I think does so not only from a muscularity standpoint in terms of having shape and power and division. Again, you still want you like overall just stoutness in terms of his overall look and feature. Nice kind of a barrel. Maybe even level him out of his hip just a fraction. Maybe make him just a little longer striding on his hind too, but that's being nitpicky of one that's got lots of shape, lots of power, lots of muscle. The 1 and 2, I think most fairly follows him in terms of one that's a little longer body, good kind of shape, and good kind of power in him. Another one that maybe wants to roll out of his hip and hind leg, or out of his hip just a little more than ideal. Like the stoutness enough just a little bit in terms of his bone and foot to match that mass that he has in the upper part of his skeleton. But an awfully nice kind of a barrel, the one that I think most fairly follows that barrel that wins the class. The one we have coming out in 3. Very good pattern, kind of a barrel from the side, attracted from the side, extended up through his front end. You get into this guy, and once you go particularly away, I just got to redesign him from his hip down to his foot. He wants to get just a little more wobbly, a little more unstable in terms of where he plants and drives on his hind leg, like to square him from his hot, down him up in his bone work, and lengthen his stride just a fraction. And yet, his muscle and power and shape is what he threw over the barrel that we have here in 4. This one in 4 is one that's super attractive from the side, really good in terms of just having that right kind of design look from the side. You get on top of him and get behind him, he's the one you just got to see more power, more dimension in. Widen him out in the lower part of his skeleton, give him more dimension to the center of the lower part of his amp, and cycle in order to move up in class. Hog that comes out next, another one in terms of bone and feature and stoutness, you have to be appreciative of. Another one is you get back behind him, you just got to see a little more of him, like the softening to the middle part of his body as well. Give your arm a little more belly and flanking, he'll give him a little fresher kind of a look. Spoke to the kids as we go down through the line here. Again, here's a big blading kind of a barrel that comes out next. One we'd like to see a little sounder off of his hind leg, like a wiping out top part of his hip as well. Young lady's got a super stout feature kind of a barrel that comes out next. Maybe one you'd like to redesign in terms of the way he goes off of his hind too. Excellent classes in furniture barrels. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Well, we got coming back out in the ring, we've got, I believe this is Logan Patterson, his toy box on a conductor.
There's Luke
Johnson, I'd say Joey's boy. Luke Johnson's a custom made on a face down, and then might be John Smock on a custom made on a box office.
That custom made deal's been really good, I think. Following some of the Chester shows across the country.
You're right. Like I say, sometimes you send 4 to the scale and 3 only come back, or even 2 in some instances. But it's sometimes hard to manage the water, and you know, it's nothing
never
ill will.
Never a good time to go out that back gate.
Andy results Class 1 Chester.
Good class to start another breed on this side, and we lost one to the scale, I guess, by a pound, and I'm just going to be totally honest. That one was a buzzsaw, and I was looking forward to having Ryan come see him, but yeah, that's the break. So you re-rack, and we still have a very good one to win the class. Young man in the purple shirt is driving your class winner. One from the side that is one of the most balanced. He is the most comfortable. His toe texture and strength of feet is the best in the class. He's got a great square chest floor set in him. He's got a great turn when you get down his top line. A very, very good barrel. And second is one that's maybe just a little bit bigger in terms of his forearm. His rear bone is enormous. He too has muscle, and he's got more dimension when you get on his hook bones and read him back and down. He's not as balanced from the side. He wants to close up in his rear footing compared to the spread he has the top side of his hip, but a really, really good barrel in second. And third is one that we just need to change his knee. He really comes in his knee when he comes at you. Outside of that, there's one that patterns good. He's very fresh when you get out of his shoulder, and I actually think his hip design and rear leg function is as good as anything in the class. Young man does a great job on the whip. When you get out and get him kind of posed from the side there, he certainly likes some things about him. Coming out next is one that wants to cave in when you get down to the base of his skeleton, but up high. You certainly like the spread. You like the boldness he has. We just need to open him up and gauge him wider in his footing, and then we can certainly discuss maybe moving him ahead of that one we had here in third. Young lady's bear that comes out next compositionally is very good. He's stout-skulled. He's big-bladed. He's loose in his blade and his forearm. His range and reach behind is an issue. It doesn't match the looseness he has in the front third of his body, but still a heavy-duty bear that's very pliable in his cavity. Give him a nice round of applause as they head back.
Results out of Class 1. First goes to Luke Johnson, custom made on a face down. That custom made's what, over there at Crossroads?
I think so.
I think it's that boar by Brant Houston and Jackson Show Pigs, raised him. Second, John Smock, another custom made on a box office. Third, Logan Patterson, toy box on a conductor. Fourth, Maxon Warner, box office Hilljack. Fifth, Allison Brunk on a Rum Runner, Twisted 4-1. Sixth, Lauren Phillips. Seventh, Emily Singer. Now we have Class 2 in our final class of Chester White Barrows. Weight range 266 to 280. There's only 3 of them at 280. So again, maybe not quite spread out as much as you think, but just going to have 7 head here in this class. Probably end up weighing 4 of them, so your odds are even better yet.
Oh, that's right.
You can at least say you've been scaled at the Ohio State Fair.
Kind of like the ear set on the young lady's bear there.
Yeah. It's got a little character.
Yeah.
A little character to it.
Maybe the fans pushing them just a touch.
Well, it might be hitting the floor and coming back up. Yep.
I think both of them's going to the scale, so.
239 also. 972 would be the Seburnville. I believe. Kids are doing good. Seems like we always have one that blows up.
Yeah, that's what I've been noticing. There isn't one of these Chesters just wanting to fight or run or squeal like there typically is, but we're not done with the show yet.
Yeah, that's true. We probably just jinxed ourselves here. What's what and where's where.
Getting in this bigger, heavier, older class, starting to see some variations in size and length and freshness, and just keeping them all together and proportioned well.
Yep. We apologize. Our young man in pen 3 must have lost his number.
Either that or we're so old we can't see his number from here.
That's what I say. I didn't get my binoculars, but maybe sometimes they'd be handy.
Nice, just consistent, good class of Chesters here.
Yep, wind up our Chester breed. Got the ones with a little more tallness at front end and a couple of them with a little more power. Looks like he's put the final hooey on the class. Gonna be weighing 3 of them. Andy's gonna run back over to the other ring and do a little bit of consultation. So we had a new term for the listening crowd: toe texture.
That is a new one on me.
I assume he's talking about the size and the ruggedness of that, the heaviness of structure.
I would think so.
I always remember when Dad used to sit along ringside and had his little flip notebook and he'd write down terms, and after the show he'd come up to me and, you know, when we talked bone density and those type things, and of course, you know, being a meat science, animal scientist, he's said that won't vary more than 1%, but he was always questioning the new colorful terms that are out there. And of course, if you know Bob Hines, that's things are usually pretty basic, pretty straightforward.
Things have gotten a lot more colorful reasons-wise over the years. A little more descriptive, a little more creative terminology.
They do. Maybe sometimes that's what people like to hear, I guess. Or
well, that's what I heard over the weekend, that they like Mr. Rash giving them the speech from the side and not looking at the hogs.
And just so we get clarity here, there is no relation there between Andy Rash doing our show today and Ryan Rash. That did a junior cross gilts, I believe, and
open Yorks and Landrace, I believe.
Yep, he did it with Brant Smith, I believe, on the crosses.
And Brant's another good young guy that does a great job.
Yeah, just talented. Basics complete. Yep. In the other ring, they're doing Berkshires, so some of the overtone you can hear, or if you just want to hear it straight, go right to Walton Webcasting and kick in on the link that goes to the North Ring. The North Ring is showing Berkshires currently. The nice thing is when you're watching one of the shows, you can just flip back and forth.
That is right.
Kind of like us. Every once in a while we stand up and look at the Berk that he's discussing.
Good kind of shape as you get up on top of it. Maybe wants to get just a little more pinch right there at his M1 junction. And if you want to get technical about it, let's get out and go. Just start find as lengthy of a stride off of his hind tooth as that bear that wins the class.
For an economical option for grinding your own sow feed, check out Sunglow's Sow Base. With an 80 pound per ton inclusion, Sunglow's Sow Base allows you to use your own commodities and feed grinder to make your own, while supporting production in gestation and lactation due to premium ingredients from Sunglow.
We just got done talking about the Berkshires in the other ring. I think Ryan's going to come over and they're going to put the final sword on the top three here. Do a nice job here of just kind of easing them across the scale so we don't get into too many troubles. And walking in now, we don't know exactly who this is. Might be Camden or Keegan, one or the other. Wish we knew.
There's a 972.
That's Jen. Yeah, that's Kenna Seaburn.
1639.
That'd be Balin Helsel. Big old raw made things out here.
Yes, they are.
Was like the Chesters, they never seem to have much problem having big feet and heavy bone. I mean, they.
And if you can keep one together,
and you keep the front end pulled out and not crested, and you kind of got a competitive advantage.
And then if you get one that can go from behind, you're usually in pretty good shape.
You're in the top five usually when that happens. We've watched enough Chesters at these national shows when they combine the Team Purebreds and the NSRs. They've certainly been in the top five. Looks like we got a decision made.
I don't think
Here comes Andy with his comments, class 2.
Interesting class, and there's parts and pieces here that you can hook on to, and then there's one that again just totals up, brings spread, brings substance and density, but does so in just as comfortable of a kind of skeleton as anything else in the class. Young man there in that plaid shirt's driving your class winner. We need to just change him a little bit in his crest, the base of his jaw and his throat latch there. Get a little loose, maybe throw him out of tilter in terms of his pattern from the side, coming and going. He is the stoutest, he is the squarest, he's the most genuine, he's a fresh bear and a nice place to start. And second is one that does need a little bit more bounce and range as you ask him to get out and drive. Young man here in the plaid shirts driving your second place bear comes at you quite a bit stouter in terms of his knee and where his elbow sets in his body. He's got more turn in through his center cavity, and he's got more dimension when you get on him from his hook bones back and down. And then 1 1/3 that from the side pattern's good. It just got to have a better front set in terms of his knee and his elbow. Closes up there at the ground and twists a bit off his rear two. Pattern and obviously length of stride from the side could be in his favor over the one in second. We come out next with one that just rocks in at his knee. His shoulder sets more forward on his body. He's a stout bear that has spread when you get on top of him. Balance is an issue. Like we said, comes at you a little different, and then we get on him from the side and just need to redesign him a bit. He's incredibly hesitant in his step. He's a little bit of a spook. If he could just get out and go and collect himself, we might be able to discuss him above that one that beat him that had the knee issue. We've got one that's really long fronted and clean necked that just gives up spread and total power when you get on top of him, really runs out of gas behind. Let's congratulate these exhibitors for a good class.
Winner of our Class 2 Chester White Barrows is Keegan Smithson, an Enterprise on a CTRS. Second is Balin Helsel, Box Office Jack in the Box. Third, Kenneth Seaburn, Sweet Escape on a God's Plan. Fourth, Cooper Stambaugh, Perfect Fit Over the Top. Fifth, Camden Smith, Custom Built Cover Charge. Sixth, Bailey Dasso. And seventh, Keegan Smithson. They're going over to sort out the next class of Berkshire Bears, but when you come back to the South Ring, the McCoy Show Ring, you will be selecting the grand champion of the Chester White breed. Well, welcome back to the South Ring. We're going to select our grand champion in the McCoy Show Ring for Chester White Breed. First place coming out is Luke Johnson out of Class 1, I believe on a home-raised one. It's a custom-made boar on a face down. We're going to bring out our other first place in Class 2. Keegan Smithson Enterprise on a CTRS. I believe that's a sow. We just put the sow pedigree down.
Second in the class went to Balin Hessel.
I believe they have a decision.
Very nice bears out here, and then there's one that he's going to win very logically, and he's one that's fresh, and he's balanced, and he's comfortable. Young man there in the center of the ring is driving your champion. Give him a real nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Luke Johnson. We'll need to drop out that second place Barrow from Class 1, exhibited by John Smock. Barrow sired by Custom Made back on box office, weighing 250 pounds. Different in maybe how they're built from the side in terms of extensions. You know, there's one out here that, you know, brings some knee pieces just in terms of being bold and stout and heavy structured, and has great just foot texture and utility into his foot wall. You know, great shape and spread up high. Twists a little bit on a back right, and once he got his hand off of him, squared up enough to go ahead and be reserved. Young man right here is driving your reserve. Let's give him a nice hand. Congratulations to John Smock. He
Results of our Chester White Junior Barrow Show. Grand champion goes to Luke Johnson. Again, a custom made on a face down. I believe that's one they raised themselves there at Joey and family. Second goes to John Smock. Again, another custom made box office. Probably one that they raised also. But nice pair here in our Chester Drive. Believe we're going to work our way into some fine Hampshire swine. Is our next breed, it looks like, that's loading.
Sunglow Starter is the second step following pre-starter in the Sunglow Baby Pig Starter Protocol. Coming in at 22% protein and 1.6% lysine, it's the most aggressive approach for sale readiness. Sunglow Starter is used by breeders all over the country to maximize their pigs' genetic potential.
Well, this is the moment we've all been waiting for as a Hampshire enthusiast.
Oh, yeah.
We are to the Hampshire breed here in the Real McCoy Genetics Ring on the south side. Going in as Class 1. We've got 220 to 248. Looks like we got 3 of them at 220, and then they start moving their way up. Those of you in the market class, unlike the breeding gilts, so there's a reason why some of these have been castrated and made into Barrows.
Yeah, our first one out in the ring there, 211.
Yeah, 211 Barrow that Jennifer Bohm's driving. Notice the black front leg, perfectly legal. That's why he probably received the castration knife. And you'll see some even more marked. Loudly, I guess would be. Sure, we'll see some like coming out next. There's one with the white going above the hock.
Yep.
Another no-no when it comes to seed stock side of it. But nice thing is some of these kids can capitalize on those.
That's right.
Coloring mistakes.
And sometimes those coloring mistakes are turn into a really good bear for the family.
And honestly, sometimes some of these breeders are just going ahead and growing them out as a boar. They have to show in the crossbred division, but they still have a pedigree. They still have that. Everybody's always got their comments about the extra white. And it seems like, I always laughed when I was a kid. We always had one that's a little too much white up the hock, but boy, we always got a bunch of them after that.
Yeah.
Somehow that bred on pretty handily, but now the belt over the top, that maybe didn't have a lot of correlation, did anything. But all I know is when we had a white hawk, it seemed like we got several more that weren't marked right. One of the other traits that just one of them happened to notice was little bit of white that kind of goes over the bridge of the nose. That's another one that would take them out of the breeding gilt category or breeding boar, whichever, and put them into the market setting.
Sent the black-legged hog to the scale.
Yeah. Well, if we were good announcers, we would have got that number for you. 1789 goes in. That'd be O'Connor. Another one of those home-raised ones. I think they had a class-winning Hampshire gilt. My guess is probably a littermate or in the junior gilt show.
This is the first call for those Poland China Barrow.
211's the other one. That's Jennifer.
Getting our last one into the ring here, I think. Or maybe we got one more to come in yet.
We got 10 head in this class.
Big class of hamsters.
Well, you know, I'd love to tell you it's a breed on the move. We do have 30 head of hamsters, so 10, 10, and 10 be our classes. Guess we're a little bigger than the Chesters.
Yep.
It's always amazing to me in the hamsters. This is about one of every make, mold, and style. You got some with some skeleton that can go to 280 and look fine, and you got a few that are. This is the ideal weight they're showing at.
Yep. And for what these guys are sorting on with feet and legs, that's been kind of the other thing with the Hampshire breed at times. That
just kind of have to sort it out. Like you put one more in to get weighed.
He's also available to take pictures in the southeast portion of the barn. So if you have pictures that you want taken today, please go see him in the southeast corner of the barn.
27.
Give them Andy and Ryan great credit. They're watching, getting a good look on all these hogs, and especially at this type of a show, and giving the kids a good look and not rushing through things. But
we've got all day, so I don't know. Obviously we're not picking a champion until tomorrow. So
that's right.
Look at that. We even got one of our ring sponsors sitting next to us.
Yeah, there we go.
Old Corb.
He's probably got a Hampshire out here, maybe.
Highly possible. Highly possible. I know he raises quite a few of these hamsters, and Landrace, another breed of his forte, as well as many, many crosses. Can't hardly weighs anything. Got to have crosses.
That's right.
So many county fairs here are shown by weight, and therefore.
And there are very few. Down where I live at, there's a handful of the counties that have purebred barrow shows, and makes it a lot better to have these types of breeds. And then for the majority of them, they better be crosses.
So there is some purebred hogs being shown at county fairs now.
Yep, Clinton County, Fayette, Clark.
And I'm sure there's some others. I apologize to those in listening land. We don't know every one of them, but I know it was a change of pace. Even the old Branch County Junior National there in Coldwater, Michigan is going to have some purebreds this year.
Boy.
So we're a little slow to the game, but we're definitely going to be able to play. Thicker Judge skipped to the other side. He's going to put the eyeball on some fine Poland China swine. There's going to be two classes of you that are listening of Poland Chinas. We're over here judging the thin rinds.
That's right.
Thin rinds from the old Kentucky days. Well, I can about remember, back in the days we talked about the Chester breed. We had 100 Chester sows, and we had 20 Hampshire sows at the same time.
You were a brave man.
You got to have challenges. I mean, if you're going to do this, you need to play with it. And, we've had those good years with the Hampshire, and we've had them years that maybe didn't turn out so good. That's like this summer we've had a Hampshire to go to a state show there in Michigan, and guess what? She didn't make it. Just one of those things that happens. Now, somebody would probably tell you that's just management.
Yeah,
that was the problem.
Probably is.
Got to love our breed here. This old Hampshire deal. Back in the days, they definitely had the muscle and had the shape, and at least we got 3 classes of them.
And if we're looking for those Poland China exhibitors in class number 2, you should be
Looks like our judge came back in the ring. Must have been a quick decision there in the pole and China division. He's going to wait for him to discuss them.
You got any Hampshire? Up here later.
Do you want to enhance consumption, rib shape, body dimension, and overall bulkiness to your project, all while maintaining excellent gut health? Sunglow Stuffed is what you need. Pigs love the proprietary flavor compounds, and you'll love the results you'll see with Sunglow Stuffed.
Well, coming back in the ring here in our Hampshire Drive, we've got Connor Smock walking in as grand entrance new recruit. I believe that is a littermate to his gilt that won a class in the junior show. Then we have
21-27.
That would be Kendall Shalene. That's a Grand Plan, which is a grand entrance son there at Premium Blend on a foot race. And then our final one to come in is Jennifer Bohm, another grand entrance on a coming home. So Class 1 is all about grand entrance. That's a Iverson bull bought at Indiana State Fair 2-3 years ago, maybe. It's kind of fun when you see some of these older sires still putting out class-winning genetics.
Exactly.
That was funny. I remember the Purebred Influence deal at Exposition this year. There was, I think it's a 3.5-year-old boar that sired the champions. So nothing quite goes out of style anymore.
No, things are so different in terms of how some of these grow out and change. And
yep, I love hogs. Here's Andy with comments.
Get into the Hampshires here, and class that can be a little bit of a puzzle, and I really believe that if you stay strong to one area of bias, or maybe you're going to be trading on a trade or two specifically, you could do a lot of different things with this class, and you really want to go and gravitate towards the positives in every class that you're dealt, regardless of weight or breed, and then three out here, their positives are in very different areas. You've got muscle in one with bone and feature, and then silhouette and pattern, and need more to him. The one that we mutually agree on to win, and he's not right in the way he's built up in the front third of his body, is the one that has the most spread, dimension, and just feature. Young lady in the blue shirt is driving your class winner. He's the biggest in terms of his chest. He's the boldest. When you get on top of him, he's the biggest. When he leaves you, not only in terms of column of bone and foot size, but just on general spread. Now, where I'd change him is the way he's designed up front, and it's not necessarily because he's soft in his front feet. I told Ryan, I said his forearm and knee sit in front of his foot, and then he compensates for it by rocking back on his front heel. Need to redesign that a little bit, but get into a pair here next that both pattern better than him, they're stronger in their spine than he is, and the one that suits the second best is the young lady's off belt at the far side. In terms of look and design from the side, that's a very, very good animal. He's got a great attachment in terms of his neck and how it hooks into his shoulder. He's got good proportions. He's very pliable and loose in his build. He comes at you good enough. As he leaves you, he really closes up in terms of his footing. He wants to pressure on his outside toe. He gets his stifle and hock outside his body, coupled with the fact that he needs more spread. That's why he falls in second. Another one that patterns good from the side, but this guy to pattern has to get stiltier. If you really study his angles, he runs his shoulder more upright, his hock and stifle are more in line, but he does have good proportions, and like we said, in terms of balance, when upper line and lower line, he can put it together. There's just not enough there when you get on him and watch him leave you when he comes right at you. Coming out of pin 4 in fourth is one that also has some look up front, and in terms of composition is very, very good. Wants to pinch in his forerib, really wants to pinch at his ham loin, hook up and dry up in his center. At the same time, there's muscle in that hog. He has more to him than the two just ahead of him. We just need to pull him together in terms of balance and just general quality from the side. The young lady in the red shirt comes out with one that, in terms of just stoutness of shoulder blade and skull, can give you a nice look when he first enters the ring. When you get on top of him, he really flattens and gets nondescript out of the back of his blade. He wants to really play out on us from behind. Let's give your Hampshire exhibitors a real nice round of applause.
Results of Class 1 Hampshire Barrows. First goes to Jennifer Bohm on a grand entrance coming home. Second, Kendall Sheline, grand plan on a foot race. And third goes to Connor Smock on a grand entrance new recruit. Fourth, Haley Schneider, ironclad in the house. Fifth, Olivia Jenkins, a Black Panther on a perfection. Sixth, Lexi Kraus. Seventh, Olivia Jenkins. Eighth, Natalie Darner. Ninth, Mason Downs, and Lila Banks is our 10th place. Our judge did head on over to the second class of Poland Chinas, and coming in the class we'll have Class 2 Hampshire Barrows that weight range 255 to 267. There are only 12 Poland Chinas, so those of you on Walton might want to click on over pretty quickly. They're going to be picking their champion in the Poland China arena. We got Class 2 walking in currently. The Hampshires got one young man, 2573. Went on over to the scale. That'd be Reed Bishop. Lost away his. Got a young lady in dark blue asked away her pig.
The man that comes in 3, balance extended, is extremely good. Get into a buzzsaw of a class here, because within this class, he gets a little drier to the middle part of his body. He doesn't handle his high leg quite as comfortably. You like to lengthen him out of his hip, flex him out of his hock just a hair differently, but that's an awfully good kind of a barrow of his own right that lands here in 3. The hog in 4, pattern and overall expression of muscle in the upper part of his skeleton is awfully good. Get down to the ground.
That's Maddie Caldwell. dark blue. Got asked away.
Holds in 5 and 6. Long fighting got him up right here. Like that about him again at the same time. He's one that closes up a little more down low. Need to widen him out in the lower part of your structure. Open him up to the center part of his rib. Give him a shot more dimension of muscle. And the same thing can be said for the young young man.
Again, in Class 2, we're going to have 10 head. Weight range from 255 to 267. We got Mallory Myers, just got asked to go to the ring. Young lady in the peach colored, light orange peach colored shirt, walking towards the scale. Our judge has pulled off 3 of them. I'm sure he's going to try to sort through and see if there's another one. Well, that was pretty quick. You must have had to put just a short fix on something.
Yeah, this one getting older, got to get it about.
Yeah, some things are necessary.
We got a couple at the scale.
Yeah, we got 3 of them over, got scaled. He's just trying to
find him another one, maybe.
Yeah, sort out the masses here. I know there's a couple of them are just not showing for the young people. They just kind of fight their head just a little more than what you'd like.
I think sometimes we're just better off if they'll just let them walk and quit messing with their heads. That's for sure.
Yep.
Especially get one out here, and it's a little different in this show ring with these big fans at times. Some of these hogs.
Well, I've noticed. I remember standing in this ring a few times, and these fans are nice. The old big, the big A fans, and they move some air and it stays comfortable. But there's a bit of a strobe to it.
Yeah.
You know, just it's below the light line.
And we got one there that's wanting to fight the young man, getting into a pin and. Got them lined up to 10. We're going to let 3 of them back out. We've got Ryan Seitz, the judge from the other ring, already in the ring. We're waiting on the ones coming out of the scale. I believe the first one in is Mallory Myers, a direct approach on a stranded. That stranded stuff was pretty good back in the day. He kind of died too young. Got that one dialed in, skin and hair wise. Young lady's doing a good job showing him.
Maddie Caldwell's coming in next, and No Limits, Believe the Hype. A bigger stature going.
Still got some structure to him there, it looks like. Then we got a little guy here.
Got Reed Bishop coming in. Oh, the old Danger Zone, Blind Ambition. Boy, that Danger Zone's a Heinz hog.
Yeah.
Another one of those three-year-old boars that's still siren hogs. Yeah, we've seen that with Grand Entrance.
Yep.
I don't know what High Point's doing over there, but they're definitely got some boars that are generating, even with age. It makes it fun.
3 pretty nice Hampshire bears here.
Yeah, they got a look. They all kind of have a neat look on them.
Yeah.
Looks like Andy and Ryan have made a decision, so here's Andy with Class 2 results.
Another class of hams here that deals again 3 on top that you can find different areas to complement, and then one that just totals up for us in here. Young man in the blue shirts driving your class winner. One that compared to our second place Barrow is quite a bit better, and where his knee and his elbow and his forearm sit when he comes at you. When you get right in behind him from hock to ground, he is more genuine. He's more stable as you look at his foot and where he puts it on the surface or hits the surface. He wants to fight that whip a little bit, and when he does, he shoves his spine up and tucks underneath himself, but his pattern, his design, his density, get him up into that top spot. Obviously, the one that is bolder coming at you and is quite a bit stouter when he leaves you, young lady here in second, is in front of me. Obviously, the stoutest one in the class by some margin. Just need to reshape the way that he is set in his stifle and his hock. Really pushes the limits in terms of where his hock sits in relation to his blade, and he comes right at you. He wants to get plenty out in his elbow, but still, if you want to go with just sheer power spread, you can use that one to win the class. This one's just a little straight and stilty on both ends of his skeleton. If you want to draw a picture in terms of profile, from the bleachers, I can see how you'd maybe like this one in terms of strength of top and his lower line from his elbow back to his sheath and into his flank. Again, just too straight off both ends of his skeleton. Young man finally got this one pulled together. He really fought him, out here when he first came out of the gate and wanted to have his head in the dirt. And as he gets him collected, and I told him, I said, now he's going from the side. I wanted to go ahead and grab him and throw him to the scales because I think from the side and coming at you, that Barrow could be in the top 2 in the class. When you get right in behind him, that's just too much for me in terms of where his hock sits in relation to his foot. He really shifts his weight to his outside hoof, and that hock gets outside of his body, and he's carrying quite a bit of swelling on both of his joints back there as well. But still, from the side and in terms of shape and composition, very good pig. One that's tall-shouldered and good-looking up front, gets a little more brittle about his ankle, more brittle about his front foot, more fragile about his face and his snout, but from there back, his lines sit in him really good. Also has some shape when you get out of the back of his shoulder. We can get to jumbling these up a little bit. Do you want to use sheer bone and muscle down the line, or stay with a couple that maybe have more pliable centers and pattern better? I chose to stay that course. Let's give these Hampshire exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 2 Hampshire Barrows. First goes to Reed Bishop on one of them danger zones on a Bland Ambition. Second goes to Mallory Myers, a direct approach on a Stranded. Third, Maddie Caldwell, a No Limits, Believe the Hype. Fourth, Cooper Stambaugh, Marvel on a Grand Entrance. Fifth, Alexander Knof, direct approach All Eyes. 6, Marissa Graham. 7, Mallory Mitchum. 8, Caitlin Yoder. 9, Lucas Banks, and Tristan Flory winds out our top 10. We have one more class, the Hampshire Barrows, that are going to be coming in the ring. They're over in the other ring right now. They're selecting the grand champion in the Poland-China division. So I'd suggest you guys click on North Side and watch the champion.
Sunglow Game On has become synonymous with one word: winning. Truly, there is nothing else like it, and the proof is in the banners. Ask any Major League feeder, and they'll tell you Game On is in their arsenal. Game On's proprietary blend of highly digestible proteins and fat sources helps support bulk, muscle shape, and freshness without getting animals too fat. Thousands of winners can't be wrong.
Welcome back to the Hampshire side. We're on our final class of Hampshire Barrows. I believe our weight range is roughly 275 to 280. First one in gets a chance to go to the scale. That's Cade, if I think we're right.
Behind the holding and placing pins today. And it is a water-only show, so please make sure that is the only thing you are putting on the barrows today. Water only, no oil, paint, whitewash of the like.
They keep making the announcements. There's no oil, no whitewash, no
nothing.
I believe water is the only thing we can spray down these animals with. And like we talked earlier, it's also a rectopamine-free show. That's one of Cade Hall's entries. I don't know which one. That's a 19 litter. Would it be the Cale's got 2 of them in this class. That's his 19 litter pig. He also had Grandin Reserve Hampshire Junior Gilt.
And they've done good in those Hampshire Gilt shows.
I see they were like 5th and 6th overall when they went over to the...
Were they?
Yeah, to the big ring.
We sent this young man to the scale, it looked like.
This is just a reminder that after our Purebreds show today, we will be breaking for lunch, and the Ohio Youth Swine Committee will have their sponsorship auction, where they will be offering the
This young lady's going to the scale.
Ohio State Fair, including the exhibitor
That'd be Lindsay.
barn crew t-shirts, skill-taught rooms, the swine barn.
Sometimes Lindsay wears the necktie and sometimes she doesn't. I'm used to seeing her in that. But she does have the standard white shirt.
Yep.
You can usually spot her with that.
Streaming of the shows. At that time, the Buckeye Barrow boosters will also have their annual pin auction to support this year's breed champions. That will also happen during our lunch break this afternoon. And during our cross show, the Buckeye Barrow boosters will have their silent auction.
He peeled off his forehead pretty quickly. We're still missing one.
Pretty easy for to pin pretty quick.
Yeah, boom.
Again, we're looking for those Landry.
Looked like the quality in this drive's probably as deep as we've had.
Last one, Landry Sparrows to the north right.
There's our most painted up Hampshire of the day right there, going away through the center of the ring.
Yeah, that one's not going to pass the seed stock check. Hence why it's in the barrow ring. A little extra white running up the hock line. So hard sometimes in this breed is to get the rib cage to turn and be robust, and then if you do, they get kind of small in terms of their skeleton. It's that ultimate challenge you're after.
We got us a runner there. He's going to see the whole, use the whole ring on that one.
Make sure we check out every corner.
He would be athletic, I think the terminology would be.
Kind of like you, athletic, right?
Yeah, very, very athletic.
Did you turn 50 yet?
End of September, I will be 50.
5-0.
Not as old as you.
No. I'm still got a few more age, a little more wisdom.
Yeah.
But
feel good. I got a head of hair for 50.
Yeah, you've done well. You've done much better than I have in that category.
Need to shave the old scruff off, and maybe I wouldn't look so old.
Yeah, when you come to public, we just need to shave you up a little more, kind of present you.
Well,
it's kind of like taking your pig to a show. Yeah. I mean, you need something to. You just don't take a pig with his natural hair set. You got to kind of trim off the loose ends, and
we like them shaggy now.
Well, we do. I've heard a lot about that through the show. Haven't heard about it today yet, but I assume when we hit the crosses, we'll talk some shag.
That.
Of course, if anybody's watching lamb shows, that's about all they talk about.
Yeah.
They like the shag on this one, and
full-time job getting those legs ready.
Yeah, we played that game a few years, and that is work. Get them legs to look right. There's those who do and those who don't.
For sure.
I'm even looking along ringside. I see several Michiganders may venture down to the Ohio State Fair.
They must have opened the border up.
They must have. Even the Dougie Fresh Albright has graced us with an appearance.
Oh boy.
A couple from Monroe County, I see. Yes, I believe this is Cade, isn't it? Cade Sponsel. And, what color is that?
Well,
how would you officially term that?
I don't know what you would call that. Is that peach?
Peach salmon cross?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's Wyatt. Those of you on ringside, I apologize. That's Wyatt.
I think that.
Yeah,
like
Cade's coming out here in the blue.
AJ was helping that young man there in the peachy salmon-y collared shirt.
So we've got four head out here. This one's getting a little more serious in this drive. We've got the young man in the kind of plaid shirt or multicolored shirt is Cade Hall, and his is a flood zone, believe it. We've got Wyatt King. We talked about the color of shirt there, kind of a salmon orange kind of colored. Everyone knows on a grand entrance. Lindsay Doors out here in white. The only female in the drive that's in the top four. Marvel on a Man Amongst Boys. And then that leaves 278, Mr. One and Only, Cade Sponsel. Marvel, dang, danger zone on the downside.
Man, you're doing the
well, I'm getting some advertisement for that boy. Nice group of bears.
Yeah,
I mean, for being heavyweights.
Yep.
They're carrying their weights. And I think I know which one I like. We'll see if they agree.
Nice class here to close the Hampshire breed, and a pair on top, and they're very different in what they bring to the table. There's one that's just absolutely ready to rumble. He's the most genuine, coming and going. Doesn't have as much bounce in his step than the one we're going to use reserve off his rear tube particularly, but big time spread up high, incredibly fresh. Like I said, coming and going, very, very genuine. Young man here right in front of me is driving your champion.
Champion was White.
I thought it was over. If we get into the second place bear, she's right in front of me, young lady in the white shirt here. Big, big feature in terms of his forearm, and this is the one I said has bounce in his step. You know, Ryan and I talked briefly and said if we could just maybe change a little bit of what we're consuming here, what could this one look like, and what would we talk about with him being in a Hampshire ring with feet and legs like that. He does get bland out of his blade. He wants to get a little crease there in his back line, but still a very, very good pig. For third and fourth, you can maybe flip these if you choose to. I'm going to stay with one that I think just has more comfort, in terms of his rear third and how he uses it. The young man's blue shirt is going to drive our third place bear. When you get up into the front third of his body, he is carrying a little bit more throat than the bear we've got in fourth, but like I said, where his hock sits, his stifle sits, his design of rear third is the advantage. When you get on top of the young man's bear on the far side, he is as big and bold out of the back of his blade as anything in the class, actually even more so than maybe even our class winner. I think a bear that when you really study him in terms of his joint work, you really just got to give him more angle and more flex in terms of his rear column of bone. We come out next with one that just comes at you a little too lazy in his knee. Need to just design him when he comes right at you a little bit better, but really study him in terms of his hip length and hooks to pins and where he sits back there in the rear third of his body. You can find some value in that bear. At the same time, he really runs his spine up too high, gives him a look of uncoordination and just ill balance in the rear third of his body. We certainly appreciate the length of hip he has. Young man in the red shirt's driving one that's compositionally very good, square chested, but when you really study his upper line, he runs downhill in terms of his blade. He gets a little higher at the point of his hip. Come out next with one that's really long and clean fronted, has some features just too flat in his frame. Give your Hampshire exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, results here in our Class 3 Hampshire Barrows. First goes to Wyatt King, started by TSP 0. Everyone knows, bore there at upper hand on a grand entrance. Second is Lindsay Dorr out of the Marvel Boar. We've heard that a bunch of times through the summer. Marvel there at Premium Blend, man amongst boys on the dam side. 3, Cade Sponsel, another Marvel. There's that danger zone on the bottom side. 4th, Cale Hall, Flood Zone on a Believe It. 5th, I don't think I wrote down. I'm slipping. Well, I know 5th would be 6th. Lucas Banks, Mad Max, Barn Talk. 6th, Blake Valrath. 7th, Derek Mitchum. 8th, Jacob Hiles. And 9th, Kate Gross. So now we're going to be, they're over in the other ring selecting a class winner in one of those breeds. We are going to go into our champion in the Hampshire breed. So as we go back through and look at some of the class winners, I know when he was announcing that last class, he might have made a slip.
Yeah,
I think he might have. I don't know. I don't want to sound like that's set in stone, but yeah, I think he did like the class winner fairly well, which we can totally understand. But again, no decision has been made. We've got Class 1 and Class 2 to compete against them. They're over there talking that next class before we do our champion drive. So kind of going through a lot of this. We've got several different sires represented, but several of them have done fairly well. We'll take a quick break here, and then we'll get into our champion drive. We're back over in the Real McCoy Genetics Ring, other known as the South Ring. We're going to select our champion Hampshire Barrow. Winner of Class 1 is Jennifer Bohm. That grand entrance on a coming home. Black-legged Barrow. Talked about his power and his muscle. Then we've got our young man Reed Bishop coming out. Again with his danger zone on a Bland Ambition. 256-pounder. And we got the winner of our Class 3, the Wyatt King. He is a everyone knows on another grand entrance on the bottom side. So we've got a couple of grand entrances being there at High Point and Danger Zone at High Point, and then we've got everyone knows they're at Upper Hand.
good representation, I think, from 3 classes here, and you know, you get into you know, some of these breeds like this, and you never know where they're all going to knot up. Are they lights? Are they heavies? And it just so happened, you know, the bigger they got, I think the deeper the classes fell. At the same time, let's take nothing away from a lightweight that's very, very fresh, from one that comes out of the second class that, you know, comes out of his particular class with feature and column of bone, and just one that had some proportionality and some balance. Then we've got a heavyweight that, like I said, coming in Going's the most genuine. He's ready to rumble. Young man out of the 3rd class is your champion. Give him a nice hand.
Congratulations to Wyatt King. He has your champion Hampshire Barrow. We'll need to drop out that 2nd place from Class 3, exhibited by Lindsay Dorr. Barrow sired by Marvel, back on Man Amongst Boys, weighing 275 pounds.
Bring in the second to that champion, and like I said back, you know, in the class, is one that just has actual spring in his step, and if you watch him go, there's not a tight bone in his body. Yeah, we'd like to freshen him up out of the back of his blade just a bit and just pop him a little bit in terms of his center punch, but a very, very good skeleton is something to study. Young lady 2nd in Class 3 is your reserve. Give her a nice hand as well.
Congratulations to Lindsay Dorr. She has your reserve grand champion, Hampshire Barrow.
Just a quick recap in the Hampshire barn. We've got Wyatt King exhibiting our grand champion. It's an everyone knows on a grand entrance. Reserve champion comes out of that 3rd class of Hampshire Barrows, goes to Lindsay Dorr on a Marvel on a Man Amongst Boys. So coming in the ring next, I believe we are going to do the spotted swine.
Sweet.
So is it spotted or spotted Poland China?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, you've kind of got a few spot sales there at the Vaughn Farms.
We do.
And sometimes I think we've got 3 classes of spots for those of you in listing land.
Sweet.
So another one of those breeds that's got decent numbers. I believe on the backside over here, we're about ready
some
to.
land races coming in.
Oh no, we're not quite to a champion drive yet, are we?
No, they're, I think, getting the 2nd class.
Second class around.
I think we've had about 2 classes of everything here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Minimally, we got 2 classes. I think some breeds had like 15 to 18, and still represented 2 different classes. So landrace thing keeps getting better every year.
Yeah, they've definitely got improvements, gotten better.
You ever had a landrace?
Yep. Cameron showed the David Korb's first landrace winner at the Ohio State Fair. I don't remember what year that was, but
I gotcha. Probably 2009 to somewhere there.
12, 13,
12, 13.
I don't know. It all ran together back then. Cam was the first one to win with the D Korb landrace. Barrow, same year he had the reserve landrace gilt from D Korb that year.
Littermate?
No.
Not a littermate. We've got 3
classes of
Judge
spots.
Just asking how many spotted Barrow fine swine do we have? We have 3 classes. So I believe we're going to start letting them out here pretty quick.
Those of you looking for an auction program.
The first class of spotted Barrows will be 11 head. They will weight range from 220 to 250. Most of them kind of being 238 and more. Just a couple of them there in the lightweights.
Again, those programs are available in the Family Key storeroom. If you do purchase anything from either auction, you will also settle your bill in the Family Key
I always think it's fun to judge the spotted class because when you look at them going one way, they look one way, and then they look the other way with those color patterns going both different ways. Sometimes you have a hard time regathering. Oh, that's the one.
Yeah, they especially they can be so different side to side, and
they can
always picking a show side if your kid's showing one on what.
Yeah, try to make the left-hand turn all the way around the ring, or the right hand, whichever way. For whatever reason, sometimes this breed doesn't want to, what I call, release their head.
Yeah.
They won't just let you let you go. And I always remember one spotted breeder told me once, he goes, you got to work with them young. Get them to understand what the whip is, kind of like the Berkshires a little bit. Just let them understand what the whip is. It's not going to hurt you. And then that way you can get them broke. Kind of like this young lady. She's obviously worked with this one very well.
I think she's worked with that one well. Hey, there's our first mullet I've seen today.
Hey, we got one finally. Yeah, you said you were going to judge those today.
Yep.
Just haven't had much of a selection.
That one's pretty nice.
It's got some flair to it. Wonder if you think that's got a perm in it or not? Just natural.
I don't know. He may be natural.
Did you ever have a mullet?
Well, I had a little bit of a mullet. You know, that was the style back in the day.
Was that 80s? Late 80s?
Late 80s, you know.
First 90s?
You got to be cool.
Got to be?
You got to fit in where you can.
Yeah. I tried that for a summer.
I got it a little too hot when it come to the summertime. It had to get cut off.
Yeah. Oh, I thought maybe you had to ponytail it.
No.
Get the little single ponytail.
I don't think Mrs. Vaughn would think that a ponytail would be good.
She's a good woman. Oh, 1789. I believe we got one of the Smock boys. That'd be Connor.
Yep.
Going to get weighed.
Those boys have done a great job with all their stock. Always have them dialed
multiple breeds, and they're just highly competitive.
Yep. This young lady here's kind of out of my school. I tell my kids always just go straight to the scale whether they need to or not.
Is that the trick? Is that the way you do it?
Well, you know, you got to be confident.
1937.
You got to do what you got to do.
That was Destiny Reed. I believe that's a Hemp Hill girl in pin 3. I'm missing my mark here.
Alex Vaughn didn't lack for confidence, so she always kind of knew what she was doing. She was easy to spot out in the ring, so.
It's good to get noticed.
Yeah.
It's good to get noticed.
Always had the luxury of her being probably the tallest girl here. Long blonde haired and always showed
had the bling belt.
Yep.
Gotta have the bling belt.
People could point her out pretty easy.
We've also pinned Abby Ferryman to get reevaluated.
I'm weighing 4 in this.
I'm guessing we may weigh more than that. I don't know.
Quality seems pretty good in this class. Got several numbers.
I always kind of laugh the lightweight classes. Sometimes they don't have enough size to go off on their legs yet.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just thinking Hampshires.
Yeah. Well, the spots are always interesting to me, that you'll see some of them that are pretty moderate and boxy, and then see some of them that are, like we talked in the Hampshires, that probably done at this size, and then see some of them that got some frame and grow and can go into the heavies. And a few of these bears I think he put to the scales are still the type that could go a few more weeks and still be good.
I think we're going to weigh 5 in this Kaylee Jennings barrow. We're going to.
He must
excuse me,
be liking that.
Well, we start a new breed. Sometimes, you got to set the bar, don't know exactly where that's at, and you get into a high quality deal and you throw a few more in, and it doesn't cost any more to weigh them. So
nope, might as well.
Make them all eligible.
Oh, Rash put our boy with the mullet in.
7.
Hey, I give him a 10 on his mullet.
I would too. I think that he's rocking it.
Rash going to roll over to the land race here, I believe.
Gonna go watch the heavyweight crosses or land races over there. I don't even know how many cross classes we got. That's going to be
You got the sheet there.
Somewhere. I assume that's going to be a rather large show.
I would think. Typically numbers have always been bigger and better on the crosses. Always seem like they equal about what the Pures do totally.
Well, I forgot, we got darks and lights, don't we?
Yes, we do. We've had that for quite a while.
Yeah, kind of a neat change there in the crossbred ring. 20. There'll be 25 classes of dark crossbreds.
25.
And our light crossbreds will be 8.
Yeah, it used to be the total opposite, that there was
more blues, wasn't there?
More blues.
There was a trend line there for a while.
Used to be just a few of the darks. Now there's lots of those.
It is about true, though. You go to most producers' farms, and they got the black influence on both sides of the pedigree, so you look in the pens, and predominantly blacks, and you might even find a few solid blacks.
Exactly.
Well, being you're looking over my shoulder, how's the landrace show going?
It looks really good. We got 4 out there. They're cussing and discussing. Sights is...
So using hand gestures?
We're down to 2.
Those of you curious, the North Ring is doing the last class of landrace.
We'll have to...
Good class here to work through, and as we get up here in the top down pair that I think is going to move herself on up to the forefront. Young lady pair that starts this class is one that I think in terms of shape and dimension of muscle you have to be appreciative of.
If I remember right, you had some interest in the landrace ring with a family you helped.
The one that just won this last class is the one we raised.
So you're saying they did it without you?
They did it without me.
You're over here watching spots and bird dogging across the ring? Shouldn't say you're not watching, because you are.
Well, I am watching. Young lady's done a good job with him. Mate to our guilt that won her class at the summer type conference.
As he goes away from it, but a good kind of affair here. Love the center body depth and the condition over his rib, just kind of right in terms of his feel. Nice pair there. Changing just a little off of his time too. Young lady Honky comes out next. There's another one I think just kind of falls right into third.
Well, welcome back over here in the Real McCoy South Ring. Oh, I believe coming out first. Coming out there was 323. There we go. That's Kaylee Jennings coming out.
That is the last one he sent to the scale.
Next one out is a young lady, 701, Abby Ferryman.
1877.
That would be Emily Hemphill coming out with the blue striped shirt.
Cassidy West, please come to the
Kind of maroon, light colored maroon shirt. Young lady driving in the middle of the ring, 1837. That'd be Destiny Reed.
And then the smock boy.
And then we have the Mr. Connor Smock.
Really nice, 5 nice barrows out here.
Actually, 5 barrows that could go to heavier weights.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just not like stuck as littermate or lightweights.
Yeah.
A lot of times in the lightweight classes, you find a few that are a little moderate, and really that's where they end.
These got some future to them, and
they do.
Pretty uniform group too.
New to this year, the barrows are not terminal here, correct?
Yes, not kind of a different deal.
Show them, take them home, go to your county fair if you have one later, or obviously the open show will be tomorrow, but you could go take them on to another show. I don't know, some of them can always last till September and go to the National Barrow Show, but
there's some of these
it's only 30 days.
Yep.
35 days, 40 days. The way these kind of look, that might be an option.
I think you're right.
I mean, we got structure, we got build, we got look.
Probably as a whole, bringing 5 back out, these are probably 5 of the best on their feet and legs of any of the group that's been out here today.
That's
just
a
to
good comment.
watch them. I mean,
well, you knew it was going to be a good class when he pulled off 5 to reweigh. And I mean, I could see these two debating. I mean, just because they're all pretty good.
There's some that got maybe a little more spread up high. Some maybe a little taller and trendier looking, but fronted, but really a nice.
Well, Andy's going to give us his comments. Class 1, spots.
Good class of spots here, and there's 3 that come out and have balance and hit you with that appeal and make you study even further. And when we do that and break them down, the class winner is closest to me, the young lady here in the striped shirt. And when he does get his right pace, and just to be honest, I don't know that his pace is in 5th gear, and I don't think it's in 1st. I think it's somewhere in between, because when he does get to going too fast, he does want to get a little erratic in how he uses those back to and toss them outside of his body. But when he collects his own gear, he is the biggest and boldest at the base of his chest. He's the freshest in terms of his forerib and center body. The spread he has down his back is as good as anything in the class. He's the most genuine when he leaves you. And compared to our 2nd place Barrow, he simply has more foot size, more lower arm, and his blade and knee is bigger and bolder. Young lady closest to me is driving your 2nd place Barrow with a great look from his lower shoulder forward. He's too is as fresh as anything in the class when you get on top of him. Has a great pattern and silhouette. Read him running just a little bit more brittle about his ankle, his front foot and toe, and when you get back in behind him, you could just give him a little bit more feature compared to the spread he's got on the top side of his body. Kind of a meat and potatoes Barrow here coming in 3rd. He's the biggest in terms of his rear bone and rear foot size of the top 3. He has incredible spread to his center cavity, and the turn and roundness he has to his rib cage is as good as anything in the drive. When you watch him come right at you, he's big in his chest, but he has to elbow out and pigeon toe to get that kind of spread. We need to set everything inside of his body a little bit more in the front side of him there, but from there back, certainly like some things about him. You can do some discussing here between the next 2, and for me, young ladies Bear is going to drop in 4th from a pattern perspective, and one that combines a unique look up front with a big blade and forearm and skull. He does some really neat things. I think that Bear is ultra cool when you get into him up through his forearm shape and his front foot. Get right in behind him. He wants to get rigid in his posture and his ankle, and wants to knuckle a bit, and he just closes up in terms of his rear too, gets a little shorter hip. The Bear that comes in 5th is super pliable and big in his center body. He slacks in his frame, and he wants to do some different stuff with his back too. He kind of comes in to out. We see several that you hear a judge say is outside of his body or throws him outside of his skeleton. This one actually comes inside of of his frame and then throws his wheel outside of his body. We need to give him a more north and south kind of a running gear, but still like the power in his skull. I like the spread he has to the center part of his body. Young lady coming out of the 6th hole has another moderate barrow that's a little stretchy in terms of his side for how elevated he is or lack thereof. He puts a little extra stretch in him and kind of gives him a different look from the side. At the same time, where he is good compositionally, that's a good barrow. He's big in his front foot. I think in terms of just sheer substance of bone and just density of bone, that one's as good as anything in the drive as well. Young man comes out next with one that from his shoulders back can play. He really gets plenty greasy up through his neckline, his throat latch. He wants to just rock in at his knee. From there back, a good barrow, square in his hip and fundamental in his kind. Give him a nice round of applause as they head back.
Winner of our spot barrows, Emily Hemphill, Riot on a Lampoon. Second goes to Destiny Reed on a double down Lampoon. Third, Abby Ferryman, Speak Up Carnal. Fourth, Kaylee Jennings with a double down Slipknot. Fifth, Connor Schmock, Hard Knocks Scorpion. And seventh, Connor Wurzelbacher, Throwdown Loudmouth. They slipped over to do the championship of the landrace breed. So those of you on Walton, shift on over to the north ring and you can see the grand champion drive for the landrace division.
Sunglow Explode is the industry standard Paleine supplement. Explode is fully fortified with 23% protein and 1.6% lysine, which are two critical components for building muscle. If you need the added boost of carcass leanness and added daily gain that Paleine gives you, coupled with Sunglow's patented formulation, it's a no-brainer to have Explode in your arsenal. Thousands of champions choose Explode.
Tamworth Barrows in class number 1, please make your way.
Well, welcome back. We're in the South Ring, the Real McCoy Genetics Ring. Class 2 is entering the ring. They range in weight from 252 to 261 is our rate range. What you think of that landrace show over there?
Hey, I like the champion real well.
Yeah, one of those Vaughn bred hogs. Good thing Cameron was around the farm to get that taken care of.
That's right. Somebody's got to do that.
Exactly. He said that one was a littermate to one he had some success with early.
Yep, gilt that's done awful well on the circuit and winter class, summer type conference.
Always fun. Gotta like accolades. Again, we're just letting in class 2 here. We're starting to see a little deviation in types and kinds.
Now we're getting into some of these that are a little hodgepodge, ain't they?
They are. Our young lady just walked in and went, that one's got like a running gear on that one.
Yeah.
That one can flat go. That one hot-footed all the way over to the scale. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could teach your hog to do that, that'd be all right. I know we've seen this young lady weigh him before here. The 804. Yep, Claire Lampy.
Got another one he's sending to the scale here. Hello. Yeah. I'm doing Walton broadcasting with Hines right now.
So we've got another one, 2 of them pulled in. I believe John LaFountain's another one. I haven't quite got my young lady's number yet. 2259. That'd be Madison Prince. A pair from the northwest corner of the state. What'd you do? Get a call for?
That is the boss lady.
Yeah, when the wife calls, sometimes you just go ahead and
listen.
answer. I totally agree with you. If you ask them, we're probably not very good at that.
That's for sure.
Not intentional, just doesn't get answered. I think we've got 3 of them at least pulled out.
Yeah, I doubt if he's going to weigh quite as many,
more.
maybe,
Sorry.
will he?
Got one more young lady that got pulled in. We got one more too. 2139. Be Kinsey Hancock. And then we have our. There's one other young lady that got pulled in here, dressed in a. And he made quick order there of the 6 through 10.
Yeah, I don't think that was a hard sort. There's our first good squealer of the day out there.
I was having a bad day. And 1390 is our other young lady. That'd be Lillian Gerhardt. So we got 5 again.
He did
Tell
weigh
you
that
what,
many.
I mean, he's getting serious on these spots.
Yeah.
Getting serious, see how many we can weigh and reweigh. And
I think consistency of the spots so far have been as good as any breed on this side of the ring, top to
I
bottom.
mean, when you can pull 5,
yeah,
and then you got to sit there and look at the 5 and try to decide how to get them lined up. This would be the Lillian Gerhardt entry, Double Down Lampoon. Another young lady coming in, I believe. That's the Lampy girl, isn't it? Claire Lampy. Bert on a Instant Addiction.
He's got a lot of black on him. Maybe down in the Southwest he could classify a little bit different.
Go both ways with that one.
Yep.
Depends on how you feel. The young lady in the plaid multicolored shirt is Madison Prince. Throwdown Marty. A young lady in the pinstripes here to the left of us, 2139. That's Kinsey Hancock, Double Down Big Dream.
And we got one young
man going to compete against these ladies, and that would be the John LaFountain, an unstoppable loudmouth. You guys raising any spots?
Yes, we do. We didn't have a litter, or did we? Yeah, I think we did this year that were kind of an off-age thing, and the last couple of litters we've had were real good.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the spot deal takes a pretty good one.
Cam's always enjoyed the spots.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember him showing them back in the day.
Second call, class 3, stop arrows. Please make your way to the south ring. Hold it pins. Second call, class 3, stop arrows to the south ring.
They're cussing and discussing here.
Well, you got a really, he meant to comment, athletic one, and he's probably not the biggest legged one, but
yeah.
Got a lot of the other bases covered. And you got a couple of them with some big rear legs on them. Tough, durable, stout. But I think they've got a decision made.
Yep, so Rash is going to come.
Andy Rash is going to give his comments on spot 2, class Barrows.
Again, exhibitors only behind the holding pins and the placing pins.
Good class of spots here, and good discussion on several high-quality pigs. Our first place was unwavering, but from there, you can do some different things. Young lady at the far side is driving your class winner. She comes in with one that not only puts the totals together, but has some pieces that really set out there and stand out within this particular breed. He comes through as one of the densest and boldest through his cavity and through his chest, and he's one of the broadest when you get on top of him. He's as good balanced as anything. He is the loosest built, or one of the 2 loosest built in terms of his spine. His hinge is good from behind, and I think that Barrow's angles and everything sit in him very good, plus he's fresh on top of it. Nice place to start. And second is one you could say could be a little fresher in terms of his center cavity. We could just open him up a little bit right in behind his elbow. Young lady in the center of the ring here is driving your second place Barrow, enormous feet. He has bigger feet than our class winner, and I was explaining maybe just a little bit of what we saw in those 2. That Barrow when he first started had a very soft touch in how he used his rear foot to drive himself around the ring, and as the drive goes on, he starts slapping just a little bit harder, but that's being awful picky on a heavy duty one that's incredibly loose built in terms of his kind. From here, I think you can do some different things. There's one that is incredibly beautiful down his top line, and certainly has a boxy kind of a look when you get out of his hip with a big stout rear foot and rear bone. For me, he drops in third when he comes right at you. He wants to get his elbow outside of his body, his shoulders a little winged out. If we can set him in there and just give him a more comfortable step, and his extra presence when you get on top of him, his extra look from the side can maybe go ahead and jump into that second spot. He does have a fresher look to the center part of his body than our second place Barrow. The far side is a dark pigmented one that gets a good look from the side. When you get right on top of him, he simply narrows down his top line. He gets more bland about his look there, but a nice place to follow. A young lady to my left, just a really complete Barrow that just wants to get a little tighter in terms of his drive behind. He kind of tosses his wheels outside of himself. His hips a little shorter. thus doesn't have the ability to just reach and almost get out and cover the ground like we'd like to see. But like I said, Total's Barrow that from the side, has some look of balance. We come out next in pin 6 with one that's incredibly pliable, about a center body, very loose built, good hind leg. When you talk about big-footed, deep-toed, good angles and bends and how their joints work behind, study this one's rear third. As you come from there forward, he gets a little wastier. His elbow pushes a little bit more grease there. His throat latch gets a little out of balance. Good class of spots. Let's give him a nice hand. Very good exhibitors.
Well, we're sitting here putting down our placings. The spot deal's gotten pretty competitive. Whoa, whoa.
Hams.
Had a couple of them reversed there. Results of our Class 2 spotted barrows. First goes to Lillian Gerhardt, a double down on a Lampoon. I believe the double down boards there at Top Cut Genetics. I think he was at one of the Southern Type Conferences. Second was Madison Prince, a throwdown on a Marty. Third, John LaFountain, Unstoppable Loudmouth. Fourth, Kinsey Hancock, a double down Big Dream. Fifth, Claire Lampy on a Burt Edston Addiction. Not sure if that's correct. I think those two might be reversed. Sixth, Caden Bryant. Seventh, Nolan Barney. Eighth, Kinsey Miller. And ninth, Carly Nykamp. We're going to have one more class of spotted fine swine. We're going to have 8 head in this class, range of weight 268, and then there's 4 of them at 280. I think they're over there consulting on the Tamworth breed. I think the numbers of the Tamworth are up this year. We've got, I think, 2 classes of these, of the Tamworth breed that's going on in the North Ring right now.
For sure is perfect for use in times of stress and when extra hydration from electrolytes and nutrition are needed. Start For Sure a week out from your target show by mixing 1 scoop in your pig's feed twice a day, and then mix in their water to hydrate heavily the day leading up to and on show day. Remember, if they won't drink, they won't win. Keep your animal and their muscle fresh and hydrated with Sunglow For Sure.
Coming in the ring now, we've got South Ring, Brill McCoy Genetics. We've got Class 3 spotted barrows, 8 head, 268 to 280. This will be our final class of spotted market hogs. Those of you on Walton, the other ring right now is showing Tamworth barrows. There's going to be 2 classes of those.
That's the balanced one. That's the one that's got the look from the side. And you're exactly right. You want to take the pattern of this one. He is the best in class. At the same time, you get up on top of him. If you get behind him, he's got to have more stuff to him. Simply put, he's got to have more muscle shape. He's got to have more dimension as you get back behind him. He's sound structured, great balance. Love those things about him. We just got to have more muscle in that guy to move any higher. The one in 4 actually has more muscle, and you like that about him. Tremendous type of squareness and shape as you get up on top of him. Lots of power as you get back behind him. At the
Well, compared to a few years ago, seems like these spots have got a little taller fronted and got a little better look at it. You know, show pig look, I guess, is maybe the term, but that elevation and style. Young lady 6'13", that'd be Emma Wheeler, getting weighed.
I think we're starting to see the age on a few of these, and just maybe not balance in proportion as well.
Well, you know, if they just take the upper weight limit off, we could just show them willy-nilly. We just show them wherever we want to.
I don't know if these have quite as much punch in their back as some of those earlier classes do, but another young man there into the scale.
Yeah, he's still trying to
find him a third one, I think.
Yep.
I'm going to guess that he's going to struggle to weigh 3 or 4 tops.
Yeah, Gavin Lockard was the second one that got brought into the scale.
I think he's sending the young lady rolling down the
fence line
there to the scale.
That'll be our 3, I would guess.
Yeah, I'd say he's going to probably start placing them now, if I'm guessing.
In between the pork chop and the swine office. So again, if you are looking for lunch, the Ohio Pork Council is here with sandwiches in between the pork chop and the swine office.
You're going to have me strangled
I'm all tangled up over here. That's what I get for trying to watch the show behind us. You stand up and you kind of wind yourself in a cord.
He is from Michigan, folks.
Yeah.
Give him a little bit of a break.
Let's at least say we're a Michigan State fan, not you them. Let's at least stay there. That would be the land grant up there.
He's not from that other school up north.
We don't talk much about them.
I think Rash is a little perplexed out here on probably putting in the young man next.
Well, I think he made good work here at the bottom end of our class. Had to step over and wet his whistle.
Now he's probably got to go check out the Tamworths for the second class.
I don't know. Not even sure what we're going to have
What do we
next
have
breed.
after this? We're probably done, aren't we?
Well, we got Herefords. We still got...
Are the Herefords over there?
I don't remember seeing the Herefords. Rocks, Wiltshires. I think that's all we got left is Herefords. I don't know which ring they'll end up in. Then we'll do 25 classes of dark crosses.
There we go. Is that what we're starting with, or starting with lights? I don't.
Well, that's a need-to-know basis.
I don't need to know much anymore.
Exactly. If I tell you, then I got to kill you. And then just nothing
Wouldn't
goes
be
right
good.
then. Yeah, nothing goes right. It's kind of like county fair judges.
That's right.
Can't let anybody know who the judge is.
It's got to be secretive.
Yep.
Got to be secretive.
Sometimes you are shocked, and sometimes you're happy, and sometimes you're whatever. And
Yep.
I don't know that it would have made a lot of difference on what you brought or what you bought, but sometimes that always seems like it's a comforting thing to know who's sorting the event. Well, the young lady here is 2306. It's the one we didn't have. That's Megan Hancock. Young lady in black is Emma Wheeler and Gavin Lockard. I think that's right. 1927. Yep, Gavin Lockard is the young man representing the spotted breed in the class of 3, or the final 3, I should say. like they've
made their decisions pretty
hashed
quick.
and rehashed, and
Rash
we're going
is
to have
coming
a
to the microphone.
discussion of Class 3.
Good class. There's 3 out here that they're a little different, and I've said that a lot, but in some of these classes and breeds that get a little bit, like Skittles to put together, you got to kind of gravitate, towards your roots and just bear down and find the quality and the value in each of them as individuals. And in doing that, the one that wins is the young man's bear in the center of the ring. He is the most athletic. He's the most comfortable. He's a fresh bear in terms of his cavity and his body texture. He's not the boldest when you get on top of him. He comes maybe a hair flatter in his full rib and right out of the back of his blade. At the same time, that's balance, and that's one that can get out and has pep and bounce in his step. Nice place to start. Between these two, we're going to come back to one that's just incredibly stout. Wish this bear was sounder, and as he fought the whip, he got even a little tighter than when he started in terms of his rear posture and hock. But when you get on top of this one, it is an enormous rib cage. He is absolutely stout in terms of the spread he has to his back, and gets out of his hip with a big, powerful, upper spread. Bear needs laid back in his knee and his blade, and like we said, needs more give and cushion in the surface. That's in favor of the one we have here in third. And honestly, this bear is just toe texture and how soft he pushes into the shavings here is what we appreciate. He wants to get his forearm just a little forward, his forearm and his knee sit in front of his foot. He's lower set in his blade, and honestly, I'm not one that needs short pigs, but this one is long, and it's hard to balance when you've got that much stretch in terms of your side length, but still, like we said, in terms of rear angles and just joint work, very good bear. As we drop them out in fourth and fifth here, a pair that in other classes may have been kept just because of how stout and how much muscle they have. These two have some serious power when you get on top of them. Both of them need redesign at their crest of their neck and their poll, and just get a little tighter in terms of how they push behind. Very good pair in terms of muscle, like we said. Get into another one here that wants to tuck underneath himself from behind, but incredibly big chested, big stout center body, big top. Let's give your spot exhibitors a nice hand.
Results out of our Class 3 spotted barrows. First goes to Gavin Lockard on a Sure Thing mouth off. Sure Thing being the boar there at High Point, the Norman boar that was high selling out of the Summer Type Conference. Emma Wheeler was second with a double down on a Miss B. Third is Megan Hancock, another double down on a Big Dream Big. Fourth, Abigail Fry, Roadway Noise Complaint. And fifth, Carson Smergy, Corn Crib on a Miss NBC. Sixth, Haley Schneider, seventh, White King, and eighth, Kason Miller. I believe they're weighing the second class of Tamworths over there. And when we come back and return to the South Ring, we will be picking our champion of the spotted breed.
Regardless of the brand of base feed you're feeding, if Sunglow Smorfill is not in your arsenal for show day fill, you are missing out. Smorfill's proprietary appetite enhancers and probiotics make it the perfect upgrade to common, plain, and often average quality rolled oats. Used for everyday fill or when you're needing extra consumption on show day.
Over here in the Real McCoy show ring on the south side, we got our first class winner coming out. That's been Amy Hemphill. She's a Riot on a Lampoon. And winner of the second class is Lillian Gerhardt, another double down being there at Top Cut. And first in class 3 was Carson Gavin Lockard. Sure Thing and Mouth Off. I think Sure Thing's there at High Point. It was a Norman Boar from Summer Type Conference.
Probably so. And the Norman Boars have really bred on and done a great job.
Exactly.
I think the two lighter weight classes are the ones where the competition was.
Yeah, but when you get them out here, I mean, this middle's kind of hanging in there pretty tough. And
the middle, and the
you'll
first
never beat the heavyweight on side view.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think Rash made his decision real quick coming up here.
We're going to listen to comments for Champion Spot Buyer by Andy Rash.
Good spot show here, and 3 representatives that all have quite a bit of quality, and then there's one that wins. He wins very logically, combines balance and proportions with comfort and big step. Alpha's rear tube, but yet he is the boldest when you get on top of him. Actually, from every angle coming at you, chest, etc. But maybe the most intriguing is just the true turn and just punch he has to his center body, and then what he's able to lay on top of it because of that boldness. Young lady right here is driving your champion. Let's give her a nice hand.
Congratulations to Lillian Gerhardt. She has.
Winner of the spots is Lillian Gerhardt on her double down on a Lampoon, weighing 255. That brings into play Madison Prince on her throwdown Marty. Here's Andy.
Bring in second, and we said he's getting a little bit of an attitude here back in the class. His foot size is even bigger than the champion, and we said when he started the class he had such a soft step. He was very soft in how he used his hind leg, and then he just wore out. But still, gotta appreciate this one's just column of bone, being big and rugged, but still flat and clean. We come back to one that is incredibly good balanced, is very genuine, very fresh. Young lady out of that first class is driving your reserve.
Congratulations to Emily Hemphill. She has your reserve grand champion, Spot Barrow.
Reserve champion goes to Emily Hemphill on a Riot, on a Lampoon, both of those being popular sires.
I don't think we could disagree with that pair being champion and reserve in the spotted breed.
No, I think that was pretty logical.
Hines, I guess we do got extra work here. Here's the Herefords coming in next on our
Well,
side.
we lucked the draw. This is an up-and-coming breed, so we need to kind of get excited here. The Crossbreds is one that had the Riot boar, if I got it right here, housed at Upper Hand Genetics. So we're picking, I believe, over in the other ring,
the
Tamworth ring. We're picking the grand champion of the Tamworth breed. They had 2 classes, 20-some head of Tamworth. So tune into the North ring. Well, welcome back here to the South Ring, the Real McCoy Genetics Ring. We're going to start the Hereford breed. Just 8 head in our first class. Oh, first
Sent
one
the
out, first one pinned.
in. Gotta like that.
We range in weight from 222 to 259 here in our first class. Young lady's having a good day when you walk in and get sent to the scale. And probably one of the lighter ones, if I'm guessing.
Yeah, he looks like it. Looks fresh and looks good built. Oh, here we got the mullet going on here.
Ooh, got a little more length on that one.
Yep.
I believe that's the Ginter girl.
Does appear to look to be her, probably.
Yeah, you can see a little facial feature there of AJ. So we should have got somebody here to explain this to us, because Brian Vaughn and Brian Hines are not up to speed on some of the new marking rules of the Herefords. I know they've made some modifications to it.
We got quite the array of collaring here, with lots of white on some, really dark red.
Darks and lights and whites and
these things have definitely gotten better over the years and become very competitive.
Well, they've gotten to be pretty valuable property. I mean, I know some of the national type conferences, it was $1,000 or more if you're going to own a Hereford gilt.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that's huge money, but at the same time, it makes you think if you got a Hereford gilt, maybe it's worth taking to a show.
He's putting this dark red Hereford in the I don't know what that young lady's number is. 2273. We got some
Mallory Lyles.
We got some prominent Hereford breeders in the state of Ohio.
You do. This state is well known for its Herefords. I mean, we're talking about not only just showing at Ohio State Fair, we're talking about going to national shows and
doing well and selling boars and gilt tie and. What's he weighing, 4?
I think he only weighed 3. We only called out 2 of them, so we apologize to the group. A young man.
He said, "Get him back out here. We got to roll through them." Rash is getting hungry.
He is. He thinks it's lunchtime, because as soon as we get done with the purebred Barrows, we are going to take a lunch break.
Sykes is coming over. We're going to make this roll fast.
I think we're done in the other ring for now.
I think so.
So we're going to.
They can roll through them quick with both of them over here.
Yep. This should be.
They need to bring us the ones out of the scale and get rolling.
Liam Shellhouse is the other one that got pinned.
Oh yeah, the Shellhouse boys. They've always showed them Herefords and Tams.
Some other Shellhouses back. That's more than a lamb ring, I guess.
Yeah, they're sheep herders by trade.
Gotcha.
Scotty, the dad's been selling the top shelf product.
Gotcha.
Give him a little plug there. Got AJ's girl coming out.
Allie Ginter on a deep end candy. Nice lightweight barrow.
Yep.
Proportion. What's the term? Proportional.
We'll have to see if he's got good toe structure or toe texture.
We'll check for texture.
And we got
give a report back to you and the listening crowd.
Yep. Got another
Mallory Lyles. Another deep end on a taco truck.
Oh, taco truck, I'm guessing, is aloof since he's the food truck guy.
Makes sense. That actually does.
Then the Shellhouse boy with the
Liam Shellhouse with a Transformer red garter.
That thing's kind of freaky looking up front for a Hereford. Got some extra look and extension. Looks like we got a little bit of a weight spread maybe in this class, but
Yeah, actually, of the three that are out here, we run from 222 to 259. We've got them on both ends. Here's Andy with the comments, Class 1.
We'll move into the Ohio Youth Swine Committee sponsorship auction, followed up by the Buckeye Barrow Boosters pin auction.
Class of Herefords here, and a nice place to start. Young lady in the maroon shirts driving your class winner with one that not only has, balance and presence and a skeleton that works, but he's also the boldest and freshest. When you get on top of him, he has the boldest look when you get back to his hamline hookup, and carries some density and some mass, when you follow him from there down. The young lady's Barrow right here in the center of the ring, and the white shirt is going to be second. Change his front feet a little bit, and then it would be very logical to go ahead and be second versus make it a discussion between second and third. Gets a little longer toed and turns in. But outside of that, again, one that has a great line from his elbow back to his flank, and what I would call he's tucked up in his body, but still looks like he has a pliable turn. Got a nice fresh top set in him. Like we said, just change his front feet just ever so slightly. The young man that's exiting the ring right there, he's got the stoutest in terms of having the most mass for his frame and his stature. That is the whitest, that is the stoutest. He comes shorter in his hip, he's shorter about his crest, wants to get a little tighter in terms of how he hinges off his rear too. We dropped one out in fourth, one that's got a long clean look to the front third of his body. He wants to get a little lower set in his blade and run downhill a bit, just doesn't pull himself together, give you the look and presence and lines to compete any higher, but at the same time you appreciate him for composition. One that gets just a little puffier in through his throat line, his cheek there, but certainly he's bold and stout. When you really look at his center cavity, he looks like he's a functional Barrow. Just gets a little greasy for me when you look at his indicators. Give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results of our Hereford Class 1. First goes to Mallory Lyles, a deep end on a taco truck. I think deep end's there at Upper Hand Genetics. One of them boards that did a lot of siren. Littermates did really well. Second is Allie Ginner, another deep end on a candy. Third, Liam Shellhouse, transformer on a red garter. Fourth, Jesse Lave, deep end on a candy. Fifth, Owen Smith, Frat Boy Rumble. Sixth, Paige Lukic. Seventh, Drew Carpenter. And eighth, Jared Teagarden. Coming in the ring next, we've got Class 2 in the final class of Herefords. Range in weight from 260 to 280. Looks like most of them are from 60 to 66. So just one outlier. You got any Herefords?
no Herefords. No Herefords. I showed you a picture of the only Hereford
You did.
we ever had.
Cam showed it in 2012, I think it was.
He was quite a bit different collar than most of these.
He had a little lighter complexion to him. I do remember seeing that picture.
Mr. Doak classified him just fine.
Oh, Ralph, I remember the years. I used to serve as a fieldman when he was a fieldman. Starting to age me a little bit.
We got the Smith boy going to the scale.
That Wade. That's Hereford
all
breeders.
Just a reminder that if you are interested in the Ohio Youth Swine Committee sponsorship auction and or the Buckeye Barrow Boots pin auction, those programs are available in the Kinley Feed Store
That would be
room. Please
Cadence,
give me a buyer number
scale,
as well as
taken to the scale. That's what you need, last name scale, and then therefore you just have to go to the scale.
just name. But you can pick up your sales sheet in the Kinley Feed Store room.
Boy, compared to the days, this breed's gotten a lot more to them. I mean, they got some
Lot
rib
better.
cage and back shapes. And like, again, credit to our breeders that have focused and put it together.
I think he's going to go find him maybe a third one to throw in the scale there so he can be safe.
Lady. Almost has a belted Galloway.
Yeah, he does.
That little red belt look.
They've gotten substantially bigger legged and got more to them.
Yep. Usually good property to own when it comes to gilts and seed stock side of it. He makes
roll them
short
top
order
two.
of our end of our class.
Get that microphone there and let Rash go to business.
I think, especially with Ryan standing out here, it's not going to take him a tremendous long time. We just weighed 2 in this class.
I'm guessing
that'd be Wade coming out here, Wade Smith, and a frat boy no one asked.
Those guys are in our county and do a heck of a good job. I think they had a good run all summer with some gilts at the those bigger national shows.
Gotcha. Caden Scales, the other one coming out. We don't have a pedigree info on this one.
I think both of those pretty high quality Hereford Barrows.
I'd be happy to show them. Here's Andy.
Nice pair here. Good class winner to my left. Young lady in the black shirts driving, again, just like that other class winner, brings together presence and balance and does so in a comfortable package and is the freshest when you get on top of him. Maybe the one in second is just bolder in every area. Maybe he is bigger chested and just has a bigger top and a wider sprung kind of a rib set in him there. But at the same time, he gets quicker and just a little greasier about his neck. His hip comes shorter and he wants to really shift his weight to his outside hoof behind. Need to give him more balance. Appreciate the spread. Let's pull it together and give it a better look from the side. Then we can talk about making that closer. The one that drops out in third just has too much on him for me. I think he's one that, if you want to talk about just base width, you can compliment him there. I think if you want to talk about just sheer spread and mass in through the center part of his blade and his punch, I think you can appreciate him there. For me, just needs cleaned up in terms of composition. Flip the coin, go to the opposite side of the spectrum. This one comes at you a little bit narrower and flatter, but his benefit or his best features are when you watch him travel from the side. He's incredibly loose in his spine. He's loose in terms of his footing, his angles, how he hinges. He just needs more to him. Gauge is pretty narrow when he leaves you. Go back to another stout one. This big chested. He wants to get his elbow out on him just a bit and just too tight and restricted off his rear joint in terms of composition and muscle and dimension. You can flip those two if you choose. Let's give your Hereford exhibitors a nice hand.
Results of Class 2 Hereford Barrows. First is Caden Scale. We don't have any genetic information on this one. Second, Wade Smith on a frat boy no one asked. Third, Jennifer Bohm on a Hercules on a rum runner. Fourth, Liam Shellhouse. Crooked Karma on a top notch. Fifth, Colt Hughes, inside job on a Quiz 20. Sixth, Connor Brunk. Seventh, Allison Brunk. And eighth, Lily Bering. Coming in the ring now, we have our champion drive. Coming out of Class 1, young lady in maroon is Mallory Lyles on her deep end taco truck weighing 259. Young lady coming out of Class 2 is Cadence Scale, young barrow that weighs 270. So about 10 pounds difference here in our champion drive.
Two nice Hereford Barrows out here.
I'll be happy.
Very similar in terms of
Profile and just pattern a little bit different in how they use their rear leg and how their column of bone drops out of their body. The one that drops more stable in terms of how it comes out of the base of his hip and ham there. The one that, in my opinion, squaring his front feet and I think just has more general spread and more bulk and dimension to his body cavity. Young lady out of that first class is driving your champion.
Congratulations to Mallory Lyles. She has your champion Hereford Barrow. We'll need to drop out that second place from Class 1, exhibited by Allie Gunner. Barrow sired by Deep End, back on Candy, weighing 230 pounds.
bring in the second and obviously drop a little bit in weight, but still has quality. This is a quality bear in his silhouette and pattern from the side. You know, we said could change those front feet a bit, and you can give him more jaw. You can get underneath his snout there. He's really kind of tucked up and refined in his jaw, but has spread, has dimension. Then you've got obviously the heavier weight bear that's heavy duty in his skeleton. He's got pattern and look. We said compared to the champion, he hinges a little tighter off his rear too. Still second best for us today. Let's give this young lady a nice hand.
Congratulations to Cadence Scale. She has your reserve grand champion, Hereford Barrow. Just a reminder, those grand and reserve champion exhibitors, please go see Angie in the showpig.com swine office.
Just a recap on our Hereford Barrows. The grand champion goes to Mallory Lyles on her lightweight winner, deep end on a taco truck. And our reserve champion comes out of our second class, weighing 270 pounds from Cadence Scale. We are currently going to take a break here in both the north and south ring. We're going to make a lunch break. I don't know how long, but we will return back and be working through either dark crosses or light crosses. And we'll look forward to seeing you again. Well, welcome back to the Ohio State Fair here at the 2021 Ohio State Fair. We're just starting the black crossbreds, or I should say dark, get my terminology correct. Dark crossbreds, that means they've got a black spot somewhere on them, or a dark spot anyway, on them somewhere. We are over in the south ring with the Real McCoy Genetics banner above us. Coming in the class, we got 11 head. Cookie cutters, they all weigh 220 pounds. Oops, sorry, class 2, 220 to 226.
Oh.
Sorry, 226, yep. Forgot, we're doing the even numbered lots.
Even numbers on this south ring.
Those of you in listening land.
Got a couple in the scale, it looks like, already.
Yeah, we're hopping right to it. In listening land this year, they're going to judge all 25 classes of dark crosses before they do a champion in a division. That's kind of new to some, but we're going to work through all 25 classes and then end up in the
give our two
final
guys
arena
judging a little better rhythm and work through these classes.
Well, it's just like Andy said. He goes, sometimes, you're kind of in a groove. You're seeing your lines. You're seeing what you want to see, and then you got a break, to do a division.
Got 3 in the scale, it looks like.
Yeah, I know we've got 1 written down. That was Mason Saunders. A couple young ladies there. We'll catch their numbers whenever we can. What's the saying? This dark cross deal is kind of a big deal.
Yep, going to be our biggest division of the day.
Natalie Darner's catching a pin here. That's 21-41.
And
Kiera
placed them from the bottom down pretty fast.
Yep.
Weigh those, and he went across to
already evaluate.
Check sights out.
Yep, he's Ryan's over there doing dark crosses, class 1. So we got 25 classes, roughly 10 to 11, 12 head in there. So probably be looking at what, 300 head of dark crosses.
Something like that. Pretty good number.
Well, like I say, a lot of times you go to different places to look for pigs, and 3/4 of them are dark crosses.
For sure, and somebody said there's only 8 classes of light crosses, and not too many years ago that would have been flip-flop for sure.
Yeah, back when we had a lot of Yorkshire influence in a lot of these crosses. It's always fun to look like across the ring right now. There's a kind of what we call a calico, but he's got them black spots, so therefore he's a dark cross.
He classifies for that for sure.
Second call for those dark cross barrows in class 3. We need you in the orange ring, followed by the holding pins. Second call, class 3.
Well, when we took a break there, the Ohio Youth Swine Committee did their annual fundraiser, selling off some of the banners that are at the ends of the rings, sponsorship banners that are across the offices and different things. And didn't hear a final total, but I know it's got to be pretty good.
It sounded pretty good. It sounded like the Mike bought the McCoy banner back and paid pretty good money for that.
And I think Kalmbach did the same in the other ring.
Brian Forrest was just here telling us that. And both of them great supporters of the Ohio State Fair.
They are. They are. So then, if I remember right, I think Lidner and Korb bought one, and Mallory Show Pigs and Graves and Fearson bought a couple of the anchor banners on the sides. Again, it's all that money. I think if you read the sale brochure, it says 100% given back to the youth, and that's important to remember when you're doing those things. Well, this is why we got Brian Vaughn on the microphone today, because he's a guru when it comes to all these sires that are listed.
I'm going to have to put the readers on so I can see these things.
I've always, sometimes in this crossbred world, things are named pretty creatively. I think we can recognize a few of these pretty easy.
chopping him up in bone and foot. He gets a little more hound bone belly, if you will. Let us open him up through the center part of his body, drop more flanking in order to move up any further in class. Spoke with the kids as we work through this class here. You've got ladies, all we comes out next. Glove him in the center part of his body. Salvage the skull.
They're over there discussing the Class 1 on the microphone. They all weigh 220. So it's roughly what we start. 2 o'clock, I think, is when we started back up. So you got an over or under when we're going to be done?
These guys are moving through, what do you say, 25 classes?
10 minutes?
20 minutes by the time they got to switch and flop.
So 4 classes, 3 classes an hour. Probably 4 classes an hour.
Probably 4.
We should be done in 6 hours, give or take. Well, I guess that's black crosses. Coming in the ring now is out of the weigh pen.
67.
Joe Bailey. And Joe's is a never before. Another young lady is 2191. That'd be Leah Kraus.
Buckle up.
Buckle up on an in game.
25-45, lock and key, rumor has it. The 67 was the next intention, got kind of that cruel intention front end and look.
Class 4, we need you in the south ring. Real McCoy Genetics holding pins again the second call. Dark Crossbreds in class 4 to the south ring.
Well, looks like that was a quick decision.
Yep.
Here comes Andy with your discussions of Class 2.
Good class to start with on this side, and a pair on top if you want to make it, but when you really just study their drive and how they reach and how their bones sit on their body, there's a logical place to start, and the target hipped one here is going to win this class. He is one of 2 very good balanced bears that have great pattern and profile, whose lines are good. He's one of the 2 that I really want to compliment them on how they've got their belly set in them. It's got roll and turn when they come out of their backside, but at the same time it's tidy and it's uniform and it's proportional. That bear sets back further in his blade. He's got more cushion and more give to his blade than the bear we're going to use in a second. He reaches further out of his front end, and when you really study angle from stifle to hock, he bends better. He's got more reach from behind. If we're going to change him, he does choose a slower pace, which I'm fine with. If that's your MO, go for it. When you get right at the ground, he wants to twist just a little bit in his footing and his ankle, but a very, very good pig to start. Another good one in second. Like we said, pattern's very similar from the side. This one's bigger legged, this one's bigger footed than the one we start with. His rib cage gets just a little drier down at the base of it compared to the class winner we have. More concerning, his hesitation out of his front end, his hesitation out of his rear too drops him into second, but a very nice pair. Just a good solid meat and potatoes bear coming out in third. Got a great top when he gets out of his shoulder blade. He probably even has a fresher center than our bear in second. He wants to tuck underneath himself behind. His handling hookup gets a little rough for me. He's just rounder in his build out of his hip when he comes right at you. He wants to rock in his knee, get a little lazy in his footing, but still a very good market hog when you get down his top side. The bear that comes out next, big centered and has tons of spread up high. When you really study that one in terms of balance, he needs more of it. He's not sure what to do with his rear legs. His neck hooks in a little lower into his shoulder. He's deeper about the base of his neck, but he does have big pipe. He's got big spread, a big chest, and has a big hip set on the rear third of him. Young lady's bear that comes out of pin 5, a little more up-headed, a little jazzier looking as far as how he hooks his neck into his shoulder. Great shape, actually, in terms of chest view and profile. I thought this one would be in my top 3. When he leaves you is where he's questionable. He really wants to pressure up on his outside foot. His hock and stifle go with it. Therefore, we just see a look that maybe gets a little bowed to us as he leave you, but compliments to you on getting one presented and looking like that. Interesting pig here. Some might say that he's off balance, but I really think when you study how his bones sit in him, you've got to compliment this one's skeleton. He's incredibly loose in his spine. His hip is the longest of any bear in the class. His tail sets on him to the point where he can actually use that hip and get out and cover some track. He almost covers his track like you'd define in a cattle ring from the side. That's hard to do and still keep spread. That's where he falls out. He wants to play out on us from behind and gives up power. Congratulate these crossbred exhibitors. Very good class to start.
Just a reminder, we will be
cross classes, and then coming back to try for our division winners, and then finally selecting
Results of our Class 2 dark crossbred barrows. First goes to Mason Saunders. A lock and key bore up there at Genetic Edge on a rumor has it. Second, Joe Bailey. Next Intention Never Before. That's a popular pedigree.
Very popular.
3, it was Leah Krause. Buckle Up on an end game. Buckle Up again, I think it's down there at McCoy's, isn't it?
I believe so.
4th, Natalie Darner. Didn't know the genetics of that one. 5th was Kiera Helton. Nail It Down on a Nail It Down Supermom. A little line bred there. In 6th was Lauren Phillips. 7th, Destiny Reed. 8th, Logan Patterson. And 9th, Noah Sponsel. So we're going into Class 4 because we're in the South Ring, the real McCoy Genetics ring. Class 4 ranges in weight from 231 to 235. 13 head they're going to be in this class. You know, after the last class, I picked up a term. Jazzy looking.
Jazzy looking.
I kind of knew what he was talking about because that one was pretty cool looking.
Cool looking to look at.
Got a little extra terminology in there, a little flower.
Jazzy Jeff.
Yep. When you're out judging this summer, you'll have to use some of these new terms.
That's right. Jazzy looking and toe texture.
Toe texture. Ironically enough, it does make sense.
For sure. Rash is making some of these kids work hard to get to the scale.
Well, I think
but he's giving them time to kind of get them drove. Well, and there's got a lot going on, and young ladies, he's wanting to fight her a little bit.
Yep. I always like them bears when you tap them on the jaw and they start reaching their hand up or their front leg. And
we got like that young man's got a. I don't know what type of haircut you call that. I've not seen one of those today.
It's like half mohawk.
Half mohawk. He caught a pin though. Got his shirt unbuttoned. He's
doing all right. Got a pair of them here. 1744, 2161. So a couple of them that made it over here. We missed the one in the first pin. We apologize. But Kylan Knapp made it in. Cassidy Lusk.
I think the Winkle boy was the
first one?
First one in, I believe. Kind of a dark-headed,
young man.
One.
Sharp-looking young man. We're still letting them in here in Class 4.
For those of you interested in the silent auction the Buckeye Barrow Boosters has, it is currently set up in the Kempley Feed Store room. Again, the Buckeye Barrow Boosters silent auction is open and it's set up in the
that one he's putting in just doesn't have a fast pace to it.
You got one gear. It's kind of like you. You got one gear. Slow.
You don't want to pull a hamstring.
Yeah, no, I get you. At our age, we've got to be careful of those things.
That's right. Oh, we got one more to come in yet.
Yep. And a big class. It's one of the bigger ones, class of 13. We got us a blackhead, a zit.
We got a zit for sure.
That'd be John LaFountain.
I always like coming in those pins right there on the ends. That way I can stand close to my kids and work good. So you use the right places to come in at there.
So there's kind of a science to this, what you're saying.
Well, you know.
Sometimes less steps is better?
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
I've shown a few of those through our years.
Yeah.
Let's see, I've got 5 minutes and they're going to blow up.
Yeah.
Okay, let's minimize that.
Just a reminder, this is a water-only show.
We're getting lectured about water only again.
Yeah, there are rules, and rules need to be followed. Here at Ohio State Fair, we strictly prohibit the use of oils. And
1026, Alderbright, 6th place there.
Interesting enough, there's still 3 or 4 of these. If you're down on the county level, it'd be pretty stout.
Be pretty nice hogs out here.
'66, '61.
We haven't seen nothing just totally break down and fall apart today out in the ring.
666, that's an unlucky. Can't believe they actually put 666 as a number.
Yeah.
Either extremely lucky or extremely not, whichever way you want to look at it.
The devil.
It is. Looks like Keys Hanley went through and just making a few comments to the kids about maybe how they modify those animals.
Dark Crossbred Barrows in Class 5. This is your second call. Please make your way to the north ring. Call Rocky holding pen.
I decided that when he does this, means we need more to him.
Probably a little more back.
Yep. Maybe we can get a point of clarification. Nope, he has to go to the other ring.
Boy's got some pep in his step here after lunch. He's wanting to roll.
I think he got into that Vogel peach cobbler in there.
I think he said he ate some ice cream there at lunch.
They're putting the final eye on the dark classes, Class 3 in the north ring. Did you try any of that peach cobbler?
No, I didn't sneak in there to get any.
That stuff's all right. I don't know if it was Rick's mom that made it or somebody.
Rick's mom can make some dynamite pies, I do know that.
This is the first call for those dark crossbred barrows in Class 6. Please make your way to the south ring.
As I say, made with love.
Made with love.
Yes. Those makes it better.
To the south ring.
I'm going to make me a stop at Buckeye Donuts on the way home.
Oh. It's not a bad stop.
No.
I mean, through the years, I mean, it takes a while to get a physique like this.
That's right.
And there's no sense losing it.
Nothing better than a good donut.
In the top end, I guess to me there's a little bit of give and take because everything comes in different shape sizes and packages, and I think all 4 of these hogs are nice kind of barrows, and yet they don't really look.
So we're watching Clay Parrish work hard, holding up a gate. I don't know if this gate will move too much for him. It doesn't seem to phase him though. It seems like he's really happy, ignoring us.
He's just comfortable. He's comfortable in out here in the ring. He's flexible in his feet and legs, and so he has good kind of shape.
I believe we still got a 5th one to weigh in this class. Maybe I'm wrong.
There's so many things I like.
I don't know what's taking so long.
One that's got tremendous power up high, good kind of condition over his rib, good kind of condition to the center part of his body, and yet as you really get to breaking this guy down as far as down in the ground, he wants to roll his front feet inward just a little more. He's not the most secure in the world off of his hind tooth. And you give that guy a little bit different kind of a running gear, sure him up in his feet work, and I think that one gets awfully good and looks good in this class. The black bred we have in 3. Silhouette from the side is extremely good, really fresh in the shape and power that he has down his top line. Comes out of his blade, top of his blade, exceptionally good. Runs out of gas when you talk about power, right through the center lower part of his hand. Like a
Black-headed hog is our final one to get weighed.
In order to move up any higher. The soft-footed barrel that we have here next, another one that you like in terms of being good, real productive in his look.
I think on the reways we've only had 2
weigh out, I think, so far. And I think, unfortunately for them young exhibitors, those were ones that, talking to our 2 judges, probably had a chance to win their prospective breeds.
They did. And if I remember right, they weren't, I don't know about the one, but I know one of them wasn't even a heavyweight.
Yeah.
Just took on a little too much water back there. And unfortunately got weighed out.
Shapely muscular barrier here that needs to be sounder. Some of the other ones we'd like to see just a little more flexible on their
think this is the Winkle kid coming out.
Corbin Winkle. Cruel Intentions on Take a Bow.
He's got the Cruel Intentions head.
He does. Pretty distinct. It's John LaFountain. This is a Next Intention Blurred Vision.
Two popular pedigrees.
Cassidy Lusk coming out in the floral shirt. No branches. Knockout.
Boar at Mikey's. Lackey Bred Boar.
Second call, Dark Crossbreds in class 6 to the south ring.
We got what, 2161?
That's Kylan Knapp. Cruel 95 on a Blurred Vision. Our final young man's 213, Patrick George. A life sentence on a hush money. They're going to have to earn their pay on this class.
Yeah, I think so.
They walk away, they're square, and they come at you, they're fairly square. But that's why they get paid the big bucks.
That is right.
We say that facetiously because both Brian and I have been in the show ring, and it's not all about, it doesn't have a lot to do with the pay. It's about the drive and the want and the enjoyment of doing it.
Several nice barrows out here, and I think the one thing I can say, these guys have been very consistent today in terms of how they've been taking them in build and structure and soundness and
just function.
Then when you can find those extra ones, got a little more up high and a little more turn to the rib. And Rash coming to the mic here to give us reasons and placings on this class.
Going to discuss Class 4.
Another good class, and we're just going to keep them out here and talk them in an order versus throw them in pins. And we landed on a pair, both agreed quickly on that pair. And then you got to make some calls between these two. Neither are perfect, but they both have quite a bit of value and quality in them. And if you want to sit and cuss and discuss this pair, if you want to be adamant that it's got to be a certain way in these two, I think you're trying too hard, because I think they're both quality animals. The one that starts for us, young man here with this black front third barrow here, is going to start the class. I'm just going to be honest. I don't think you could draw a worse color pattern on a pig than what you have right there, dude. That is an absolute bad break in color, but at the same time, fight through it and read through it. That's a good animal. He's more comfortable than the barrow we've got in second. He's got more give to his blade and to his knee and to his shoulder than the barrow we're going to have in second. His hock and stifle sit further apart than the barrow in second, and because of that, he's got more range of motion. Where do we change him? He needs more in the seat of his pants. The barrow that's going to be in second has considerably more there. Young man here in the blue shirt is driving that one. He comes at you like a beast in terms of his chest. He's really, really big in terms of his cavity, thick-ended, big hipped, big rumped. Where do we change him? Like we just said, the other barrow's value. His shoulder rocks a little far forward for me. When you study him back in his stifle and his hock, they sit too close and he hyperextends them. He just gets too rigid in that joint alignment behind, but I mean maxed out up high, and you can't ask for more muscle and spread in one. Very, very good pig. Do some other different things from here, because you've got one that needs more muscle, and then you've got a pair that have tons of it. Young lady in the floral shirt's going to come in third for us. You're big chested, got a great top set in him, gives you a proportional kind of a look from the side. He's kind of a bobblehead. I don't know if he hates the whip or he's aggravated there, but it takes her a while to get him composed. Once he does and he gets his head pulled out of his shoulder the way it's supposed to be, his lines come together. That coupled with his added power and back shape give him the advantage over the pair that we've got here left in the ring. In fourth, the black-headed one. From the side, comfortable, needs more to him, wants to kind of wrinkle up on his pasture and knuckle up on his ankle back there behind, but we like his pattern. This barrow here has got more feature, got a big old rear foot and rear bone set in him, comes a little plainer and more general about the base of his neck and just his neckline. He's softer about his front feet and kind of turns them things in on us just a bit when he comes at you, but like we said, rear third, built incredibly good, skin and hair presented extremely good as well. Coming out of sixth is one that's really pliable about his center body. You watch him come out of the pin here at you in the bleachers, and his knee just sets in him pretty deep. He wants to get a little tighter in behind his elbow. He just gets a little piecey, in my opinion, in terms of being three-dimensional. He's got a front end, a center, and then that rear third. At the same time, you've got to appreciate just the sheer function and the practicality of that barrow center. The fact that he's got a rear leg that can work, and he gets out and he uses it. We can drive perhaps 7 and 8 out. I think this is a close pair. Do you want to use one that's got a little gland and gets a little goofy in his front feet, or one that maybe has a taller front end, and in my opinion is cleaner back in through the rear third of his body there, obviously. I like the step in the calico. I think for me that gland's throwing him out of balance quite a bit. I'm okay with one as long as it doesn't deter from their silhouette. That one's pushing the limits for me. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back.
Class 4 dark crossbred Barrows is in the books. Corbin Winkle is our class winner with the Cruel Intentions on Take a Bow. Second goes to Kylan Knapp, the Cruel 95 on a Blurred Vision. Third goes to Cassidy Lusk on a No Branches Knockout. Fourth was John LaFountain, Next Intention Blurred Vision. I was almost checking to see if those were littermates, but they weren't. Fifth was Patrick George on a Life Sentence Hush Money. Sixth, Marin Argabright. Seventh, Mia Nelson. Eighth, Cadence Scale. Ninth, Gracie McHenry. And 10th, Kinsley Kraus. Next in our ring will be Class 6 in the South Ring. There'll be 12 head that come out in Class 12 or Class 6. It's working ahead. I was thinking we're going to be in Class 12.
That would have been nice.
First in that class goes to Corbin Winkle. Second goes to Kylan Knapp. Third goes to Cassidy Lusk. Fourth goes to John LaFountain. And fifth in that class goes to Patrick George. And follow along our program from top to bottom. Skip 1, 2, skip 5, 8, skip 7, 6, 3. Turn the page. 9.
You know where the Cruel 95 bore's from?
I think that one was at Brockman's. I think that might have been a Warner bred hog, maybe. The kid in second. But I think 95 was at Brockman's, and did he get transferred to?
Yep, he's up at Upper Hand.
Upper Hand now?
Yep, he's in Cruel Intentions reroute.
Yep.
From Brockman's. You're on top of it.
Been there several times, looked at those boars.
Yep, Cruel 95 is Upper Hand now. Of course, our class winner, Cruel Intentions and Next Intentions and whatnot are a premium blend. Come into our next class, we're looking at the sires and quite a few NAs not available.
Guess we can make them up.
Oh, yeah.
In that class, we're going to be 238 to 240.
Close. Tight.
Close.
Well, I'm sitting here. It seems like the fans are working, but it's getting a little warmer.
Getting warmer. I think we've gotten a little better crowd here in the bleachers.
Quite a bit more. Obviously, the dark crosses are the largest division that we have.
This is always the painful part of waiting in these pins for the other guy to come across the ring, but here comes Rash.
They're pretty fast and efficient on that consultation.
Yep. Either there's a real good one or they agreed on everything.
Good class here to work through it as we get up here in the top end. I think a pair of hogs that you land on, that maybe you could just put a couple things together about each one and maybe have a consensus crowd favorite if there is such a thing. But the young lady's crowd to start with is one that I think is just a notch more powerful all the way through. When you talk about width and chest,
roll them out.
Tremendous kind of power as you get up on top of this guy. You study the amount of shape that he has, the dimensions you get back behind him, and yet still handles it extremely good. You get to study it down at the ground, and I think that's the heavier bones, stouter bones, making
that one's not wanting to cooperate with the young man there too well.
Just aggravating. He's sitting there, I've worked with you at home, I've done this, and then all he wants to do is bury his head in the dirt.
He's a dozer.
You can tell he's worked with him. He's just, okay, got to get his rhythm, and then now he's good.
Now he's working on it. Young lady's got this one dialed in, head up.
This one is
Responsible boy made it in, Cade. I don't have any genetics on that one. So what are we calling him?
Well, let's see.
Billy Goat on a...
Yeah, maybe. Did he look like a Crossbred hog?
Could see it. Also going to the scale is Gage Barrow.
We only got 2 on the scale, I believe, don't we?
Yeah, 3.
Rolling the last one in the... Yep, we got a few more yet to come in the old class here.
We haven't got them all in the ring yet.
We got to have some more muscle dimension in him as well. Good body pair that comes out next. Again, one we'd like to see a little more muscle dimension all the way through. Nice class all the way through. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
I think 1179's AJ's older daughter. That just come in the ring. Got a little guy coming in with his bear now. We got some runners in the back row. They're heading back to their pen.
Says I'm released. Time to go. Is that Ava?
No, that's, what would that young lady's name be?
I don't have a name. 79. That's Ava.
Yep, that's AJ's daughter.
That would be a NA on a NA.
Yeah.
Some days I worry about that, AJ.
Probably didn't remember even where he gathered that one up at, maybe.
Yeah, it could be.
Still got several nice ones out here. I mean, pretty deep, consistent class here.
Just seems to me like on some of these, it's just the little thing that can get you beat.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 5, Crossbreds.
There's a young lady that got pulled in.
I think she's going in the 5th pin, or is he going to weigh her? Going to weigh 5.
Third goes to Reagan Hall. And fourth in that class goes to Evan Henry. And fifth was Oakley England. If you're following along with our program from top to bottom,
2096.
3, 8, 7, 6, 3, 10,
Carissa Bowers.
5, 1,
Life sentence, hush money.
Like I say, I mean, if we were at a county fair and this was our champion cross drive or part of our champion cross drive, you'd be okay.
Yep.
We already got 5 in the scale.
There's some heavy duty structured ones out here. And a couple of those maybe not wanting to drive and flex, and as well as some of them that made the scale, but Rash is making them work here a little bit.
Young man was
he was dialed
too many people were talking to him at one time.
1195.
6 or 7? 7.
Brady Vinegar.
For all of our dart cross divisions at the end of our dart cross.
Well, he got his top end pulled out on that drive, and
he's going to swap,
After our division
run to the other side.
we will be selecting our dart cross champion.
well, you've been in and out of this state fair how many years?
I think Cameron's last year was 17 or 18. Alex's last year was 15, I believe.
Okay. So you had 10 years ahead of that.
Yep.
Well, you ought to know it's a good place to eat then.
There's several. A lot of them have changed hands. We used to always go to a Mexican place there at High Street called Mad Mex, but it shut down. That was our kind of ritual before, on Friday night, before we showed those Crossbreds on Saturday.
All right. When they used to do this in SR shows, you always had Fugate. And anybody knows
where food's at.
Anybody knows Eric Fugate? He's a connoisseur of fine foods.
Yep. There used to be a really good Japanese steakhouse downtown called the Japanese Steakhouse, one of our favorites. We'd go there as well.
It was always fun to watch those things. The Onion Volcano.
The Onion Volcano. Throw the old shrimp tail in the old pocket.
Yep.
The same thing every time.
I think it's about every one of them. But
yep.
Dark Cross Barrows in Class 8. We need you to make your way to the South Ring. Ram McCoy Genetics Holding Pens. First call, Dark Cross Barrows in Class 8 to the South Ring.
And he's talking with the ring help. I think we're waiting on Ryan Seitz to come over on the other side. Here he comes.
Just a reminder, this is a water-only show. We are checking for oil or other substances, so water is the only thing that you should be putting on these barrows this afternoon.
Cade Sponsel walks in a light blue shirt. Also, we've got our other young lady out here in a light blue shirt, 1179, Ava Ginter. We have a young lady in maroon we don't have a number on.
He comes and gets.
Please make your way to the South Ring. Ram McCoy Genetics Holding Pens. Second call, Dark Cross Barrows.
Other young lady in the
To the South Ring.
checkered shirt. It's 2096. That would be Carissa Bowers. So we just weighed 4 in this class. Oh, it's got a few more of a mixed bag of tricks.
Yes,
a little
they
bit.
do.
Just you find one on the side you like real well, and maybe not opened up quite as nicely, and
then get on top of them, maybe not as much.
Yeah.
Young lady here in this maroon shirt, he looks really good and bulky from the side, and then you kind of watch him come at you, and probably not as much to him, but sound and fault free.
The question is there enough?
Exactly, and I think
We've
that's
shown
what they're discussing between that pair.
We've shown a lot of those where it's just like right on the edge. Is there enough or is there not?
And I think that's the Sponsel boy, and his bear's kind of one of the same there. Still good looking, and does he
Looks
have
like
enough?
Andy's made a decision for Class 6, and here's his discussions.
This is one of those classes where judges get, stereotyped off of one class because of what you do, and frankly, that stuff gets kind of old. Because I think you step out here and give you 5 different judges, and you're all gonna come to the center of the ring, just like Ryan and I did, and said, all right, listen, we got to call muscle a wash. The ones that were stout, they're down here because they weren't built good enough. The ones that are built good enough don't have enough stuff to them. So we're dealt with this set of cards, and we've got a good place to start. Young lady in the maroon shirt's going to win the class. That's the best pig out here in terms of skeleton, in terms of of foot texture, foot quality. He's stronger up in his front foot than our second place Barrow. He's better in terms of how he plants off his rear too than our second place Barrow. Yes, he needs more to him. I personally want more to him, so I hope we don't start stereotyping about he wants big, long, pretty ones, because that one, in my opinion, just simply is the best one within these four. The off-belted one has more spread when you get right on top of him. If you get right into the center part of his body, there's more punch to his rib cage. Get right in behind him, he gets a little shifty on that back left. His pressure goes to the outside. He gets his hock out there. He's not blessed with lower crotch and just lower ham either. And up front, we need to redesign how he comes at you just a bit. Still a good pig that's very comfortable, has some punch to his center body and spread down his back line. The one that comes in next is the wide-belted Barrow to my left. He does have the densest chest. He's got the biggest shoulder blade. He wants to dry out in the base of his rib cage, particularly back in through his flank. He's not just as composed in how he strides out here. He's not sure what to do with this step, particularly off his rear too. When you watch him leave you, he really closes up down there in his footing. A good functional fundamental Barrow here in fourth. Need to change him from his shoulder forward. He gets a little bulkier and bullier about his head. His throat's a little deeper. He just gets a little more general about the front third of his skeleton. From there back, that's a pliable center. He's got spread up high. He's got feature and bone. A really nice place, fourth place Barrow there. Coming out in fifth, comes at you with a kind of a geeky look up front. When you get right in behind him, he just pushes too much in terms of his hock. Got giant legs, just wants to bow on us there a bit. Another good patterned one that comes out in sixth that just doesn't have enough shape and gets more nondescript in his top line. There's some freak pieces in the one that comes out in seventh. And I know here we talk a lot about hard to make. It's hard to make them not messed up, but at the same time, you've got to appreciate one that's got this big a leg, has a beautiful top set in him. He's got great pieces. I can't put a puzzle together with the pieces I have, so he stays in seventh. We close with some that just need to be better in composition. Let's give him a nice hand.
That's good terminology. Can't put the puzzle together with just those pieces.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they don't fit together, then it really doesn't work. Our young lady that won that class didn't have a number on, so we're
have to wait till we get the results here.
Yeah.
But just like we talked them, and what they said, they just didn't have enough to them.
You sure you got this right? Sure you got this right?
Yeah, I figured it out. Because Cade Sponsor had 1 and 2.
Oh, he had 1 and 2.
Yeah, he had 1 and 2.
Now.
Okay.
That's why we were thrown off.
Maybe that's what our problem was.
Cade Sponsor had 1 and 2.
I think I would have weighed one up a little bit so I could have got them in different classes.
That's what we had to figure out.
Well, that's yeah, makes sense now that I look at it.
They're south of the Mason-Dixon line there, south of 28 in Ohio, so.
Everything's legal down there, isn't it?
Well, yeah, pretty much. You can access about anything and everything down south of 28.
I just didn't know.
Okay, I think we've got this straight. We had some discussion there. Young man had the first and second, so that's quite an honor.
Yep.
Except for he was driving the one in second. Cade Sponsel had your class winner, 240-pound Barrow. He's sired by what? What would you say?
Let's call him a
Buckeye on a Wolverine.
Yeah, there we go.
So in second, we got Cade Sponsel again on another one.
They could, well, no, they're not litter mates, so.
Different farms?
Yep, different farms.
Third is Ava Ginter, again, an NA on an NA. Fourth, Carissa Bowers, life sentence on a hush money. Fifth, Sydney Schiff, a Peloton with a Remember Me. Coming in sixth was Hallie Moorhead. Seventh, Brady Vinegar. Eighth, Natalie Darner. Ninth, Alexander Knauf. And 10th to Taylor Hannon.
I know they're rolling through these pretty good.
They are.
We got our next class waiting in the pins to come in.
We're going to have class 8 over here in the South Real McCoy Genetics Ring. It is weight break of 244. You ready for this? To 245. Ooh. Should be a cookie cutter class.
A little smaller on numbers, it looks like here.
Yeah, 10 head.
This is the second call for
We
the
would have put the.
Crossbreds in class 9.
Well, there wasn't any 246s. That's why we have the class break where we do.
They must believe in the Brian Vaughn school of turning your weight cards in. That
always go odd?
Always go odd.
Okay. Well, since we got a listening audience, why don't you continue and let us know what's the philosophy behind that?
Well, the first Barrow that Alex won the state fair with here was weighed 279, and he had an odd numbered ear tag in his ear. And from that day on,
everything's been odd.
Everything she's ever won with, or either one of my kids' bear or market shows, always had an odd weight turned in. So, little superstition for us.
No, that's all right. I mean, when you kind of have success doing something, you just don't want to break the chain.
Keep going with it, just like the Landrace bear at one here today. I told them to turn him in on odd. That's just how we do it.
The Vaughn School of fitting and feeding.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Oh, we're rolling right through these crossbreds. Quality's been good.
We're doing good.
Getting up here in the 40s now. As those in listening land, we are going to pick the champion at the end. We'll have divisions, and then we'll have a supreme of the dark crosses. So we're going to get through about 25 classes of these black crosses, and then go into making some divisional champions. I'm not sure if there's 3 or 4 divisions.
I believe 4.
4? Makes sense. Almost could have 5.
And we could almost do 5. If we were
5 in a class.
If we were at the Clinton County Fair, that might be 8 divisions.
Gotcha. Recognition.
Yep.
More recognition there. You know, back in the days when we used to do this, we always showed pairs in the state of Michigan. That was the preferred method, and then you'd show your pair, and then you'd keep one out in the show ring to be your individual. And
the only thing
ultimately is when one family they liked Fluffy better than they did Rufus, and Fluffy wasn't near as good as Rufus, and Rufus walked out of the ring.
Yep. We used to show on the other side of the aisle there cattle that we always had the county group of 2, so that was our only thing they would show as a pair.
That was your accolades?
That was
the group of 2?
Yep, that was one of them.
Gotcha.
I don't think they do that anymore. That was just an old tradition they had on the cattle side.
Well, it's just like a pair class. I mean, if you truly go after it and really make it a pair, and of course everybody started doing when you pair them together, they may have one that's 270 with one that's 230, so that when they pull that single out, he's at 270 running against 230s.
Yep.
There's a little method to the madness there, but.
And we never did have the derby part like they did in Iowa. We had the muscle quality and performance for a little bit, and then that died out. But
part of that's just figuring out how to get them harvested.
Yep.
Big-legged one that's walking into the petting fence or to the weigh scale.
And that's a young lady from our county, and I believe that bear might have been reserve bear at our county as a little lighter weight one about 3 weeks ago.
You know which one it is?
Maggie Matthews.
Maggie. Another next intention, Little Bro. Makes sense why he's big-legged.
Yes, it is.
He's got a tremendous kind of big back in him. Love the dimension as you get back behind him. He's sound and functional in terms of his movement. You really get to studying this.
Boy, that one's slick-haired.
He is.
That one's about lucky to probably pass the old hair test here.
You know, we've all had those. You know, you talk about them with shag or not having shag. You know, there's one that's just fine textured all the way through. Almost have to sleep that one under a fan overnight.
Yes.
Some hair growth.
Love the freshness as you get up on top of it. He's got the right kind of condition over his rib. He's got the right kind of condition in the center and lower part of his body. He's one that gets a little softer down on his front feet. Now when I turn my heel, kind of makes him want to get out here and do a little bit of that flip-flop action. You get behind him, and I don't know if that one's got quite as
Speed him up. Speed him up. Move him along. Quit messing with the head.
The go button's right along the side.
Yep.
Get him on the side first, then go to the head.
Yep. Get him in the belly to get him going.
Again, this one maybe wants to start swinging just a little more out of his hind leg, like a loose him out of his hip.
This young man, he's not worried about getting his head up. He's just driving it. Yep. He's got him a mullet. He's looking stylish.
He's got some style.
Big body one that comes out next. Love the center body in him. Another one that maybe wants to push that envelope when you get back behind him.
Well, I think we only got one that got pulled out
so.
in the initial. Doesn't mean anything. Means we're just going to evaluate these a little longer.
I don't know if we've seen any two-steppers here yet today. Only made about 2 steps in the ring, straight to the scale.
Those are the good kind of shows.
Those were my favorites.
I remember Dad saying one time, he said, you know, if you don't like them first few look when they first come in, it doesn't really matter what's behind them.
Yeah, exactly. First impressions a lot.
I thought he might pin them.
Yeah,
pin that young man.
I figured he would too.
2011,
21, 61, I think.
And Taylor Barber got pulled in. Yeah, that's kind of on that.
So that's a Here I Am, so another Brockman boar.
On Taylor's is a wishful thinking.
Oh, he's putting another one in. What's that girl's number there?
$22.99. Must be on page 2. It is. Macy Haig. It's old Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. Red Alert.
In Breaking Bad, where's he at?
Is that at Knopf's? Knopf's?
I don't know.
Dark Cross
Thompson.
Barrows in Class 10. This is your first home to the South Ring. Again, first home, Dark Cross Barrows in Class 10 to the Real McCoy Genetics South Ring Holding Pens.
Yeah, Breaking Bad at Thompson's.
Oh.
I think he was on that Virtua at exchange purchase. He was a boar.
Yep.
We had a few Breaking Bads in the Cross Guild Drive earlier this week. Or last weekend, I guess you would say. Breaking Bad's a Breaking Rules visionary.
Visionary still shows up in lots of good crossbred pedigrees.
It's kind of like doing the Hampshire thing.
Yep.
What are you doing?
He's making fun of you.
I'm getting messed with. So they're going over to sort through, I believe, Class 7 or 9, one or the other, in the other ring. It's funny how the attention of the crowd, you know, when you're in the between the two rings,
yeah,
everybody kind of all of a sudden gravitates to the other ring when they're making a selection. I guess that's the way it should be.
Then they flip around and
everybody's looking over our backs. But once again, Clay Parrish is holding up the gate. Here, let me see if I can. He took his hand off of it now. He's getting pretty good at that.
Holding the gate?
Yeah.
I thought that was a prerequisite to be an NSR rep.
This is now getting to be a two-man gig. We've got Nate Barney helping us with the gate holding. What do you have to have? Do you have to have a degree to do that?
Well, it's kind of like, you know, a state worker that's got upside down pockets to hold their shovel. So.
Oh, good thinking.
You know, it's hard to say.
If they lean too hard, this whole gate may go. So
it could. There's a little bit of weight.
With old Nate being a football player, He's playing, what college is he at? I forgot. It's a Division II or Division III. Got a scholarship.
Fu Manchu mustache going on there.
If he'd only get a mullet, it might just kind of blend it together.
He'd be like somebody from Varsity Blues.
Oh, exactly. Looks like they got their decision made over there, so
they're going to run him out.
Andy's come back over to his home here in the South Ring, Real McCoy Genetics. All right, walking out. What do we got? We got Taylor Barbers, the young lady leading the charge out there. I believe we got Kylan Knapp, the young man in blue. And we have Maggie Matthews, young lady in the light blue.
Second call, dark cross barrows in class 10 to the south ring. This is also the first call for those dark cross barrows in class 11. Please start making your way to the north ring. Call off feet, holding pins. First call,
I guess we
class
sent
11, dark cross barrows to the north ring.
Sent 4 to the scale and came back with 3.
Oh, that's not good odds.
It happens.
Yep.
It happens.
I don't remember what one's not out here, and I guess it really doesn't matter today. I think kind of in this, 3 of them got some different pieces and parts they're probably discussing.
Well, I got a feeling I know which one they're going to use, but
I think so, and I think there's probably a little give and take with him, but still,
here's Andy,
probably the best.
Class 8.
Nice class, one is a little different. There's a lot to go
Class winner, and you can decide, how he handles his head and his neck. The young lady's white belted one here wins very logically for me. I mean, that is one that comes in and has all the freshness and spread I want to see in one, and has feature, has big fat toes on his rear too. His angles are good. He's got a great back line. He comes out of his hip, big time stout, and yet in terms of balance, like I said, I think his lower proportions very good. For some, he could be taller shouldered. For me, I call it good enough, especially within this class. He does some different stuff with his head. Within this class, I'm not going to pick on it. Sites and I said, let's roll. He's the best one. We move on. The one that's here in front of me is second, and his pattern, his design, his comfort level, his angles out of his shoulder give him a significant advantage over the barrel we've got in third. We'd like to pack more power right out of the back of his blade. I'd like to turn his top line just a little bit better in terms of freshness there, but study that one's rear limb. He's got big flat bone. His toes are good and big. He's uniform in his footing. He plants and pushes extremely good. And like I said, front end skeleton is in his sight as well. The off-belted barrier here, one that comes in a little boxier kind of a build from his shoulder back than the one that we just used. There's more spread right into the center part of his body. His neck gets set a little lower into his blade. His crest and his neck line is shorter. He's straighter in through his shoulder blade and knee, and gets a little hesitation in terms of how he drives out of his front third. Barrett coming out of pin 5. This one is incredibly long fronted. With that, he's also a little longer bodied, and when you get a little stretchy like this and you go to try to pack power on top, it's hard. His rib cage is designed as such that he just gets narrower down his top line. He doesn't have that turn, that power, that dimension. I'd like to just strengthen him as he comes right out of the back of his blade in terms of the spread he has. Young man's bear that comes out next, I like in terms of pattern. I like him when he comes at you. Get in behind him. He twists the knuckles up too much in his footing. His hock gets a little wonky there, but did a great job driving him. And like I said, I love that one in terms of his profile. He can move up a place or two just off that. Just got to stabilize him off of those rear feet. In 7th, this one is an absolute chunk. He's got a giant rib, a giant top, a big old hip, a big old skull. Everything is just slammed in him a little too tight. His neck is set a little deeper into his blade than ideal. His hip gets shorter. He needs to just get out and go with a little bit more comfort and reach. At the same time, I love the spread, love the dimension and the bone. Another good class. Please give him a nice round of applause.
Results out of our Class 8 Dark Cross Barrows. First goes to Maggie Matthews on a Next Intention Little Bro. Second goes to Taylor Barber, Wishful Thinking. I believe they're at Meeker Show Pigs on a Vicious. Third Kylan Knapp, Here I Am Main Motion. Fourth, Mallory Petro, Backdrop on a Best Kept Secret. Fifth, Reed Bishop, Keep It Real on a Red Alert. Sixth, Ella Smith. Seventh, Leah Scholl. Eighth, Caden Ray. Ninth, Lincoln Gerhardt. And then I believe we had one that didn't get a finish. So currently coming in the ring, we're going to have Class 10 here on the south side. Class 10 has 10 head in it with a 1 pound spread. Another set of cookie cutters. You're getting here in these middle weights, and they're going to be, when you cut them out
tighter.
by 10.
Gonna get tighter. Got a few more of these non-pedigreed crosses here.
Yeah. Well, not everybody knows exactly. I think when they bought them, they knew what they were. Then after the process of the summer, you kind of go,
forgot.
Now, I bet you if I asked where they came from, they could probably tell me.
I wish we had that information.
That'd be nice. Recognize some of our breeders.
Yep.
Those of you in listening land, if you happen to know a class winner and it's from,
shoot us a text.
Tell us. Either Brian Vaughn or Brian Hines. Look up the numbers. You should be able to find them.
Do you hate giving shots? Let Sunglow eliminate the need when you go to deworm your show pig. Sunglow Clean Out is a feed-through dewormer containing Safeguard. It's proven that pigs are healthier when they're on a regular deworming schedule. Keep them rolling with Sunglow Clean Out.
Coming in the ring currently is Crossbred class number 10. We're doing the evens over here on the south side. Again, we had one young lady walk in and go straight to the pin. It's a good way to be.
But he's the one that's got the second most kind of power and shape and muscle dimension. Like that about him exceptionally well. Like I say,
got another one going in the pin.
1036, Megan Argabright.
And 21, is that 83?
2188.
88.
That'd be Lauren Lynn.
Lauren Lynn. Ash putting 3 of them in.
I think he's kind of starting to, the class may be getting a little deeper.
Yep. 872. Grant Dunaway. Roll them in. Just let them come on in. It's not going to hurt them.
Not going to hurt. You get a chance to see them both.
Yeah, you're going to see them. You don't need to go quite West Virginia style where you let 30 in.
30 of them, yeah, I've had to.
But a couple at a time isn't going to kill nobody. Young man's doing a good job driving his.
So he's pretty focused.
Yep, he is focused.
If we come down here 8, 9, 10, and 11, we've got some hogs that you like in terms of length of body on the belt, the young lady's belt is right. A couple of these hogs you like in terms of the soft.
The thing about it, you can't say Andy Rash doesn't look at him. I mean, he's spinning around, looking behind and in front. It's a good thing. He grabbed one more here to run across the scale.
I guess the one down there in the pin must be for the next class, I take it. So we got 5 out here, maybe
23, 25, 38. I think that might be Madison Petro. $25.38. That is correct. So Andy's got, I believe, 4 of them pulled over. Take a little extra look at. Might have 4 of them over here, I think. Yep, we placed 5 here. One in fifth is Nate Sprang.
If anybody is interested in a
Sixth
ice
will
cream
be Cade
sandwich,
Sponsel.
they are available in the Family Feed Store room. Again, if you are interested in an ice cream sandwich, please go get one in the Family Feed Store room.
Seventh would be Mason Stewart. They know how to make us happy. And they're
Bring
now
us food.
serving ice cream bars.
Bring us food.
Bring us food. Not quite like the cobbler we had earlier, but I think we're gonna go ahead and starve through it here and make this happen.
I haven't had an ice cream sandwich for quite a while, but very good. Always liked the tradition of the CPS deal. The winners
yeah.
chipped in money and had a big ice cream social after the show was over. Really good experience.
Winner buys.
Yep. You never minded giving them money for that.
Barrows in class 12. Please make your way to the south.
Well, worrying about class 10 here.
You weighed them out. I've weighed them out.
There's going to be
had
a few way out in this class. I don't know how many we still have remaining.
You got to learn from it. And you can't tell me every one of them use that same.
So we've just got a pair of young ladies out here in this class. We weighed 4, came back with 2. We've got Madison Petro out here in the striped shirt, and then the young lady in blue.
I think we're having a little controversy here at the Ohio State Fair with some scale issue.
Oh, it happens. Megan Annebright's the other young lady in blue. Well, you know, it's always frustrating because you send 4 to the scale and you only get 2 back, and it's frustrating not only for the judge, but it's frustrating for the family that just happened to. I mean,
exactly.
I did no wrong, I didn't feel, and all of of a sudden another scale at a different time. And, different scales are in the barn, but ultimately the scale here at the ring is the one that counts.
And this year, under my understanding, they had to declare their weight and didn't weigh them, and so a little different nuance to them, but also would have been a deal that they didn't have to get them drifted back any, and it should have come in really pretty much 75% show ready. And I know we like to push them to the limits, and
we do. Looks like we had one didn't like going in the scale.
Yeah, maybe he heard that scale wasn't weighing right and didn't want to go in. Figured he'd opt out.
Is that an option?
Well, I don't think it is, but might work.
Here's Andy with his comments on Class 10.
Nice class, and we lost 2 to the scale. I guess from here on out, just caution, just play it safe. If you need a little bit more fill and you think 1 or 2 pounds is going to get you there, just trust that we're going to get in and evaluate them and get you through class and move on. Don't get that close, because we're losing some good pigs. You get in this card, the hand that we're dealt, and there's still 2 quality animals out here, and within the pair, there's one who has better foot quality and foot strength. There's one that is better in terms of balance and lines and has an incredible skull. Young lady closest to me here is going to win this class. That one comes at you, and when he comes out of the chute, he's square at the base of his chest, could make him a notch bigger and bolder up front. But you get up into his head. He's got turn, and he's got dimension to his snout, up through his eyes and his forehead. He's manly, but yet he stays good in his neck and how he hooks that into his shoulder. He's wide and big in his forearm, got a big front foot. Proportions are near ideal, got a big rear column of bone. That one needs more from behind. If we could just gas him right there through the seat of his pants, spread his base apart and give him more upper hip, then we're dealing with a monster. Like Ryan and I just had the discussion out here. Yes, he needs more to him to just go off and break the microphone, but at the same time, within this particular class, he's the best one. The one here in second, if you want to say this one does have more base width when he leaves you, I can get behind that. My issue was he does it a little differently. He wants to push his hock, he wants to pigeon toe and throw his elbow out up front and get slacked in his spine and his frame. A good centered hog that's still bold when you get on top of him. His foot quality just needs to be better, in my opinion. A little shallower about his hoof, a little shallower about his heel. The bear that comes out next is a little stilty up front, but he's one that's compositionally very good. We could just relax him in his rear joints, get on top of him, got a nice turn there to his 10th and 13th rib, and as he hooks back into his hook bones. As we drop 6 and 7 out, a pair that need to just come better balanced and more genuine. These 2 young men do a great job driving. They've got bears that are very pliable in their skeleton and a loose built. They just come a little flatter framed. Give them a nice round of applause for another good class.
Well, we only got the results here so far in this class with a hole of 2 of them.
Right there.
First went to Megan Argabright, a lock and key on a dirty punch.
They're zip tying it now.
Madison Petro was our second place on a lock and key on a DH. We don't have all the results yet on the remainder of the class. Hey, here it comes, here it comes. Please hold on there in listener land. It makes it tricky from our original. We had a couple of them not make the scale back. So third in that class was Nate Sprang. Fourth went to Cade Sponsel. Fifth, Mason Stewart on a Popeye Sioux. Sixth, Jaden Snyder. Seventh, Mason Hittel. All right, well, we've had quite a exercise here. I don't know, not every hog likes to go in a scale, and
I don't think they like the weights coming out of some of the
scales. Everything centers around a scale.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, but the generality of it is that we had one bear kind of not want to go in the scale for nothing. And he actually even ran through a wrought iron fence.
Yep.
And
Sure, he won't
busted
be
one
quite
of them
as,
out.
Flexible when he gets out to the class there.
Well, and they try to handle it so nicely back here. I mean, they got boards, they're not pushing, and just some of them don't like it. Always amazes me. Sometimes you go to these shows and they got a scale sitting out by itself, you know, and we all weighed hogs, but at sometimes they just new environment, everything's a little
different.
Exactly. So, being that you're here, I thought maybe we'd get some clarifications. Is this considered the Ohio State Fair, or is it just Ohio State Fair?
Well, that's a good question. I think most people call it probably the Ohio State Fair. Could be both. It is the Ohio State University.
That is true. I've learned that.
So, and since we're just a few short blocks from the campus, we'll just go with the Ohio State Fair.
Just kind of a long arm reach of the campus over here at the State Fairgrounds or State Expo Center.
Everybody's excited. Supposed to have a full football stadium this fall.
Awesome. Little Buckeye Mania.
I think the football team's supposed to be good again, as usual.
That's what I say. That's pretty consistently that way.
It's going to be interesting. I think we got a boy that forgo his senior season of high school that is starting at college to try to be the quarterback.
Excellent. I'd say he's academically inclined too if he made it through high school in a shorter amount of time.
He is the highest ranking recruit, I believe, ever at Ohio State.
Hopefully that correlates to wins.
Yeah, let's hope. Got us a good spotted up one here coming in first.
I wonder if his name is Speckles.
Speckles, Spotty, Cheetah.
Cheetah.
Maybe he's out of Cheetah from SGI.
You know what? That actually could be the case.
He could be.
Once again, a good class of work.
I like that one pretty well.
That was a quick pick.
11:54.
Skinny jeans.
Oh, we were totally wrong.
Got a little SGI on the damn side there, King of the Hill.
What class we on here?
Class 12.
Yeah, well, there we go. Skinny jeans, Mikey McCoy board. It's no longer around. Put the Connect kid in the pin real fast. Another Skinny jeans.
Well, little Skinny jeans did
really well for Mike.
I believe he's not around anymore, if I remember right.
But I believe Mike says he's high on some Skinny jeans sons that he's got.
I was at a few locations here in Ohio that had Skinny jeans that were awful nice looking as babies.
Pin that one.
Yeah, I believe that's Bailey Dessau.
Nice looking bear, a little kind of funny there, and he's off that one rear, maybe got just a touch of a flank knot going in him, but pinned another one here, or who's this young lady? 9:56.
Katie.
I'm going to guess maybe that's a Hildy pig.
I'm guessing. By our records, it's an NA on an NA.
If you like, there's a blade and forearm, bone, and foot size, and yet gets a little plainer up through his front end. And maybe once you termite deal, gets a little crashier about his neck. Another one.
I think we're just getting to these weights where some of these crosses are maybe growing a little more frame. Some of them gotten a little taller and plainer in their build.
Well,
then we got some that are still
got some mass. It's always funny to watch them grow up, and sometimes you hit the show in a frame shoot. It's not ideal.
Yep.
Good class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
There's a few of them that kind of fit that mold out there, really tall fronted, good looking, just maybe got a little bit more frame to them than they needed to.
Your class 13 Dark Cross Barrows is entering the ring.
We got all girls left out in the ring here.
Yeah, we do. Got one more getting pulled in.
Sights is coming over to help him evaluate these when he gets them out of the scale. Crash is rolling them in the pins as fast as he can. Got them weighed. So far, I don't know if there's any casualties of that scale.
This is the first call for the Dark Cross Barrows at class 14. Please make your way to the south ring. Real McCoy Genetics holding pens. First call, Dark Cross Barrows in class 14 to the south ring.
Coming out here. At 9:56. That'd be Katie Sprang. Young lady in the flower shirt, 195. That's Lauren Butterfield. And 1637. Young lady in the paisley colored shirt is Bailey Dessau. We got our two calicos coming out.
Just an announcement to the barn. There is a 15-pound weigh back.
Young lady is Addie Wilt.
The barn
I believe the young man is Aiden
courtesy
Connect.
scale only. Again, that barn scale that's provided is a courtesy scale only.
We're going to get y'all caught here on our Crossbred show. And our Dark Cross Barrows class 7 first goes to Nina Augustine. Second at times goes to Lena Sprackland. Third goes to Gail Hall. Fourth, Reagan Gross. And fifth in that class goes to Kay Nicholson. Take your follow along in our program from top to bottom. 1, 4, skip, 8, 2,
Here's Andy with his comments on Class 12.
Nice class, and several very well presented, bears in here, some incredible showmen. We get down to these two, and both of them are incredibly opened up at the base of their chest. Their rib cage comes out with dimension up high. They both have feature, but yet, in my opinion, their strength and when they go to the ground, their footing, still has some quality to it. There's two different types of skeletons out here. There's one that has range of motion from the side, but really gets to bending that hock outside their body. There's another one that's incredibly genuine and square, but needs more range of motion. So you pick your poison. For us, the one that suits us the best is a little taller up front and gives you a better pattern from the sides. Monster boned, got a big old tail root and a big top set in him. He's the genuine and square one that needs more range, but your class winner is the belted bear in the center of the ring. A really nice place to start. Taking nothing away from the colored up one over here, because when he comes out of the chute, that is a big chest, a neat head that's still got some feature and power to it. He does have more bounce and spring in his step from the side. When you get right into him from behind, he really puts pressure on the outside of his foot, and his hock goes with it. He gets just a little rounder about his hip at the same time. Doesn't give you that upper line from the side view that you like to see as well. But the quality is here. That's a very, very nice pair. If you want to call that skeleton the other way, I'm not going to argue with you. This in here is just meat and potatoes. This one comes out. He's moderate. He's stout. He's got feature. He's big and bold in his body. More general about where his neck, his crest, and his pole, where his neck hooks into his blade. And he too, when you get in from him behind, he shortens in his hip, and he just wants to get his hock outside of his body. But that's a very, very dense animal that's in that place in class. This one comes out and just gets out horsed. His blade sets in him tighter. His blade sits on him more upright. He's a little harsher on there behind his elbow and his heart and his lower forerib. Wants to get a little bland up high, but does have a great look from the side. When you get him coming right at you, he's square in his chest. He's just not big enough and bold enough where his shoulder sits on his rib cage. Young lady's bear that comes out next, again, just front end and where it hooks into his shoulder gives him a little bit more generic kind of a look, but from there back, a very pliable center cavity, has a really stout rib cage when you get to the upper side of it, which allows him to have big spread down his top line. We just need to get more turn to his top, give him a fresher look when you step right on top of him. This just needs more coming and going, gets a little drier centered, but high-headed, got good shape, good composition. Give him a nice round of applause, a very good class of crosses.
First in Class 12 goes to Bailey Dessau, a backdrop on a Wild Will. Second, Addie Wilt, a Skinny Jeans King of the Hill. Third, Aiden Connect, Skinny Jeans on an unknown south side. Fourth, Lauren Butterfield, no genetics there. Fifth, Katie Sprang, again no genetics. Sixth, Caden Scale. Seventh, Samantha Woodruff. Eighth, Paige Bremke. Ninth, Emily Waddle. And 10th is Lindsay Dorr. Coming out next will be Class 14 over here in the South Ring.
Rash just went across to help sights.
And we'll be at a 257 to 259. So
getting into some bears that are big enough to win.
We're getting a little woofy.
Yep, getting into where they start to be a little more manly.
They do. They do. We've approximately halfway through, right in the ballpark of that.
Been pretty decent so far.
Kind of what we expected.
Don't know if we've seen the one yet, at least on our side of the ring.
No. Like you say, I mean, hearing Ryan talk the other side, everything sounds good. You just never see it until you get them in the ring together. Well, look at that. We got we're blessed. We've got the old Chad Reynolds.
Oh yeah, we got all the big timers here.
We got Ben Moyer, Scott Stauffer,
Levi
Stauffer. Doesn't get any bigger than this.
No.
That's good. They come and support all the people that purchase from them. did that Clay Parrish go? He was doing a nice job of holding the gate
he
early.
probably got scared when that pig got a little rambunctious. And
oh, he might have ran.
Probably
ran
had to go change his pants, maybe.
No, could have been. He's doing such a good job holding the gate up there.
Yeah. Got a little switch over of some grandparents over here in the stands after kind of flushed out through some of those classes.
Well, they got a guy. If you're a grandparent, you got to follow the grandkid. You
That's
could be
right.
in this ring one time, next time over there. You sure don't want to be at the event and just listening to Walton Webcasting. I mean, you're there.
That wouldn't be
so.
good. I had to give my mother strict orders what time to be here, so she was never late.
Gotcha. Plan for traffic, which now, I mean, that's no real traffic. Anybody that's ever been here, I mean, there's nothing going on 11th Street. I mean, there's no gates open, no nothing. Have to enter on 17th.
Is that Lackey sitting over there in the stands?
I think he is. Sitting there with all his friends.
Yeah.
To the north ring.
Well, like you say, I think we're about halfway through the dark crosses. And it's probably one of the most anticipated ring shots. Oh, we're getting the high five from
Mike
McCoy over here.
He must have some help with, I think his daughter may have a pig in this class coming up.
I believe you are correct. He's going to get on front and center over here.
Yep. He's just trying to be cool like Lackey there, getting on his phone and texting.
Yep.
This kid's got it figured out. He's going straight to the scale.
Is it going to work?
Oh,
come on, come on.
Oh, nope. He made him turn.
Made him turn. That was a good move.
Yep.
I mean, that Barrow's on attention, going right across there.
As we get into this class here, we get our top four out here. I guess to me, there's again, we've said good homes come in different shapes, packages, sizes.
Rash put that one in fast.
I think that's kind of what we had within this class. We get four of them out here, and no, not one of them really look exactly alike. And
that one's incredible in the reach.
Yes, he
drags behind.
Got a cool jawline and skull. Here comes Mike's daughter.
Maya.
Get up on top of it. Is he the stoutest lady one in the world? No. Is he most robust in the center part of his rib? No. But he's at the same time, he's probably the hardest to put a great big hole in within all the contemporaries that we have out here in this line. He's sound, he's functional, he's fresh, he's shapely. I think he's the most complete one, if you will, in this class, and therefore he needs to start the drive off with. The one in second, take him from about his hand.
Maya McCoy catches a pin.
This one here is not wanting to swatting at the whip, just better off to lay off and get him in the belly and let him go. Young man's got kind of a mini mullet there.
It does. That's when they say you have to get a haircut before you come to State Fair.
I think so. That was probably the longest his mother would let him have it.
I understand that.
All those things, you like that about him exceptionally well. Tremendous shape in the upper part of his top line of the top trio. He's the one that probably plays out the most in terms of structure. He's the one that gets a little flatter down at his feet. Now watch his turn line deal, but you take that one from his underline up, there's some good in him. He's long with the drive birds on. That one starts tightening, taking a shorter kind of a stride off of his hind leg as well. Change that about it, and we can move him up. Power Hog is a 1 in 4. Tremendous dimension in this one. Lots of power to get back behind him. Just got to keep going better on either end of his skeleton. You want the tire wrap up through his shoulder a little more than what you'd like.
And he's got about 4 more, I believe, to let in.
This is the one that's got the shape, got the muscle, like that about him exceptionally well. Just got to have to get out and grab a gear and go just a hair easier in order to move up in class any higher. Next when he comes out, another one that you like a lot of things about in terms of being a real practical kind of a bear.
That one's got a big old long tail sticking straight up.
Once you get a little easier this time.
George Watson definitely didn't dock that tail.
Exactly. It's got the old flag stick.
Yep.
It says, pick me. And he did. He put him in the pen.
Young lady's got a great pattern bear that comes out next. Good kind of dimension as you get up on top of it. You get back behind.
I think that's Kenna, if I remember right.
Give me more dimension to the center and lower part of his hand and stifle in order to move up in class. And as we come down through here, we can let 7 out. Good body right here. It's a little chunkier up there through his front end than maybe what you'd like. I can trim him up through his throat, change a little bit of a look up through his front end.
That's Kenna Seaburn.
We just simply need to give him a little more.
Put into the petting pens.
Three little guys that we have coming out next. Again, all of the quality, as long as we go on a good note, something we just like to see. A little more muscle shape in. Young man's ready comes out next. We got to see him just a little sounder on his feet and legs.
Oh, she veered away. I thought she was going to walk just straight to the scale and have the confidence, but
yep, broke it off just there at the end.
Yep.
Can kind of follow him. I mean, he's reading them, and yep, that balances. That's the look. That's the look. But there's that one thing. Young lady here just got pinned.
Don't know what that number was, but
could be a young lady with a black belted dog.
Yep. I think we need to get them like old style cattle where they wear the harness front and back numbers so we could see them better.
That'd be 555s. That'd be Victoria Gozzard.
Okay. What do we got, about 5 in the scale?
We got 4.
4.
We're missing 1.
I don't think that young lady was paying attention to Rash too much. Now she finally figured out she's got to go to the scale.
This is the first call for those dark Crossbreds in Class 16. Please start making your way to the Real McCoy Genetics South Ring holding pens. First call, dark Crossbreds in Class
541.
16 to the South Ring.
Be Morgan Petro. Like I say, we got one more over there we didn't get a number on.
Mini truck mullet, he's happy.
He is. He goes, oh, I've been working hard out here.
Yep.
Just throw me in a pen.
Yep.
And it's a little larger class. I think we have 12 of them.
10, 4, 1, 9, 2, 8, 10.
Like over in the north ring, they're doing just a preliminary sort.
Oh, okay.
On a group that Ryan has. Those of you that tuned in later, our judge today in the South Ring, the real McCoy ring, is Andy Rash from Kewanee, Illinois. He runs about 30 sows for Show Pig. Gets to touch the commercial side of the business with Cargill and the pork group. He works for him. I know he's a jack of many trades, been a livestock judge and coach through the years. Kids have shown several champions, so I think he knows what it takes. So in the ring, we've got 2308 is the one that was missing. 2308 is Megan Smith McCarley. It's the young lady in the light blue paisley shirt. Maya McCoy there in the green and yellow kind of.
And then this young
shirt.
lady right here, what's her number?
Yeah, 555. That would be Victoria Gozzard in the gold-colored shirt. We got Kenna Seaburn here in the gray stripe.
She gets the award for the longest straight-up tail today, flagpole, for sure.
Rocking the flag stick.
That's amazing that that thing holds it that well driving.
This is the first call for those dark cross barrows.
Five's going to go to our young lady,
25-41.
Morgan Petro, on her lock and key dirty punch.
17 to the north ring.
Tell you, when you get down on top of these things got some squareness on the
Yes,
loin
they
edge.
do.
You really don't see it from the side, but
Just a reminder, the Buckeye Barrow Boosters silent auction is currently going on in the Kinley Feed Store room. So please go check out those silent auction items. Again, the Buckeye Barrow Boosters silent auction is currently going on in the Kinley Feed Store room.
make some decisions here.
Yeah, I think we stepped it up a notch.
Well, we lost out on our flag stick, Barrow.
Yep.
You know, a guy could rig a little flag there and make it a political statement. And
I think we
could.
could.
Vote for whoever in 20.
Should have sold some
2024.
advertising space on that.
Yeah, we should have missed out on an opportunity. I think they like parts on each one of these.
I think you're right, and I think that's the way they look, just sitting here from the ring side. Longer they drive, I think a couple of them might separate just a touch in terms of how they're going to drive and plan off that rear.
Yep. Let's see if they bring it into the equation. Here comes Andy for his comments on Class 14 Dark Cross Barrows.
Sykes came over and he said it's heating up a little bit on his side, and I'd say the same over here. I think we had 11, maybe 12 in this class, and if you're back at your pin or you're one of those two, or whether you're in 10, 9, 8, you ran into an absolute killer class, and you should not hang your head. There's pigs down here in 8, 7, and 6 that could have won earlier classes, and you should be really, really proud of that, and you kept fighting till the end. You know, I made a comment to someone earlier. If you go to the Illinois State Fair, Ohio State Fair, any state fair website, and you go to find the show schedule, you have to click on competitive events to find the show schedule. I tried to find it here the other day. It was under competitive events. When I went to Illinois to find when move-in day was, it was under competitive events. It was not under entertainment. Right? There's no magic shows happening here. We're not in the business of coming around, stepping in the ring and saying that this is an entertainment world. Come get my autograph. Your competitors act like it. And those of you in 6, 7, and 8, I'm dang proud of you because you fought through a really good class. Hang your head high. This is a very, very elite upper end. There's one in here that I think is an absolute creature. He's one that when sights come over, he just grinned, and I said, he's good, isn't he? Young lady over there, you're going to win this class. I think this bear is awfully, awfully good. And let's start at his feet. you get into his feet and how he hits the surface, come up into his forerib, his forearm, his rear column of bone, where his neck hooks into his shoulder but still has a stout skull. You know, earlier I talked about a bear that had a bold eye and a bold forehead but still was good in his throat latch. He's got a big spread up high. He's dimensional when you get into him from behind. He's comfortable and he's balanced. That's a very, very good place to start. And second, let's take nothing away from this stoutie right here. There's actually more muscle set in him than there is the one that we just used, particularly when you get right into the seam of his hand, the outer flare and turn to his hip. There's a couple areas, and it's very minor you change him. He maybe doesn't have as neat of a look up front, but he's just as stout-skulled. His front feet are a little soft, but it doesn't make him hesitant in his drive. He's not favoring. From behind, he tucks under himself just a bit and can maybe raise him up just in his belly depth, but that is a really, really long-reaching, stout bear that's beautiful in his top and big, big, big time in his chest, big time in his base width when he leaves you. This bear's rear two-thirds are as good as anything in the class. If I'm going to change him, his neck length and how his neck hooks into his shoulder just sits a little closer and just jammed into that blade a little bit too much for me. His shoulder blade is forward, his knees rocked forward. If we can reshape that shoulder and how it sits up front, I think then his freshness, how they have him maxed out in his top line, the texture of his body, the shape and spread he has to his upper hip, and frankly his comfort and base width when he leaves you is so, so good. That is a very, very good top three to discuss. The flag-tailed bear coming out next is stout in his chest. He's opened up everywhere. He's just hesitant on both ends of his skeleton. We need to give him a little bit more comfort, just a bigger gear to get him to cover the surface out here. At the same time, you got to appreciate the power that one brings to the table. This one's the most comfortable positions with his nose in the dirt. His neck hooks in a little lower there for me. He wants to run downhill a bit, and he doesn't have that shape when he comes out of his blade as some of the ones above him, but he does have a very proportional look. He's one that is very pliable. He's very soft in his center body. He's one that has good in terms of his rear leg comfort, how he pushes off his rear two. He just takes a little slower pace. He wants to get his head down into the shavings. We come out in 6th and 7 with a little different kind of pigs. I think this one in terms of sheer shape when you get on top of him, spread when you get into his hip, base width coming and going, he can play with the top end of the class. He comes rounder and shorter about his hip. His crest sits and his poles sit a little coarser on top of his neck there, but certainly like some things about him when you get on top of him. Opposite side of the coin. Needs more down his top, needs more when he leaves you. Got a good, comfortable look from the side. Give this class of exhibitors a very, very good round of applause.
Well, our judge talked about this one certainly being one of the deeper classes, going down 7 or 8 deep in the drive. And again, you always go to the state fair thinking you're going to ring a bell or at least nick a class, and you know, when you're sitting down at 7 and 8, it's pretty easy to get discouraged, but you just got to understand what class you're in and
that is right.
What happened. So winner of our class 14 is Megan Smith McCarley, our Next Intention Solo. Second goes to Maya McCoy, Skinny Jeans. Third, Victoria Gossard, don't know the genetics. Fourth, Kenna Seaburn, Family Traditions on a Skinny Jeans. Fifth, Morgan Petro, Lock and Key Dirty Punch. Sixth, Josie Schiff. Seventh, Lauren Butterfield. Eighth, Evan Henry. Ninth, Ian Truenbach. And 10th, Bobby Satterfield. My help is going to take a phone call.
3, 2, 1, 5, 9, 4, 10, 8, 6.
Well, wait for it, wait for it. We got ice cream going through the stands. No, Doug Albright just turned down ice cream. Unbelievable. He turned it down. It's a wash, guys. He said no to ice cream. Those of you in listening land know Doug Albright. Got to be a first for us here at the Ohio State Fair. They're over in the other ring sorting out either class 15, I believe.
Well, I got the opportunity to sit here and be out of my island. Hey, another Michigander in the crowd. Old Fishers. Looks like they got a tough decision going on behind us. They're getting down low, looking underneath them.
Third one that comes out next, another one that's presented extremely good. I guarantee you the top 5 or 6 that we've seen in this class has definitely been one of the deeper classes.
Class 16 has entered the ring, 10 head weight break of 261 to 262. So now we're kind of having a challenge in between the rings.
That's right.
Everybody's calling out their class, and I don't blame them. I mean, it's been that deep.
Talking it and working it a little bit.
I know we got Camera Fry, Wade. I know there's one other.
We go down here, 7th through 11th. Again, lots of quality and lots of good. Like to change this one just a little off of the hind leg. Gets a little more paint right there.
I don't think this class is quite as deep in quality as our last one was.
No, he only pulled 2 right on the initial pull.
Shot more muscle as you get back behind him. Excellent class. Lots of fun to work through these. Let's give them a round of applause.
1547, he put in 4th.
These are Crossbreds. You should be in the north ring holding pens.
I believe 60. Triple sixes?
Triple sixes again.
That was Mia Nelson. That was in pin 5. So yeah, we've got 3 of them in the scale. We only got your numbers on 1 of them.
This is the first call for those dark cross barrows in class 18. We are ready for you in the south. Ring holding pins. Again, first call, class dark cross barrows in class 18. Please make your way to the south ring.
I believe this one's Camry Fry. Coming out in the maroon colored paisley.
Second goes to Nicholas Adams. Third goes to Sam Sprang. Fourth goes to Connor Smock. And fifth goes to Lindsay Gore.
Young ladies, Riley Wentz, wearing the polka dotted shirt.
3 just nice barrows up here on top.
Yeah.
Don't think you're going to get the wow factor from them like they did maybe on the last 2, but maybe I'm wrong.
The young man out here is Cade Peterson. Compete against these 2 young ladies. Almost want to mix all 3 of them together.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They all got leg size.
They all got a pretty decent look to them, and then you look at a couple of them, maybe not have as much stuff to them.
Yeah.
The one that does here, maybe he's got the little too much going away from you. And
yeah, wants to.
Still pretty fresh and eye appealing for. This bear is pretty impressive driving at you here.
It does, really opens up with a chest floor on him.
Wants to turn them front feet ever so slightly, but still very impressive. Got a big square hip into him too.
Well, we got Riley's. It's probably as good from the side as you'll ever make one.
Yep, but then you get behind him and
not quite as much.
He don't have quite as much, and I'd say he's probably a little drier in that front part of his rib maybe, and just don't have as much oomph.
Andy on class 16.
Good class, and again, I said it earlier, this is a competitive event and it keeps getting more and more competitive. And I told the young man that was actually at the bottom of the class, I said, dude, you can flat drive one, and if you gave him the right pig on the right day, he can win the show. And I think it's important, the Ohio State Fair, know how good your exhibitors are, know how deep your classes are, and be very, very proud of it. We've got the same thing in front of us again, except we've got a logical place to start here, and our class winner, young man at the far side, is driving that class winner. As he comes right at you, he's the squarest and boldest right in through his chest. He's the biggest and boldest in through his body. He has the best top shape. He's got the boldest spread out of the back of his blade. Now, he's not as big in it as another one in here, but he's more than enough. He's comfortable. He's got push and dig and give off his rear too. His toes are shaped good. I love his head. I love his snout. I love his eyebrow. I love his forehead. And for me, that's jazzy enough looking up front because he's still set back in his blade. I think that's a very, very good place to start. Second and third, you can talk about it. They're a little different. One does have more muscle. There's another one that's just built better. He's more comfortable and his hips designed better. Young lady right here is driving our second place bear. Need to shape him up and bolden him up right out of the back of his shoulder blade there just a bit. When you really get to the base of his rib cage, he expands and he opens. He does have some shape to his upper hip. As you get down low, he runs out of gas there just a bit. Great pattern, great look is how he hooks his neck into his shoulder. And like I said, there's more comfort, particularly off his rear too. The reason is his angles and his joints sit in him better. Now the muscle hog is without a doubt here. This one has a giant end, a big old hip, a deep, deep twist, and a big flare to his hip and his ham. He just wants to get shorter hipped. He's more rigid from stifle to hock. Big chested, barrel ribbed, lots of muscle. getting down to 4th and 5th, and you can start trickling these out here. It's kind of a very similar story. Is there's quality in these hogs. They just ran into a power class. The longest necked one comes out next. He slacked in his frame, the point of his hips too high. Big centered one coming out here out of the pin 5 that's got a pretty decent base of his chest. Wants to get a little different in his front feet. When you get right in behind him, he closes up at the ground. Got one coming out next that, again, is soft and pliable, just needs more look. He's one, I think, in terms of his hip. He just wants to plane up and get more general about the shape to his outer hip and just pressure up a little bit on the wrong toe. We move down the line to some that are compositionally right that just close up in their frame. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Winner of that class goes to Cade Peterson on a tell-all there at Moyer Genetic Edge Boar Stud. Second goes to Riley Went on another one, backdrop on a dirty punch. Third, Camry Fry, didn't have any genetics. 4, Addison Roberts, nothing compares on a breaking rules. 5th, Maya John Nelson, Next Intention Dirty Secret. 6th, Lauren Betterfield. 7th, Annette Augustine. 8th, Jenna Stahl. 9th, Carly Nykamp. And 10th, Braden Sproul. Coming out next, we're going to roll into the Class 18. Class 18 is 265 to 267.
This is the first call for those dark cross barrows in class 19. Please make your way to the north rank. Call block thieves, holding pins. First call, dark cross barrows in class 19 to the north rank. Just a reminder, Steve Mates is back in the southeast corner of our barn. He has all of the pictures from session 1 and 2 ready for pickup. Again, if you have pictures taken with Steve Mates during session 1 or 2, those pictures are ready to be picked up. He's also available and ready to take pictures of your barrows today. So please go see Steve Mates in the southeast corner of the barn.
What we got in the ring? Class 18?
18.
You've been awful quiet over there.
Yeah, about need a nap here. I think he's pinned 4 or 5 maybe. Decent class of quality. I don't know if there's a outlier in the group that's make a huge statement, but a pretty nice ones, I think.
Very good.
We'll start pinning them, Rash.
think he's got enough at the top end.
I think so. If he loses one or two, he'll still be all right.
Yep.
A little different not having ractopamine in these
You know,
hogs.
yeah, you know, there's products out there obviously that are assist, but at the same time, ractopamine is ractopamine.
There's nothing like it.
It's an FDA-approved drug that increases muscle mass, decreases back fat, muscle weighs more, so therefore you gain and you pick up average daily gain. So.
Now I will say on the flip side of that, I think there's some of these hogs that have benefited by not having some of that thrown to them at various times of their life.
So it's kind of fun. I think there's probably a sounder group.
Yes,
as
it
a
is.
general consensus.
Because I think most people, if a little worked, a lot was better. And
yeah, sometimes stopping wasn't the best.
I've always related showing one of these elite bears is kind of driving down the interstate that anytime during that feeding period you might be on cruise control, foot pedal on the gas as hard as you can, and foot pedal on the brake where you just stop them. But
it's like driving through New Mexico.
Yep.
You got the hills, you floor it going down, and you ride it back up, and you still get past doing 95 mile an hour.
Yep.
It's wide open country out there.
But I do think as a whole this is probably a sounder group because of it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
And I don't know if we've sacrificed a lot of shape. I think your elite feeders got them probably dialed in a little bit more.
Right.
But there's a lot can happen in fluid hydration and everything.
Yeah, hydration makes a huge difference at these events. I always kind of laughed is, you know, when you're making those purchases early, sometimes if you know it's a non-ractopamine show, you
might go a different direction.
Might just gather a little more muscle at that stage, just so you're sure it's there.
Yep.
So that never quite worked in the Heinz philosophy. We always, I wouldn't say we're bargain hunting, but
you're between cheap and free. I know you pretty
yeah,
well.
That's right. I think I did buy one from you a couple of years ago.
I worked with a guy. His name was Happy Jack, and one of his sayings was, "It's got to be between cheap and free for me."
Yeah, what is the term? It's not that I'm cheap. I just prefer to pay less.
Yep.
There's a difference.
Frugal.
Frugal. There you go. Not Fogel. Frugal.
Yeah.
Frugal.
I wouldn't call you Fogel.
Yep. No. I was doing this show with Fogel last weekend, and he said he had a mullet back in the day.
I can believe that.
You believe that?
I wonder if he still wore shorts back then, or if he actually wore pants.
I don't know. I kind of aired today. I threw on the jeans, wasn't thinking.
Well, I'm a shorts man. Got to go for the comfort here. So I guess we only weighed 3?
I believe you are correct. I'm sure the crowd on listening land is going, what 3 did they weigh?
Yeah.
But we will be informing you soon.
Shortly.
As I say, please hold.
Lots of new and young faces here in the show pig world in Ohio, which is a great
It
is. It was interesting in the junior gilt drive. They let them, I think, age 5 and up kind of show.
Crossbreds.
And you saw quite a few little tykes out there. So you get the experience.
His skull and his jawline, you like the extra stoutness that he has there. Heavy bone, big booty kind of an individual. Nice bear here to start the class off with. Is he the longest and littlest hip? No, he's not. And I think that's where one that Hawkins in second probably has a little more of an advantage there. Up the length, up the levels of this guy's hip. Hawkins sound
to the outside of his body.
Sunglow Liquifat is a specially formulated blend of liquid energy and fat sources, including flax, soybean, and coconut oils, rich in omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids for all classes of livestock. When you need extra cover and softness for harsher made ones, Sunglow Liquifat is the right choice.
Congratulate these exhibitors.
Oh, we got our coming back out here for our final three in class 18.
I think that's a Camry Fry.
Yep, Camry.
1824, I believe.
1824.
Denali Pence.
And 1819
is a Debold girl.
Reese Debold.
We're still looking for exhibitors in class 19. You should be in the north ring. Call about these holding pens. Again, class 19.
All right, Andy's made his decision. We're going to have the results of class 18.
Looking for Dark Cross Barrows in class 20. You should be in the south ring holding pens.
A good class. We're going to start with the young lady's flag-tailed bear at the far side. Wins the class for both of us. Pretty logical. He's a moderate, stout, featured one that comes at you big and bold and leaves you with the same. He's got a deeper twist than another one that's in contention, and he's got a truer turn up high than the other of the three that we would call it maybe a close one to discuss. Just a very, very solid bear that's still good enough when you talk about comfort and flex and combining that kind of mass with it. In second is the off belt, the far side of the ring. He's got a little bit of a deviation there in his top line, about halfway back on his right side, which throws it off just slightly. But when you really compare him to the young lady's bear in the pink shirt, there's more density here, particularly down through his crotch or seam of his ham. When you get into the rear flank and study the rear part of his body and in through his forearm, there's just more density in that bear. Got a really good pattern from his elbow to his sheath and back in through his rear rib. I really like that bear a great deal. Not as much turn on the top side of his body as this bear has. That is a very grooved top line. He wants to maybe get a little harsher at his ham loin hookup, a little tighter and drier in his rear rib, and like I said, wants to shallow up in his twist, but a beautiful top. Young lady does a great job driving that one. That one's actually bigger chested than the one just ahead of him. Like I said, it just sets in there just a little bit tighter. His rib cage does right in behind that big blade. The calico belt coming out next, the red belt coming out next is one that's just kind of a utility bear from the side. You look at him, he patterns good. He's got a big rear foot. He looks like he should be able to go out and cover some surface, and at the same time as he does, he shortens up in his step. there's not as much spread in him, particularly through his blade and the shape to his forearm and his heart. It's all set in there just a hair tight. When you can compare him to the 2 or 3 that are just above him, he wants to get outmassed right out of the back of his blade. Again, pattern, profile. If you dig that thing, I think you can move him up a place or 2 in class. Another calico belt coming out that doesn't have as much feature as that one just ahead of him. Gets a little more fragile in his lower arm. His front foot is shallower and flatter, a little bit more brittle, I guess, in the way he's defined there in his front foot. An up-headed barrow that's big in the base of his chest. Compositionally, he's very good. Like, again, just feature and just range of motion off his rear, too, is 2 places we like to really change him. Got a good silhouette coming out in 6. There's just not enough here. He really gets a hair stilty up front, but more concerning, he's flatter about his blade and flatter about his midrib. We've got one that's got more muscle set in the barrow coming out in 7th. It doesn't match down low. He just gets a little frailer in his lower skeleton there compared to how much shape and spread he has up high. A little bit skinnier about his jawline, but still, again, compositionally very, very good. Let's give these exhibitors a good round of applause. Another deep class of dark crosses.
Results of Class 18 dark crossbred barrows. First goes to Reese Diebold. Provoked on a Rebel Yell, like the Provoked boars out there at SGI. 2 is Camry Fry. Didn't have any genetic material there.
Gonna guess Moyer.
Probably. Denali Pence. Again, didn't have any genetics to reveal. 4th, Logan Deal. Next Intention Undisputed. 5th, Kylie Bartow, pull pin on a Taking Shots. 7th or 6th, Grant Adams. 7th, Jeffrey King. 8th, Ruger White. 9th, Colton Sheeline. And 10th, Emily Singer. Hey, we've got some food. Life is good at this place.
That one was about a tit and stepper right here to straight to the scale.
Straight and narrow. 2061 maybe. Yep. It's not John on the stick, but
we are. What class are we on? 20?
I'm sorry. I don't have a. $14.64.
Ryland Jones, American made, never before to the scale.
I wonder if that was 2081. I bet it was.
I bet it.
Caden Bryant.
Yep.
You gonna like that? First 2 in, first 2 pinned.
I think those were both pretty easy choices to put to the scale.
Dark Cross Barrows in class 21. Please start making your way to the north ring. Call about these holding pins, and then first call, class 21, Dark Cross Barrows to the north ring.
Putting this young man in the scale here. $23 something.
2340 something. 2340.
Jaws Mr. Clean. I'm guessing that's a Mikey bred hog.
Possibly.
Come on, I'm driving. That one goes straight to the scale. Little girl there.
3 something. Maybe a
379 maybe. Backdrop never before.
Yep, that's who that is. Avery Andrews, the name of the young lady.
That one looked awful nice driving up through there. Gonna have them a nice trio or 4 of them here on top to work through. Last one coming into the ring now. Getting up into these bigger weights, and these weigh what, in the 70s, 71 to 74.
Yep.
Some of them got some size and some frame to them, and a few of them showing some maybe age and not as fresh, and a few of them maybe not been held properly or maybe grown a little too much and tried to get them and they've kind of dried a touch, but still a pretty nice group out here.
Yep. Still have some build and some design.
And none of them are just sloppy.
Darby Wellbaum went into 5th.
This girl's in 7th. That young lady's in 8th.
I think 7th is Camry.
Got the Snyder boy in 8. I don't know what the young lady in 9 is.
I believe our judge went over to the other show ring to consult on Class 19. Maybe they're on 21 over there.
Hopefully 21.
If you were a class ahead of us, weren't they?
Yep, I believe so. Can roll through these. I'd say so far there's a couple of those classes they were pretty high on each one of those winners, 2 or 3 of them that probably heard the most excitement in.
It's funny to listen, you listen to judges and what they say and, see what they see through their eyes. But every once in a while they get excited.
Yep.
You just read the momentum that they're talking, how they're talking about them.
You can hear it in their voice. You can see it when they're talking about them. And
yep.
I think there's 2 or 3 of those class winners that were in that middle, low 50s to low 60s that did that for them. And not saying that there won't be a bigger, heavier one yet to hit the ring, but
yeah, we still got 10 more pounds and 5, 6 classes. So.
Yep.
This is the first call for those Dark Crossbreds in class 22. We need you in the real McCoy Genetics South Ring Holding Pins. First call, Dark Crossbreds in class 22 to the South Ring.
Well, those of you that are along the ringside, he got done consulting over there. Those of you concerned about our fieldman, Clay Parrish, he's got his feet up, sitting in a chair next to us.
He's working hard.
Yep. The boy does put in some hours, that's for sure. Maybe Levi Kimley will keep him straight.
I think so. They made that official, or that's going to be a brother-in-law, or
I don't know. I have not heard anything. I know, they seem to be spending a lot of time together. Good family to be spending time with. So.
Oh, there's a runner going back home. He said he's tired of this hog show. He's going back. Oh, he wants to go in the south end.
there he is.
Crashes back to this side.
He's got more dimension as you get back behind him. This is one heavy bone kind of individual that's simply just a little too soft down on his feet.
I think Ryan's got to finish talking out that class before he can come over and look at our class 20 over here.
He just acts a little sore-footed. He acts a little timid in terms of the way he goes. Need to change that in order to get him any higher. The hawk that comes out here, one's very well presented in terms of one that's got a big kind of a blade and forearm, good kind of dimension up high. This one right here gets extremely timid out of his hind leg as well. He wants to kind of pull his hawk in, take a little shorter kind of a step as well, like a winding out in the lower part of his chest in order to move him up in class. Then ladies, fellas, the hawk that comes out, another one that you like in terms of being extended up through his front end. We just need to scout this one down in the ground. He's got a great kind of shape. If you get up on top of him, he wants to push his right hawk just a little more.
All right,
outside of his
bringing
body,
some in now.
up his bone and foot in order to move up, just give him a little more feature. We come down here, 7 through 11. Still, you got a hawk right here that's got good kind of body and flank. You can vision. Gets a little
Young man is Caden Bryant, 1464. Rylan Jones, American made on
2340.
2340
Nicholas
is
Adams.
Nicholas, yep. Then our young lady here should be Avery Andrews, I believe.
379.
On a backdrop never before.
Second call, class 22 to the south ring.
The littlest girl there in the ring at 379. That one's front end and build and sides is about as good as you're going to get out here, I think, in this class.
I think you're right.
Big-legged critter. Maybe want to see him grab a gear.
Again, those are for all individuals. Again, feed abilities are available in the Kimberly Feed Store room.
Get him walking and take bigger, wider turns. And
Looks like you put a Nicholas Adams into fourth.
fix that one in his knee and them front feet. He'd be a little higher up the food chain here.
Amazing how good these kids can show them.
That's the thing that's improved so much, that I think is just the ability to drive them and get them to go and get them well presented. And used to be just a handful of kids that could get them stuck out here the right way, and now there's a bunch of them. And
Caden Bryant slipped into third hole. So remaining in the ring, we've got Riley Jones on the maroon paisley kind of colored shirt, and then we have Avery Andrews out here in the blue paisley shirt. These young ladies can flat stick them.
And that the Andrews girl, that one's just got big old limbs on him and still good built. And I mean, that one's front end's really good. Square at the base of his chest.
Yep.
Two awfully high competitive bears here.
Yeah, I think when they loaded these two, they had some high aspirations, or if they didn't, they should have.
Yep. I would have been happy to load either one of them
I
up.
would have too. Nice pair of barrows.
Still a little bit of give and take in the pair, I think, but basics are covered really good on both of them. I think they're both appreciating what's out in the ring.
I think so.
Here comes Andy to the microphone to tell us who the winner is going to be, hopefully. That was my only concern, watching him kind of push these. You call that one acceptable?
Here's the results. Class 20, Andy Rush.
We could have, stood out here and talked about these two for another half hour and still not, been completely convicted, I guess, in just an undivided or a unanimous decision on these two. 'Cause I think it goes back and forth. We actually both went back and forth, 2 different times. Let's talk about them. Let's talk about their differences, and then you decide. They're the one to my left over here. Is a great pattern bearer, got great balance. When you really study him from a front third perspective, how he hooks his neck in, everything, it blends so good. He's soft and pliable about his center. He's longer about his hip. He's deeper tying in the outer side of his hip, just not as much there in terms of total dimension. And when you get down to their feet, his feet spread a little wider in his rear too than the other bear that's on the far side of the ring. The target hipped one here, he's got more to him, particularly from his ham loin hook up, back and down. It maybe sits a little higher and tighter than ideal, but he does have more hip. His front feet are square, and he's got a bigger turn to his center body. As the drive goes on, he really starts shoving on the inside toe, shoving in to out. And if you really study his toes and his pasterns, he doesn't have a comfortable bend in his ankle. His toes are sawed off and stubby, and he doesn't push and plant and drive off his rear too like we'd like to see. Combine these two, and we're going to talk a long time about how good one is. The young lady right here with the belted bear with the better built one that's longer in his hip is going to win the class, admitting that we need to put more on him in the seat of his pants. The stout one that has more hip and turn but needed to fix his rear feet will be second. Really good pair. Let's give them both a nice hand. Drop out third and fourth, and I think this is a pair that you can also discuss some different things in. They both have good muscle. They both compositionally are very, very good. This one here is just as put together better, and his neck, his skull, his crest, how he comes out of his blade, even his hip is designed better. Although we like to crank that tail up on him on a bit, he's just too rigid in his rear joints. He just needs to have more flex and be more comfortable, more bend on his rear joints. Then we can maybe push him up a little bit higher to be in consideration for second. The one at the far side obviously has all the muscle in the world you want, incredibly deep-sided. He comes in 3 pieces for me. I see him lower set at his blade. His spine gets a little laxed out of his hip. He wants to tuck his tail underneath himself and pull his hind leg underneath himself. It really throws him out of balance. We've got a calico that comes out next that's really clean and through the front third of his body, has a good shape when you get on top of him. His mid-back's as big and wide as anything in the drive. He wants to get a little bit more fragile up front, and behind he's more rigid in his hock. It's a bear just closing up in terms of his rear feet. One that comes out in patterns really good, got good balance, and you think is just a good functional bear. You hope he has enough when you get on top of him. You step in behind him, and that's where he disappoints. He really flattens as you watch him leave you. Comes at you good enough, just wants to get more bland in his back shape and wants to play out like we said behind. 7 and 8, another pair that just need to be designed better from the side. Good class of dark crosses. Give the exhibitors a nice hand.
Results of our Class 20 black dark crossbred barrows. I'm keep on saying black. They're not always black. First goes to Rylan Jones, an American made on a never before. Second, Avery Andrews on a backdrop never before. Third, Caden Bryant. No genetics available. Fourth, Nicholas Adams. A Jaws on a Mr. Clean. Fifth, Darby Wellbaum. Best kept secret on an AGF 71. 6th, Taylor Ellsworth. 7, Camry Fry. 8th, Devin Snyder. 9th, Carly Nykamp. And 10th, Cody 4. Well, we're getting closer.
Getting down to the short rows of the dark crosses.
Down to the...
What is this, 22 coming in for us?
22, just 9 head.
Sunglow Milk It is a non-medicated milk replacer that offers immediate acceptance due to its high palatability and easily digested fats and proteins. Feed wet as a show shake or dry mixed into the diet. Use Milk It at any time in the feeding phase when extra bloom, muscle shape, and forerib cover are needed.
only a boldness and stoutness standpoint, but the rib design in this
Got the first one in the ring on 22 here, straight to the scale.
on top of it. Good thing that she get back behind him and watch him go. Just remotely good.
I'm going to say that's Marissa McFarland, Tell All Secret Society.
Well, I'm back, Brian. Missed you.
You did good. We got one in the scale. We got a second one going to the scale. Maybe two of them going to the scale.
Just kind of going over there in droves.
Yeah. Not too many in here, so I think Rash just trying to flood the gates.
Power hose that comes out next, lots of dimension in him, long as the driver is on. This one right here gets a little more tied up on either end.
Where are you buying me steak tonight?
Am I buying you steak? Well, I could have we could have stopped and got you some Kentucky tube steak on the way up.
Yeah. That'd be ring bologna, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about?
Yep. Well, if you're from Kentucky, that's traditional, just a log of bologna. But
yep.
The hose comes out next, another one that you like in terms of being wide-chested, bold running, big forearm in this one, and at the same time, you got to make all this thing to roll his front feet a little more inward. You want you to turn ideal. This one, as you get back behind you and watch him go, we got to track you wider from the top to the ground.
That's we on 22.
22. We got one more in our ring.
Sure. Listening group is probably saying, gosh, hope these guys get done soon.
Yeah. Start placing them, Rash.
Well, not necessarily the easiest group to line up.
No, they're not. I think
we got some that are just so tall-fronted and big-legged, and then you just no rib cage.
Yeah.
I mean, just lay. The good thing I did hear about this is those kind, their little flatter ribs. Those ribs lay on the grill better.
Oh.
You can get a better, kind of cook and a sear on them.
Okay.
So there is some good on that.
Tell me that they don't eat as much feet and don't grow as well. And
might be a correlation to that. Might be. It's like you kind of sorted through the.
Got them
other end
shoved in there pretty fast.
This is the first call for those dark Crossbreds in class 24. We are ready for you in the South Ring. We are McCoy Genetics Clinton's. Again, class 24, dark Crossbred Barrows to the South Ring.
Roll them out here. This one's got kind of a fast gait, the first one out of the ring.
Hey, see, we got followers.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Kevin Mears.
Well, he was wanting to come over here and talk, and I told him that'd probably be inappropriate.
Did you hold the sticker up says VIP?
Yeah, but what I told him, I wish that his kid was showing just so I could make fun of him.
He does good for a 5-year-old, doesn't he?
Yep.
Or 4-ish,
well,
5-ish?
He's got handicaps because of his dad, you know, so you got to do what you got to do. But he come to the mill one day, and I taught Ben David a few little tricks, and Mears has told me that he's gotten in trouble because of the tricks I taught him.
Gotcha.
He used to mess with my kids when they showed, so I figured it's called payback.
Paybacks. Love those.
He deserves it.
The last 3 on our sheet here.
Yep, Mears has been getting after it with these young man there, trying to get him some ring experience, so when he hits 4HH, he'll be ready to roll.
Yep, it's always nice. Here comes Andy to discuss Class 22.
Good class and a very, very good place to start. Young lady here in the black shirts driving our class winner. And when he first come through, you know, you get into these kind of weights, and he had that chest, you know, that chest and that skull, like the big shows that you know kind of give you chills, make the hair on your neck stand up. You just tell yourself, please, please, when we get in behind this one, don't let his hind leg fall off. And this one stays genuine. And he stays true. He's beautifully presented. He's got an incredible top. He comes and goes, I think, in a comfortable kind of a manner, considering how much he has down low in terms of base width. Could you soften his body up? Let's see what a little feed bucket and some water will do, and I think we'll be surprised. It's one thing I looked at size and said, surely that thing will go back and eat and drink, and then I think we've got us a monster on our hand. Very, very good class winner. Second, I think you can cuss and discuss, and it really comes down to which one just represents more quality to the front third of their body, which one has a little more substance and feature to their blade down into their front foot, and is presented incredibly well, and frankly is fresher. And the young man's wide belted one here is going to be second. When he first come in, it took me a while to pin that one. Why? He's not right on his rear too. His toes are tight, his ankle is rigid, and he just won't plant and push and dig into those shavings and get comfortable on his rear too. If I could change that, then we've got a very, very elite animal to talk about. From his hook bones forward, we still do have that. The chunkier one that's out here was also talked about for a second, and it really came down to Ryan and I talking about his front end and his flesh and just how much head and just general look he's carrying up front. Now, if he's gnarly legged, he has enormous bones, enormous feet, you know, you could maybe justify that kind of mug and that kind of neck, but coupled with a little shallower kind of a front foot, a little more fragile kind of a front ankle, that throws him into third. Big center, great proportions, a very loose hinge to his hip and to his hind leg. Bear coming out in fourth, literally runs uphill. He has to get a little straight in his blade to do this. I'd like to rock his knee and blade back on his body. He wants to get just a little shallower back into the rear third of his hammer, or back into the crotch of his ham. But a great pattern, got a really strong top line. He's a fresh bear in his back shape, and I think is one that's fairly comfortable in terms of his foot placement behind and how he pushes into the surface here. Interesting pig that comes out. Initially, he's just a little tubey looking with a big stout skull. He wants to close up a bit behind, but where he's good, he's very good. He's got a great upper shoulder. His shoulder blades sit wide. They sit really good on the forerib there, and he comes out of his blade very true, very fresh. He just wants to run out of gas as you get into the rear third of his rib cage. Really dries up on us. I don't know if he's off feed or that's just him naturally. Regardless, that one just a little harsher in his body cavity. Coming out in sixth and seventh, I think a pair that just get a little bit coarser in their skull, a little straighter in their blade, but both compositionally are good. Another good class, great exhibitors. Let's give them a nice hand.
Results of Class 22 Dark Crossbred Barrows. First goes to Marissa McFarland on a tell-all up there at Moyer Genetic Edge on a Social Secret. Second, Evan Hendry on a Nothing Compares Little Bro. Third, Riley Phillips, Outbreak, don't know the stem side. Fourth, Katie Sprang, no genetic information. Kendall Diebald is 5 on a Discipline The Blessing. Sixth, Carter Elwood. Seventh, Derek Miller. Eighth, Wyatt King. Ninth, Nicole Fenning to round out our class. Here in the dark classes, we just have one more class here in the South Ring, the Real McCoy Genetics Ring. We only have one class remaining. That class is, ironically, all 280 pounds. First one to the last one is 280 pounds.
Sunglow In Motion checks all the boxes as a comprehensive joint, hoof, and skin health supplement that contains glucosamine, chondroitin, and hyaluronic acid. As we continue to push the limits on structure and skeleton, In Motion is the all-in-one that everyone needs.
Well, this is the class we've been waiting for in the dark crossbred barrows, class 24, 10 head. All of them are going to weigh 280 pounds. They all look alike, right, Brian?
Yep, they all do so far, black and white.
Black and white, that'll be the common denominator.
Just a little difference of white and black.
So, but I think here at the end, I think we've got 3 classes of 280 pounders. So, just a matter of which class you got stuck in, I guess.
That's right. Used to be a time there'd be about 15 classes of 280.
Yep. But that was also when hogs grew.
Yeah. Yep.
You could take a February, mid-Feb, late Feb, and actually get to the Ohio State Fair and be highly competitive.
Yep. I think we should do a little poll and see who has the oldest hog here. If anybody would own up to it.
I don't know if any. Well, there's no age restrictions, is there?
No age restrictions.
They listed all that because they realize it's impossible, except for purebreds. It's almost impossible to.
Yep. Everybody switched their age to weight range
to
on
Jan
the
1
sales sites.
The old side, yeah. Or just why even list it?
Yep. Or show appropriate when they might make it. And you put what from about June till November?
June to November, somewhere in there he'll be ready. I guess a lot of barrows in this division have
just kind of
been held a little bit, and then they kind of got pushed back into to bloom them back up. And
see, some of them don't have maybe enough going away from you, and maybe not blend and balance as well because they've been held and all that.
That's when that ractopamine thing might have came in handy, just to give you that punch.
Especially right there on the back side of the blade and right there, helped out a bunch. Well, I guess maybe he did send. There's 2 to the scale. I think he's, if I was a betting man, I'm going to say that the winners of these last couple of classes here are maybe not in contention, but
it's Gracie Stewart coming in.
I don't know who the young man is. 13:05.
Hunter Siddle.
Okay, don't know him.
8:63. That'd be Gilbert White came in.
He's a real knothead. There he goes, starting to drive. Yep. Rash is going, well, I don't think I'm going to get a good look on him.
I think he's athletic.
I think he is. Man, he cranks that head high.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he'd throw that one in. I think that's Haley Robinson. I'm not real sure.
Now that he's calmed down, he looks a lot better.
Yeah, there's one thing to be athletic and another one just to be crazy. There's got to be a fine line in there somewhere. I remember when you're doing judging team workouts and judging cattle, and you always had to ask the coach, is that one alert or is he crazy?
Yeah.
Because that made a difference. Is it in the top pair or the bottom pair?
Well, back in the day when they were Sugar Rays, they were pretty much crazy to begin with.
He got rid of the bottom.
Shuffled them in.
I think he got his cream pulled out.
Let's get him weighed and have Sights come over and
put the big hoorah on it.
Yep.
And we'll be done with our dark crosses other than picking our champions, because we have not done that anywhere through this. I assume we're going to do champions at the end of darks, or are we going to go right into the whites and then do the champions at the end?
I don't know how they're going to do that. Be interesting, little different scenario today. Other question would be, are we going to have the Division 2 and 4 winners over here and 1 and 3 on that side, or are they going to do them all in one ring?
Well, you'd think they'd do them all in one, wouldn't you?
Stay tuned.
The story is still out. I'll say Andy's still got some pep in his step.
Yep.
He's kind of still running around behind them all and taking a look-see. You know, that tie might, it's kind of close to Kansas State colors.
Yeah, it is.
It might be the Flying Leathernecks of Western Illinois, too.
Could be that. It's definitely not the Ohio State scarlet or gray.
No.
It does have the gray pants on. So
he does, so he's half okay.
He's half okay for here. But he's from Illinois, so, you know.
Yeah. Got an Illinois judge and an Oklahoma judge.
Yeah.
Has it been everywhere and anywhere in between there?
Yep.
As they say, not their first rodeo.
Not at all.
Well, coming in here, we've got Got 13:05.
13:05.
That's not right. 13:05 is Hunter Siddle.
2 13:05s.
It's a
13:95.
13. They don't even have a 13:95.
Well, flowered up little girl.
Yep. Gracie Stewart's out here in the. What
the
color
one
is that?
that we can't figure out just got put in fourth.
She's got a number on the back, but it doesn't correlate to anything on her sheet. So I don't know.
Not I don't know if there's one here that's just going to blow you away.
No, I think I know
Still
which
some
one I
good
like.
pieces and parts. And
Haley Robinson's the other one out here with the black and white stripe and blonde hair.
going in third.
Way down to the pair. Here's Andy with his comments on our last class of dark crosses.
The big uns here and still have quality, particularly at the upper end. And, the one that is going to win is not perfect in terms of his upper line. But when you think about his weight and he combines, freshness and shape and bloom with comfort, maybe change his knee just a bit. But outside of that, the bear that wins for us logically is the young man's here in the center of the ring. Like I said, gets the hair deviated in his spine from the side, or maybe he's a little higher at the point of his hip. But when you watch him leave you, he plants and pushes with a big old foot. His angles and how he uses his hip and hind leg is very good. He's as shapely as anything in the class other than the one that's going to come out in 3. The bear that's in second, again, great pattern, great profile, comes at you probably square in his knee, not a giant fronted one, but square and truer from his knee to the front of his foot. Really gets a little more nondescript when you get on top of him, really planes up in terms of his back shape, but still patterns there, comforts there. Coming out in 3 is the heaviest muscled one. He has the biggest hip. He's got the biggest and most turned to his top, and he's big chested. Maybe closes up behind, but more concerning is he's really dry about his center body and his heart. Just need to give him a softer, more pliable look to match what he has up high. A little tubey for us. Coming out next in 4th, one that just gets a little piecey. I heard Ryan earlier say kind of put together by committee. He's more general about his neck. His back slacks on us, and his hind leg kind of twists outside of his body. Where he's good, he has function to his center cavity. He's a bear that's got feature in his rear limb. He's got a big old tail root, and he does have dimension from his hooks back. And actually, his twist is really, really deep and true. Turn to his stifle's good as well. And 6 and 7, a pair that just need to be built better in terms of their structure. They need to be more genuine in their footing, but a really good class to close on. Again, a great set of darks, incredible set of showmen. Let's give these young people a really nice round of applause.
Results of our Class 24 dark crossbred Barrows. First goes to Hunter Seidel. Cruel Intentions on a square edge. Second, Gracie Stewart on a Here I Am. Third, Haley Robinson, I'm On It on a Conviction. Fourth, Josie Schliff, Pull the Pin. Fifth, Jennifer Bohm, Cruel Intentions, End of Story. Sixth, Jackson Eisenman. Seventh, Jace Michael. Eighth, Gavin Burke. And ninth to Jaden Snyder. So we've concluded our show over here for the dark crosses. We still have 8 classes of white cross. I don't know, I think we're going to probably end up showing the champion possibly in the North Ring. But we will sign off for now, and then we'll be back to announce whenever the next class comes in.
number 1. First place went to Macy Hay.
We're here doing the championship for the dark crosses in the South Ring, the Real McCoy Ring.
We got our Class 1 winner, Macy Head, Goosebumps on target.
Coming out of class number 2. First place went to Mason.
Class 2 winner is Mason Saunders. A lock and key on a rumor has it.
26 pounds. Second in the class went to Joe Daly.
They're going to do classes 1 through 6 for Division 1.
It's going to be McKenna Adams, Papa Bear on the King of the Hill.
Papa Bear back on KOH. Weighing 229 pounds. Second in the class went to Nolan Barney. Coming out of class number 4.
Class 4 winner is Corbin Winkle. He's a Cruel Intentions on a Take a Bow.
Kind of the odd mark.
Yeah, he was talking about him being a cool marked or different marked one. I don't know if he used the word cool, but.
Well, I probably used odd or not attractive.
Exactly.
Mallory Petro, a lock and key best kept secret.
I assume all those Petros are related. They've got a lot of hogs weighed today.
Yep. I think all these bears maybe look just a touch better, a little rest and relaxation, maybe a little extra drink.
Our winner of our Class 6 in our final class is Cade Sponsel on a, don't have any genetic record of this one.
So as these guys are sorting through them and checking them out, we just wanted to give a report on the auction that happened here on the lunch break on selling the pins, the banners, the rings, everything involved, the commission, all that raised over $90,000, a huge number that all goes back to support the kids. It's a record, they told me. I think we got to really congratulate all the folks that bought and supported because it's a really neat deal.
Here's Andy with his comments. Champion of the Dark Crosses, Division 1.
Really a good collected, first division here, and these are immature bears in their skull, immature in their texture, and they're fresh. They fit the weight, and there's some differences in kind out here, differences in type, but I think that's okay. I think as long as you gravitate towards the best ones in classes, you're going to have a little bit of that. There's one that wins for both of us. We really just had to look at each other and say it's pretty logical, isn't it? Pretty easy. One that is not only stout and big featured, but also has proportions and balance and has good angles, and one that literally is higher at the top of his blade than he is his hip, but still's relaxed up in through his shoulder. Very, very good place to start for us. Young lady in front of me is driving your champion, Division 1.
Congratulations to Mallory Petro. She has your champion in Division 1. We'll need to drop out that second place Barrow out of class number 5, exhibited by Emma Leggett. Barrow sired by Social Distance.
Mallory Petro on her lock and key best kept secret. It was our Division 1 winner. Winner of Class 5. I don't know if they had the mic on, but who was second? Who came in?
What was that?
Second place in Class 5.
I've got my sheets flipped too many times.
I think Ryan's going to discuss our reserve in Division 1.
Emma Liggett had the second. Young lady in the red shirt.
Please come to the South Ring Bowling Pins. That's classes 7 through 13.
Second place Barrett comes out, and as we get out here to pick a reserve in this division, I think he gets somewhat close. And yet, with that said, I think there's one that in terms of just proportions and angles and just shape and power and dimension, and yet keeping it all in a collective package, and looks like a Division 1 with a lot of muscle shape. The young man's belted one over here will be a reserve in this division.
Congratulations.
Mason Saunders with the reserve Division 1 Barra. Really nice pair of them lighter weight Barras.
Yeah, look like late weights. What class did Mason come out of?
Maybe 2. Yep, 2.
I've been one on my side.
That's classes 7 through 13. We need those first and second place Barrows in the South Ring holding pens.
6, 5, 4. Mears is a father, something I just thought I'd never see in my life, but it has happened.
Unbelievable.
I did have to go to his wedding so I could witness it with my own 2 eyes, because I wouldn't have believed it if it wouldn't have been.
Got a pretty competitive young man that's been showing for, what, 2 years now?
Yeah, I think so.
He's, what, age 5, somewhere in that ballpark?
Yeah, I think so. Got quite a good crowd standing around everywhere, bleachers full. Getting them lined up for this Division II. I think going to run from, what, Class 7 through 13.
Ironically, both Division I's are lock and key hogs.
That's a Moyer hog, I believe, isn't it?
I believe you're correct. Off to Division II. I believe we're going to 6 to 13, I think.
7
to 13, I'm sorry.
I think we're going to get all the action down here on this end.
Well, they know who the superior announcers are.
I think that's right.
You could have had Fogel. I mean,
well, he might be eating him some cobbler or something.
I'm sure he's not complaining. That flat means something when you can drive again for the dark cross divisions. And you know, how'd the day go? Well, not what I wanted, but I was a division champion or a division reserve. And
yep.
Obviously the 300 head of dark crosses that we sorted through. I'd say pretty timely and pretty efficiently.
Yep, I think they did a good job on speed and getting them done. I think they need to call them up to the ring maybe a touch quicker to get them rolling. These guys aren't going to spin forever. I think they were confident in their decisions in class. And
yeah, you know, you've done enough of these things where, you know, there's like 2 or 3 of them you're really kind of sorting through, not discounting any of the other ones, but they just hit you harder and you're looking for those when they come back out.
at least we got a front row seat to this.
Well, there is some perks to the donation of time.
Yep. We did get paid in an ice cream bar.
We did, ice cream bar and some cobbler from Grandma Fogel. Maybe at least a shout out for that.
Yep.
But I think the cobbler is done, so we might be a little short for tomorrow.
Who's judging the open show here tomorrow?
Well, if you wouldn't ask me, I know Blaine Olson is.
Okay.
And yeah, you should have asked me. I could have told you.
We're now ready to drive
2 guys that are more than qualified.
Coming out of class number 7.
Class number 7, Annette Augustine.
Verified by the King, weighing 241 pounds.
Finally, we got a calico.
Coming out of class number 8, first place.
Class 8, our class winner was Maggie Matthews. And next intention on a little bro, weighing 244 pounds.
44 pounds. Second in the class went to Taylor Barber. Coming out of class number 9, first place went to Kate Peterson.
Kate Peterson, class number 9, a rusty cage, dirty secret. I'm going to guess this is a Lackey hog because I think this is Lackey's herdsman's little brother, maybe.
Gotcha.
Coming out of class 10, first
I think they
place
like
Class
that
10.
hog pretty well.
Megan Argabright. on another lock and key on a dirty punch, weighing 250 pounds.
Coming out of class number 11.
Kendall Davies. A 0 and a 0.
0 and a 0. Hopefully he's not a 0.
Yep, hopefully not. I think he must have had enough ump to him to get us a class winner.
Yep. At least he's got a 1 in there somewhere.
Coming out of class number 12.
Class 12
goes
to Bailey Dussault. It's a backdrop on a Wild Will, weighing 254 pounds.
And coming out of class number
13, Mackenzie Pope. Here I am, kiss my socks.
Kiss My Socks, weighing 255 pounds. Second in the class, Mr. Keenan Jones.
Got a Heimer-Brockman combination on that pedigree.
So we've got a class 7 through class 13. Mind you, we judged 25 classes today in the dark crosses.
The heaviest one would weigh 256 out of the last class of 13. Definitely in the size and weight category, it can get the old judge's attention to,
I think you're right,
to make a move for the big banner at the end to be champion dark cross. I think they're spending a little more time, a little more depth in this particular division.
I don't think there's one you just
no.
100% grab on. You like this, you like this, you like that. But I think we're going to see that in most every division. It's just that's the caliber we're at, and we got the bar raised up here this high. It's tough to decide. These things definitely on a high level.
Yep. Get them all back out here, and it makes you feel better about the quality we've seen throughout the day. And
well, we've been talking about it, and I know everybody thinks it's just us talking on the mic, but
and there's some of those classes there was maybe not as deep and good as the others, but then there were some classes that were ultra deep, and there were still the ones on top, and you bring them back out here together with all the ones, and I think just fit together and look good. And not sure they're totally sold on anything here.
No, I think they like parts and pieces.
I think we weighed a couple out of this particular division with some scale issues, or
yeah, we did. Unfortunate for our young exhibitors, but again, here comes Ryan with his discussion of Division II champion.
We get out here in our second division, and I think a really good set of class winners that we bring back, and it gets somewhat close between a pair of them out here, and yet I think within that pair, there's one that you like the shape and expression of muscle as you get up on top of him. There's another one that is along the drive where it's on, just seems to have a notch more range of motion, gets out and goes and flexes his hock just a notch better. Really good and attractive, heavy bone. Young lady's white-legged Barrow here be your champion.
Congratulations to Megan Argabright. She has your Division II Dark Cross Barrow. We'll need to drop out that second.
Megan Argabright on her, well, I say it again, lock and key. Another one.
Another Purebred hog.
Dirty Punch on the bottom side. I remember Dirty Punch has had some champions back through the years.
Another rash.
There was kind of a pair of them. One had a better comfort level, had a denser just rib cage, more turn to his body. The other one in contention, obviously, in terms of balance and just having a great turn to his upper skeleton, being very genuine in his kind, follows right in suit. Young man at the far side is driving your reserve. Let's give him a nice hand.
Congratulations to Cade.
Cade Peterson from Class 9 is our reserve champion in Division II. That one is a rusty cage on a Dirty Secret.
I'm going to guess maybe that's a Lackey hawk since Jason's standing over there pretty close.
Yep, I would would say definitely of that caliber.
Please make your way to the south ring.
He was the breeder of Dirty Secret, wasn't he?
Yep.
Through there. So Division 2 is actually in the books, gang.
Then we're going to go from, what, 14 to 20 maybe?
Sounds like a plan. 14 to 19 maybe?
Yeah,
I think 20 to
something like
25 is the other one. So far in Division 1, we've had a Lock and Key BKS. Second was a Lock and Key, rumor has it. Division 2 winner was a Lock and Key and a Dirty Punch. And Division 2 reserve was a Rusty Cage on a Dirty Secret. So those of you tracking genetics.
I think old Chad Day acquired Rusty Cage here and got him at Top Cut now.
He does. I forgot about that. He does. Board's done okay.
Yep.
Obviously, you get a reserve division at the Ohio State Fair. This has more ring to it when you say it that way.
A little more prestige.
It does. So yeah, we're going to wander through, I believe, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. I think is going to be the next
sounds like
division.
a fair break.
So we're going to roughly go between 257 to 270 pounds is roughly the break. So that just tells us the last division is 271 to 280.
I think there was some heat in that last division over there. Like
Yes,
there
sir.
was 2 or 3 of them the guys were pretty excited about that I'm going to guess are the ones.
I'm curious to see what this division brings forth. I remember a couple of the class winners that.
This is where they started getting excited about.
Yeah, I
talking their
remember they were
reasons
talking
and-
about, hey, you're 7th in class in a really deep
Yep.
class, and
little salesman splash to
Yeah.
it, but still make a young man and young lady feel
Well.
good. But we got into some depth and
it
quality
does.
there.
when it gets that deep, you got to recognize. I mean, sorry guys. I mean, class before you're 2nd or 3rd. And
Yep.
This
This
time
class you're 7th, and
you're
maybe the
7th,
next
and-
class you're 4th.
Yeah, just be happy. You're at the Ohio State Fair, and
grab the pin, and
at least we're having the event. And
that's right.
I know that's a little. We're here actually at the State Fairgrounds. We
Yep.
had OYLE, great event last summer.
Great event, but still not the same mystique and everything.
We
with
just
being
don't
in
see
this
the
barn.
viaduct. You got to
Yep.
see the viaduct. Or
The
we're not there.
viaduct, and even though this maybe's not the nicest barn in the world, but it's the hog barn, and then the neatest thing about this show is after the Grandin reserves are picked and the 2 top ones get to go to the sale champions, and that's an event like no other. And
Yeah, they just started that, didn't they? Is this kind of
well?
What we used to pick them here in the barn, but now we're
Yeah,
saving
they're taking them over there, but still going up to the Celeste Center and the governor and all those people and
The
that's-
dignitaries.
That is one of the neatest experiences. And
Well, I know like Wisconsin's got a governor's auction. I know Indiana's always talk about going to the Coliseum. Type of scenario, and
that's our goal was always to get to the Celeste Center because that meant you were 1 or 2 overall. And
Yep, and they didn't pick them over there back in the olden days.
No,
You went
picked
over,
them-
yes,
picked them here.
but we're not going to pick them out here.
No, I don't believe. I believe over there in the Coliseum, and
So they got one more day to kind of put them back together and
it's
exhibit them over there and let them see who can.
I don't know if they'll have the Ohio State Fair band and all that out like they would.
That'd be
but
awesome.
It was really neat to be in that experience.
Division 3 Dark Crossbreds.
Okay.
Division 3 Dark Crossbreds is starting the ring. Winner
is Megan Smith McCarley.
On her next intention on a solo. That's that bearish. He talked about how he could drag that rear leg back.
Yep.
Coming out, class number 15.
McKenna Roar with a Steel Town Kiss My Socks.
Weighing 260 pounds.
Roar family's been highly competitive through the
Yep.
years. Doesn't really matter if they're at the Ohio State Fair or anywhere.
Yep, they've done
They're on their
really
A
well.
game. Class 16 winner, Cade Peterson, a tell-all on a Secret Society. Young man had a piece of the last division.
This is going to be Tristan Stout with the wingman Armed and Dangerous.
Wingman McCoy boy?
That's the Armed and Dangerous is definitely a Mike Bohr.
Class 18 winner, Reese DeBold, provoked on a Rebel Yell. A little different pedigree for some of those in Ohio.
That's probably a Warner bred hog. Young little girl from our county, does a good job. Class 19 is going to be Alan Price of Victory Road, taking shots. That's a Seth Keplinger bred hog.
Weighing 270 pounds. Second in the class went to Ethan Wynn.
Yeah, we keep raising the bar here, guys.
Yeah, there's some
busted open ones when they come around walking straight at us.
I think it just depends on those ones that are extra busted and how they can still move and go, and they still got a lot of shape. And I think this is the Roar girl here that's really busted open. That one's got a big shapely square back in him.
Big flat back on that one.
He can move too.
Yes, he can.
I think Rash going to the microphone here.
Several in here that we'll discuss more, but there's a pair, 3 of them I think we'll really get to tearing down here for reserve, and one that we're both extremely comfortable with using within this division, one that is moderate and stout but comfortable and has incredible presence and incredibly fresh. Everything fits, and when you really start studying how genuine he is and the base of his chest and how bold he is everywhere, to keep it all put together and inside of his skeleton the way that he does is pretty remarkable. Young man's loud. Mark Bear right here is your champion. Let's give him a nice hand.
Cade Pearson is our champion here in Division 3.
Pretty good outing for 2 hogs. We reserved Division 2 and champion Division 3. Thought that was an awful nice one in class and looked the part out here.
Yeah, that one's a tell-all. Tell-all is a
Moyers, I believe.
And on Secret Society.
I'd say that's maybe another one of those lackey bred hogs.
Yep, I know there's a lot of genetics are swapped from Texas to Ohio. So.
Again, Division 4, first and second place Barrows. Please make your way to the South Ring holding pens.
And there's some nice ones.
Yes, there is. This one here is wanting to be kind of a knothead, and you'll see that sometimes if these bears get out in the ring a few times and
they figure out where the exit gate is. Taking a sachet around behind a few of them.
Yep.
He wants to be on the microphone here.
Yep, he wants to be on camera with us. I still think there's 2 pretty elite ones out there that
there too.
I'm sure that they're the 2 they're probably discussing pretty hard.
And they're probably not going to consult us.
Well, probably not. I think there's a couple other ones that are just nice and just don't have maybe as much going for them.
Yeah, a lot of people on the ringside or on listening land are glad that we aren't in the consulting business.
Yep. Just giving honest opinions, or at least our own opinions. Everybody's got one.
They do. They do. Well, and as you can tell, I mean, they're discussing several different ones, and that's kind of where we're at, because you got a big top. You got one that almost runs uphill.
Yep.
You got a really, really complete one that just can drag that rear leg so far behind it. And, you know, which one's right, which one's wrong, I don't know.
Yep.
But I do know one thing, there can only be one reserve champion in the Division 1.
That is Division 3 for sure.
Oh, excuse me, Division 3, you're correct.
I think he needs to. Here comes Sights to give us the placing.
Well, as Andy said earlier, to pick a reserve in this division, I think it gets a lot closer, because I think you could go with a couple different ways, because we've got hogs out here that are balanced, you've got hogs out here that are extended, and you've got hogs out here that's got power, and yet with each one of them, maybe you want to tweak and change just a little bit. To me, when you come back out here to select a reserve, there's one that's just a little further out there, a little different in terms of way he's put together. Blade, forearm, humongous rib cage. maybe you could lengthen his stride just a fraction, but I think such a unique kind of an individual. This young lady's barrow here will be reserved.
McKenna Roar on a Steel Town on a Kiss My Socks. I believe Steel Town is they're a Heimers.
That's
Probably
a big,
might be a Heimer Hog.
Big square back hog right there for sure. That was the other one I thought would be those would be the two winners.
Well, it's sometimes just being enough unique is what you want.
And I think the other ones that did have some uniqueness maybe couldn't drive and plant as good, and then a couple of the other ones, like they said, that were balanced and better just didn't have enough in maybe the seat of their pants or in their rib or turned to their top. And
exactly.
And I think those are all of our division, reserve division winners so far have been really nice.
Very nice. It'd be really fun to see them all out in the champion drive for the Supreme Dark Cross. I believe we only picked 2 at the very end of this in the Dark Crosses.
Yep.
At least we get a little bit of recognition here for some of the division winners. So we're at class 20 through 25. They weigh 271 to 280. I think we had 3 classes that were actually just 280. So not going to be a big weight spread here, but
nope. I think damn sure some quality.
Oh, I'd agree with you. Slowly get everybody up here to the show ring. So once we get done with the dark crosses, obviously we're going to pick our divisions here. Then we'll get it narrowed down to 4 head to compete for champion. And then we'll pick our grand and reserve dark cross, and then we're off to the white crosses. Or other, I guess, as they use. For us in La La Land, we like to just say it's the white cross and dark cross. Dark just being that there's something black or dark on them in a solid sort of format. Could be like some of the calicos had black spots. So
they classify. But there could be a red roan in the others that doesn't have black that go that way.
That kind of calico thing's a little bit neutral to the fact of, do you have a black spot in it?
Yeah.
Well, we haven't lost any crowd.
No, we haven't.
We're kind of all along ringside here, sorting this out.
We're now ready to drive for our Division 4 Dark Crossbred Champion Reserve coming out of class number 20.
Class 20 winner, Ryland Jones on an American made on a never before, weighing 273.
273 pounds. Second in the class went to Avery Andrews. Coming out of class number 21.
Xander Ivy. Cruel Intentions, take a bow.
Cruel Intentions, back on take a bow, weighing 276 pounds. Second in that class.
It's actually kind of fun to see what was shown in the other ring.
Yep.
Coming out of class number 22.
Class 22 winner, Marissa McFarland. Another tell-all on a secret society. Or excuse me, social secret. Social secret.
Second in that class went to Evan Henry.
It's a sexy looking one from the side.
Coming out of class number 23.
23, Aiden Connect. He's a rusty cage, something. I heard he's a lackey hog, if I've been told true.
There you go.
Young man's got him dialed in.
Where are we at? Class 24 coming in the ring is Hunter Seidel. It is a Cruel Intentions on a square edge. Gracie Stewart was second in that class.
And coming out of class number 25
is Kendall Bishop, a Nothing Compares Little Bro, weighing 280. Well, guess maybe that's a Seth Keplinger hog.
Possibly. He's raised a few of them that are pretty competitive.
Yep. Had some nice ones out here.
Some big guys.
They are big. Some of them got a nice rolled up back in them.
I bet some of these old boys kind of like to go back to their pen and get a big old drink of water.
Yep. That one's a little more impressive going away from you. The
That's
connect
what I
boy.
thought. Yeah.
Kind of closes a little bit at the ground coming at you, but boy, going away, that's a big hip
there's
and
the
hind leg and
track
drive.
square.
And for being I wouldn't call him a dink at all. He's maybe on maybe just a skosh bigger. But boy, he balances good from the side as well.
Here's Ryan with his comments on champion of Division 4.
Again, it probably sound like a broken record, but again, a great division to work through as we bring these class winners back out here to pick your champion in here. And, you know, there's a couple different hogs out here that definitely stuck out in your mind that you were ready to get them pulled back together. And yet, you know, sometimes there's a couple of them that it's really, really hard to just put a great big hole in because they're balanced, they're shapely, they're muscular, they're heavy bone, they're sound footed. There's one of them that I think is just very unique, very cool to look at, and still has all the power you want. He's right here closest to me.
Congratulations to Aiden Connect. He has your Division 4 champion, Dark Cross Barrow. We'll need to drop that second place.
Class 23 winner, Aiden Connect, Rusty Cage, sired Barrow.
I think that's a lackey hog from the rumor on the street. You got the Wimp boy in with the second in that class. I think Rash going to make a pretty quick decision maybe here.
Again, Division 1 through 3, Brandon Reserve Barrows, please make your way back up to the Real McCoy Genetics South Ring holding pens.
The old Fayette County boys have done pretty well here. Xander and Aiden, both good buddies, and live real close there.
It's always fun to have competitive friends.
Yep.
You're there to beat them, but when it's all said and done, you're happy when the results. And we always talk about that as Branch County. It's like, hey, we all compete against each other, but when we go to state shows, it's fun to be a family.
You always want your county to win. It always makes you look better.
It does. Here's Andy.
Good place to start and still have several out here that are in contention. You know, you really start breaking them down, and there's a pair of them that are just bolder and stouter and more manly. There's one particularly that's stouter and more manly coming out of the back of his blade of the two that we're discussing. You know, not perfect in terms of just hock hinge and stifle hinge, but incredibly stout, big, bold-bodied. Young man right here is driving your reserve.
Congratulations to Xander.
Xander Ivy has our reserve champion.
Good
it
pair.
Is a Cruel Intentions.
I think maybe that's a Stauffer hog.
And on the bottom side is Take a Bow.
Now we're going to bring our division winners out here.
This deal's been pretty stout, pretty fresh. I mean, fresh made hogs. They've got some look to them. Doesn't mean they're young, just means they're fresh looking.
That's right. I would say the Division 4 is probably the betting odds to win this.
All right.
Don't you think?
Well, I don't know. How many dollars you putting down?
Well, I don't have a whole lot, and I don't bet a whole lot. But
Gotcha.
I'm gonna bet on him or Division 3.
Yeah, it's usually a solid bet anywhere you go on a lot of these things.
I think both of those got a real chance. Happy for Jim. Connect family's great family.
Yep.
One of your good friends is one slot higher than you, but that's
Yep.
okay. They'll always remember the 2021 Ohio State Fair.
Yep.
Which how will they ever forget? I mean, no midway, no.
Yeah.
But still, we're showing livestock in the showpigs.com barn, or
You betcha.
this is getting down to the brass tacks here. We just got
Yep.
8 heads still remaining in the dark crosses out of 300.
Sort your the men from the boys here and
girls from the gals.
Roll these in and see. I think really 4 nice winners out there.
I think we might be waiting on one. I'm not real sure.
Where in the hell?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And they need to get these people called and get them up here. That was the thing when Dave and Jane and Tony Nye and some of them, they might bark some orders at you, but boy, things were ran efficiently, and these guys are doing a great job. They've
Yep.
not had the easiest of years to put stuff together, but I think they've done a good job.
Yeah, it's anytime you're running a show, it's just kind of a thankless scenario, and you got to make some hard decisions. And
Yep.
Our champion is Mallory Petro.
Mallory Petra with Division 1.
Mallory Petro with a lock and key on a best kept secret, coming out of Division 1.
Coming out of Division 2 champion.
Division 2 champion.
Argerbright girl.
Megan Argerbright. Another lock and key on a dirty punch.
Got the Peterson
Division 3.
Peterson boy here in Division 3.
Champion in Division 3s, Cade Peterson. Tell all on a secret, social secret or secret society. That's what that is.
Maybe Lackey's got a hidden one down there. It's called something different. Boy,
And
that
our winner
thing,
of our
it's more
last division,
impressive.
Aiden Connect on a rusty cage. And I think 280, or close to it anyway. So all these barrows had to go through the day and weigh back within 15 pounds. Obviously, we had a few of them that
didn't make
it, but that's typical of any fair.
Yep.
Not everybody gets. Somebody said give him a quick swig of water, and he drank half the bucket. So sometimes it works against you.
Yes, it does. I think. Our Division 4 is definitely no holes and just super good build.
They talk about trying to make him run uphill. I'd say he's in that category.
And then I think our 3s, you start really pretty exciting when he starts driving straight at us. His old chest is big and square and still good looking and gets around the ring.
We're really pleased, and it's fun to work, with someone when there's really not much discussion. You kind of 1-2 word it and then nod your head and move on, because both of us would disagree and have no problem disagreeing with each other. But it's made it really enjoyable, and the same thing happened here. There's a pair of them that we talked about briefly. We did compliment the other two in our own right, and then there's one that's not only manly and stout and all the things you like to see in a heavyweight barra, but also is sharp and neat looking and has great, very genuine footwork and very genuine bones and angles. This young man's heavy. He's your champion. Let's give him a nice hand.
Congratulations to Aiden Connect. He has your grand champion, Dark Cross Barrow.
I should have bet you on that one.
I know, Aiden Connect on his rusty cage barrow.
Xander Ivy.
Xander's going to roll in right behind him, as one of his good friends.
I think Ash is going to give the microphone over. And
well, here who's reserve in the Black Cross division?
I'm going to guess Division 3 winner.
Very good reserve in that heavy division, comes out and I think gets out here, and as we talked to him earlier in terms of stoutness and openness and everything, you like so many good things about him, and yet with that I think there's one that pushed that champion exceptionally hard, one that's just in a lot of ways so hard to build, so hard to make, huge chest, big blade, big forearm, still handles it awfully good. Young man with his spot top will be reserved.
Winner of Division 3 is Cade Peterson on his tell-all on a secret society.
Spot top. Reserve division, dark cross overall.
Well, we have gone through 300 head, and we have Brandon Reserve finally. Again, just to recap, Aiden Connect on a rusty cage barrow. You thought maybe that was Lackey
Hawk.
And then Reserve is Cade Peterson. Again, a tell-all, another Lackey Hawk, possibly. We're not sure. We're not trying to spread any rumors, but we're not getting any texts, so we don't know exactly what's what. But we do know one thing. We have 8 more classes before we are completed in the Crossbred Barrow Drive.
I got one.
Oh, you go. Yeah. Well, the crowd's kind of thinned out real quick, and I'm sure they'll be back for the finals. Looks like Kevin Mears is sitting up in the stands by himself.
He has lots of friends.
Well, he's got Ben Jr. Now he's standing up, he's giving us the evil eye from over here. We'll call you too, Mears. He's busy being a dad here at the Ohio State Fair. Didn't have to exhibit because I believe we're too young yet in that category. But
his dad's not looking super fresh.
But that's a physique you can't miss at a state fair. Well, he's going to now come over here and talk to us.
Sunglow Final Control is an all-species, tried-and-true supplement to give show animals an extra shot of protein, lysine, and amino acids during times of holding or fat burning. Final Control is the perfect choice when looking to build muscle and mass without the worry of sacrificing structural integrity.
Well, here's our much anticipated White Cross division. This will be our last division here at Ohio State Fair.
Sent the first one in the ring.
1443. That would be, seen that young lady before. Yeah, Oakley Engel. Discipline, breaking rules.
Please make your way to the north ring. Holding pins. First call, other cross Barrows, a class 3.
So the White Cross division, they just can't have any black hairs anywhere. Blues are fine. Like you say, sandy roans are fine.
Yep.
Just don't have that black spot or that black hair.
And the wagey blues are good.
Wagey blues are, I don't know about preferred, but they're definitely way within the boundaries.
Yep. Those hogs always feed different.
They do.
Blue belts.
Yeah, you hate to classify them. It's kind of like a blue sheep.
Yep.
They just sometimes don't.
A little
feed.
too big on them blue sheep sometimes.
Sometimes.
The blue pigs are a little similar, some a little harder to do.
Yes.
Attention in the barn, there was a cell phone left in the women's restroom.
It sounds like they found your cell phone.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, in the women's restroom.
Yep. Mears' kid probably took it from me.
Probably did. He is a Mears.
Yes. You know, these, I didn't know what to expect in these other crosses here. And some of the counties I've seen locally have been some decent blue hogs.
No, they don't separate them out on the county
we don't
basis.
do it that
cross
way.
is cross. And
yep.
We feel fortunate to have a pure class once in a while.
Yep.
Gotcha.
To check out the items in the silent auction, please go do that in the Kemley Feed Store room.
I think he's just really struggling to get a couple to go to the scale.
I found another one here. 872.
Cool looking coming at you, and then
Grant
watch him
Dunaway.
kind of going away, and maybe a little skosh much going away.
Well, I have to ask you this question. I asked Fogel there the other weekend. What's the difference between a skosh, a pinch?
I don't think that's where you're from. I'd say a skosh is just a little bit.
A little bit, okay. 3-finger pinch?
Yeah.
2-finger pinch?
I'm not a chewing tobacco guy, but I always said a scotch is just a little bit.
A little bit. Or nickel. Maybe that's the other thing. You
Nickel,
just
yep.
a nickel off on this or nickel
Yep.
off on that. Other young lady here got pinned. 10-18. Be Madeline Furham on her acoustic pig. 1671. Brant Metz on an NA on an NA.
Is that not available, or is that no action, or?
I'd just say not happening.
Not happening. Not applicable.
No apple. No bueno. No apple.
No bueno.
Bottom line, kind of like we talk, you know, when you got a barn maybe with 10 or 12, you kind of remember a few of them, and then you go, well, yeah, I got it from such and such, I just don't know what it's out of.
Exactly.
So I'm not picking on the kids at all in this game. It's just more for the listening crowd, trying to tell people what genetics are and how they're doing. I believe they went over to put the final Huey on Class 1.
Wonder how many we're weighing in this class.
I don't know. You think they'd start out, they got 1 or 2 getting weighed?
I'd say that'd be plenty.
Yeah, I don't know how many he's going down in this class. He may decide 2's enough. Nope, I think he's going to weigh 3 at least.
4. He weighed 4.
4 of them.
He's getting aggressive in this first class.
He kind of jumps out of the gate, weighing and going. And why deviate? Oh,
man.
We got snacks. Thank you.
Even healthy. Do you guys want a pop or
Water.
water?
Diet Pepsi. So we're getting some food finally over here.
The one
Class 2 that's in here in the South Ring, the Real McCoy Genetics ring, ranged in weight from 234 to 241.
The dark blue barrel, another one that you like in terms of muscle shape and dimension. This one we like to balance the hair differently from the side, give him a little deeper tying in his neck and down in his throat, like to make him a little more sharper.
Kind of like how Andy does that. He always positions himself as they drive straight out. There's going to be no mistake how much chest bores in one or not. As I say, does he deviate? Does he not? One of the ones we got in the ring, our young lady in blue is Madeline Fearon. Young lady out here in pink is Oakley Engel. Young man here in the peach shirt is Grant Dunaway. And then I believe the other young man is Brant Metz.
No, you're getting a little food to us.
I think they do love us.
I think they do.
I'll round this out. We're going to have to get a little caffeine in our system.
I think so.
Here comes Andy with his discussions on Class 2.
Please make your way to the South Ring holding pens. Other barrows in Class 4 to the South Ring.
Good class to start. Other crosses on this side. A very logical class winner. Young lady in the center of the ring right here in this striped shirts driving your class winner. Very, very elite pig. For his weight, everything fits. He comes at you very true, but yet bold, and he hooks in a very, very good neckline up high into his blade, but he comes out of that shoulder so powerful in his heart. His mid-body has turn and curve, and yet he's dense when he leaves you, not only in terms of muscle, also in terms of just bone work and foot size. Very, very good class winner. In second, the young lady in the pink shirt here driving at me, one that's proportional, one that's comfortable, one that's true, and he's dense in his body cavity as well. He doesn't have as much just total spread. He doesn't have as much definition when you get down his top line. Comes just a hair shorter in his hip and not as much feature and bone, but still like the practicality in that one. The far side, we've got one that can get out and go from the side. He's got a really hard shape and turn to his top. He comes a little flatter bodied. Sometimes you flatten that rib cage, you can get that hard, sharp turn. There's just not as much spread and mass there. We need to gauge his whole cavity a little wider. At the same time, you like that upper skeleton in terms of freshness. So just open him up. The blue one that comes next is pulled apart both ends of his skeleton more than the one that's in third. He gets a little piecey right there at the top of his blade. He's showing some damage or sharper at the top of his blade. His neck just wants to come out a little lower. He's a little more general looking up front. His hip and hind leg is very good. He's got a bigger rear bone than the one ahead of him. He wants to get maybe a little more refined as you get to the front side of his body. This one just needs to have a more reach in his step. He's opened up. He's got a giant top, a big hip, a really good turn to his rib cage, just too hesitant off both ends of his skeleton. Really good class of other crosses to start. Please give them a nice round of applause.
Results of our Class 2 first class that we have in our South Ring is first goes to Madeline Fearon, an acoustic bred hog. Second goes to Oakley Engel on a discipline, on a breaking rules. Third, Grant Dunaway, I'm on it, on a big step. Fourth, Brant Metz, no genetic information. Fifth, Laney Foreman, again, no genetic information. Sixth, Bailey Perry. Seventh, Emily Hemphill. Eighth, Madison Prince. And ninth, Jeffrey King. Coming in the ring next, we have Class 4. Again, all the even-numbered hogs over here in the South Ring. Class 4 is a 251, 257, 9 head.
5, 8, 3, 2, 4, 10,
believe that's the Adams girl, McKenna.
First in class goes to Madeline Barrow. Second goes to Oakley Eagle. In third, Grant Dunaway. In fourth, Grant Metz. In fifth, Dwayne Foreman. And here's all on our program from top to bottom. 6, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 4, 5.
That'd be Riley Went. That came in. Riley got put over in a pinning pen.
This is the first call for those other Crossbred Barrows in Class 5. We need you to make your way to the North Ring. Call these holding pens. First call, Class 5, other Crossbred Barrows to the North Ring.
1944. That'd be Braden Sproul. Other young lady out here in black. That was one of those bears I kind of liked when he walked in. A lot of presents. 2540. That would be
Just a heads up to those junior only
Jayla
exhibitors.
Foster.
You will be released at
First
the
rule on a
conclusion
red-handed.
of our show tonight. As far as a traffic pattern, you will bring your trailers in the exact same way that you moved in on check-in day, making your way around on the back side of the
Yeah,
select.
we're just kind of clipping things right along.
Hale Arena.
He's already going over to the other ring to consult on the top end of Class 3.
Yep.
And back by the dogs.
Looks like we're having a Moyer Genetic Edge conference call over here.
Yep.
Oh, they brought in the big dog. Yes, that is Shane Polson. He is at the fair. Good to see you, Shane. He's here, and we always appreciate him showing up and giving us wisdom. That would be the 2005, 2005. What year did you win?
What year did you win?
Yeah, see, I see the banners. I go in. The 05 winners here. Those of you that need autographs or anything like that, he'll be available to sign hats, sign shirts, those type things. But that's Shane Polson, the winner of the 2005 Ohio State Fair.
You should be in the North Ring. Talk about these holding pens. This is the first call for other cross arrows in Class 6. Please make your way to the Railroad Genetics South Ring holding pen. First call, other cross arrows in Class 6 to the South Ring.
Still on?
Maybe a little more difficult.
Well, we got the McKenna Adams coming through in the kind of light mint green. We've got Jalea Foster. I believe she's the one in the dark black. 2045 young lady in the polka dot is Riley Went.
This is the second call for other Crossbreds.
And that leaves us with the one and only Graydon Sproul, competing for our class winning status.
Whoever's open with got them all looking the same.
Yep, there's a pretty constant theme here. They all kind of have a neat look and some shape. They're still young enough where they got some freshness to their skeleton. Barrow coming at us is so deceiving. You don't think he's going to have a chest for it, and then he's just boom.
He's opened up.
He's opened up.
He got a good hip and top into him too. Gets around the ring.
Big old feet.
The other bear is the girl in the black that's deceiving on what he's got to him.
Yeah.
He's one of the last ones he pinned, but that bear
Again, when he spins and comes at you, you're like, wow.
It's kind of cool looking with that darker blue head, and still got some to him.
Well, I think they got her decided. Class 4, here's Andy.
Really good class. The mouse color one there coming at me is going to win this class and do some logically.
You got build, you got balance, you got muscle, freshness. He puts it all into a very, very good package. Nice place to start. In second, and there could be a discussion for second and third. Young ladies, Barrow there, right there in the center of the ring in the black shirt. She's going to be second in this class. One that when he just gets comfortable, once in a while, you can see his real value. He's trying to go to the bathroom the whole time he's been out here, and as he does that, he pushes his top up and tucks his tail. Where he's good is the texture to that one's body. When you really do get on top of him, he's got more than you think. He's got a beautiful top. I mean, that is an absolute perfect shape down his loin. When he leaves you, he's good in his footing. His feet spread, his dew claw spread. He's got push off of his rear too. Like we said, just need to slap that spine down in him. Just raise him up in terms of his hip. Is it him or is it part of the issue with going to the restroom the whole time? To be determined. For third, young lady that, well, she just left the ring. At the far side was really heavy duty and dense, maybe a little more general about her neckline. And then in fourth here, one you love the center cavity in this Barrow. Gets shorter and quicker about his neck and just quicker out of his hip and his stride. Need to open him up in his chest. Love the functionality that one brings right to the center portion of his body. Young lady coming out next, I told her, I said, you do a great job driving, and she's got one that in terms of just profile, the basics are here. His proportions are here. His extensions are right. When you get on top of him, he's got spread. He's got a great dimensional hip. He's got a really bold center ham. He just gets off balance on both ends of his skeleton. Up front, hooks his neck in a little lower, a little shorter and rounder about his hip, and wants to hyperextend his hock just a bit. The next two in line just need more balance from the side, but heavy duty, big legged, have muscle, composition's good. Really another good class of other crosses.
Well, we're halfway through on our white crosses. That was class 4 being discussed by our judge, Andy Rash. The winner, Graydon Sproul, on a backdrop on a never before. Second, Jalea Foster on a first rule red-handed.
Sounds like a good pronunciation to me.
McKenna Adams will run in third with the jaws on a King James. Fourth, Riley Went on a Steel Town never before. Fifth, Claire Winkle, Crown Jewel on a Secret Service. Sixth, Blake Volrath. Seventh, Sam Sprang. Eighth, Camry Fry. And ninth, Tristan Flory. Coming in the ring next, we got class 6. We have 11 head in this class, from 264 to 268 in weight spread. This is kind of where some of these white ones start going up.
Yep. They get a little waistier maybe too, and
yeah,
not as cool looking, and
how long they've been on the feeder.
Yep.
Always seems like the and they start shooting up on you.
Yep.
In third, we have Buchanan Adams. In fourth, Bradley Wynn. In fifth, Claire Winkle. You're following along our program from top to bottom. 5, 9, 8, 6, 7, 1, 3, 4, 2.
Well, he's holding the bar a little higher.
Yep. I think we only got, what, one in the pin, two in the pin?
One.
To get weight, one for sure.
Yeah, just
Yep.
one. Didn't catch that young man's name. But
I didn't either. I think he's caught a pin earlier today in Dark Cross.
Comes another young man just got sent across.
Nice, just meat and potatoes type, as
Yep.
Rash might say.
This is the third call for the
486.
Crossbreds in class 7.
Derek Miller.
Derek Miller's.
No discussions, never before.
Please make your way to the north ring. Helicopter Wilmington, first call of the Crossbreds in class 7 to the north ring.
There's your roan with no black, so he made it into the other.
Oh, he talked about a sandy roan. That's definitely the look we were trying to explain on the microphone. The young man in green plaid there.
2015.
Jacob Yenzer as a uniquely marked one. You put the
Another basic one he's sending to the pin.
245. That'll be called Carson Harris.
Crown Jewel, Game Control.
So what'd you tell me earlier? The little auction we had?
$90,000.
$90,000
Record
for support of the kids in the swine
Yep.
barn.
Yep.
Didn't go to anywhere else.
Stays and goes to all the kids. and
Yep.
Great deal to raise 90K.
We've had your Sandy Roan finally got pinned.
Yeah, he's kind of big going away from us there.
Yep. Got a little bit from behind.
Kind of like our cook at the fraternity house. She was a little bigger from behind.
Gotcha. I meant she was a good cook.
Yep, Marthel was a great cook.
So I assume you went to the Ohio State.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Lived in the AGR house.
There you go. Alpha Gamma Rho.
Yep.
Is there a farmhouse at Ohio State?
Not at that time. I believe there is now
Is there?
because when I was at the Ohio State, we had AGR, we had DTS, AGS, and AZs, which AZ...
Those were all ag?
Yes, 4 of them.
Oh, wow. Okay. 1278. That's one we've been missing. That would be Evan Henry's the one that went into the scale.
So some of those have changed. I think AZ is
Alpha
maybe
Zeta?
farmhouse. Yes, because it's an honorary at most places, I believe.
Oh, I think you're right. Alpha Zeta is. You're correct.
And then I'm assuming there's still a DTS and AGS.
There's usually tons of fraternities and sororities.
Yes, there
These
is.
Larger universities. What's the enrollment at the Ohio State?
Well,
You got
that's a
any clue?
good question. I would say there's
40,
50,
50, 60?
50, 60 maybe.
Gotcha.
Good class.
The alma mater, Kansas State, we only had about 20, 25. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're out in the middle of the wheat fields.
Well, we got Dorothy and Toto.
Yep, that's true.
Dorothy and Toto are kind of our fire fired up by Willie the Wildcat.
Just a little more than what you term ideal. He's got great shape up high, good kind of dimensions. You get back behind him, ever so slightly. You might like to pull him back inside himself from his hock down to his foot, but that's being a little nitpicky on one that still brings a lot of stoutness and a lot of power to the table. Young lady's put over here in second. I think over here they follows him in terms of one that's still got some soul and some feature to it. Good blade, good forearm in this one, good kind of pattern. You get up on top of him and he's not quite as straight.
Well, now we got Class 6 coming in the ring. We've brought Ryan over from the North Ring. 46 is the Derek Miller entry. I believe this is 12-something, 1278 Evan Henry. Victory Road Pig.
245.
That'd be Carson Harris. Crown Jewel. Gain Control would be the Yorkshire part of that.
Ricker Bred Hog.
Guess we only weighed 3.
Oh, guess we did.
I guess Megan Argabright was 4th. Yeah, nice group of bears.
Yeah, just not one out here that just grabs you, but still a nice trio. That one's got a big rear leg on him.
Big rear leg. So's that one. 245.
Like him,
Yeah,
real
Carson
good,
Harris.
but I'd like to see him have a little more in that back. He needs just a little more but
Give him a quick walk around. He's going to give us some
reasons.
Discussions on Class 6.
Another class that maybe doesn't have the one on top to go ahead and grab the mic and run to, but at the same time there's quality out here. The one we're going to use just has more dimension, has a denser blade, a bigger chest, a rounder rib turn, more curvature back in through his rear body, and is bigger hipped and yet hinges loose off his rear too. Young man here in this purple shirt is driving your class winner. Could you rock his blade back on him a bit? And if you want to get picky, for sure, he's not maybe the neatest in terms of his throat latch or his crest. At the same time, his added dimension gives him the advantage. In second closest to me, and he maybe has a few pieces that are as far-reaching as any in the drive. Has a really neat look and a good turn to his top for as much just rear foot as he has. He's got an incredibly deep tying twist behind, and his outer hip and his stifle has turn to it. That one is just too flat-bodied for me. And when you get in behind his elbow, his center body, he's just too flat in terms of his center cavity. You need to just gauge him wider, give him more turn to his body, and let him put a bigger spread up high. One that's in third, good pig, just that's really kind of plain Jane, one that's a little more general about the front third of his body, one that wants to shift his weight a little differently on his back right. When you study his toes, they're a little short and nubby, and he just can't get that stability behind. Has a good functional center body, got a long hip set in that barrow, and still has more than enough product when he comes and goes. Coming out in pin 4, shapeliest pig in the class, one that has a beautiful top in terms of the shape and turn it has. There's just not much there. He too is flatter in his forerib. He's narrower in his top line, and then opens up with this giant hip and gets outside himself behind. It just doesn't balance from front to rear. He's a little more kind of apexed in his frame there when you study him from front to back. A good big centered one that comes out next that's just too rigid in his rear third. His gland throws him out of balance there a bit. Like I said earlier today, if it doesn't affect their balance, I can live with it. That one's getting below his sheath pretty good. We close with several that are good in composition, just need more feature. Let's give him a nice hand, another good class of other crosses.
Results of Class 6. First goes to Evan Henry on a Victory Road on a Bad Blood. Second goes to Carson Harris, Crown Jewel on a Gain Control. Third, Derek Miller, no discussion, never before. Fourth, Megan Argabright, a backdrop on a Red 7. Where's fifth? Fifth, Madison Petro on a Skinny Jeans on a Goosebumps. Sixth, Jacob Yenzer. Seventh, Tyron Morgan. Eighth, Darby Wellbaum. Ninth, Colton Sheeline. And 10th, the Nolan Barney. Looks like we are 2 classes from completing the White Cross Barrows, and that would complete all the hogs here at the Junior Show at the Ohio State Fair. We are going to be in Class 8 when he comes back in here, and that'll be from 279 to 280. Basically, there's just one 279. They're all 280. So the other guy should have just turned him in at 280. But
might need that extra pound today, as many as they've weighed out.
Well, a few of those classes, that 279 would have got you in that class before, but never know in this game. Stand up a little bit.
Yeah, getting a little.
It's just called getting stiff with old age.
Yes.
Well, we have Clay Parrish here to bring us home. He's been working diligently, holding up a gate most of the day. He did a really nice job. Brian and I were admiring it.
We thought that was pretty special.
Yep.
Have you bought a ring yet?
Have you got a candidate? Says he's no candidates. We're just checking with him. He needs. He did say NSR needs to pay him more. That's kind of what his reply was. Those of you that work for the NSR staff and have to be listening, we would recommend Clay Parrish for a pay raise. So they're kind of winding down here, I believe. Is that Class 7 over there or Class 6? So what do you got on for the evening?
I really don't know. That's a good question.
Well, you got to buy me a steak, so that's one thing.
I hope the gentleman that's supposed to get some stuff out of my truck has got that. If not, he's going to have to
You
find
had to
where
come to the
Wilmington-
state fair and deliver feed.
Yes.
Never ends, does it?
Never ends.
Obviously, Brian works for Thompson Farms that make Lidner feeds as well as Thompson brand feeds. Think Bill's actually listening to us today?
I don't know.
He might be working with that goat project he had.
Well, that's doing kind of
embryo transfer and AI
sucker
and
project on that. It is goat feed that we're.
Gotcha.
Jacoby goat feed.
I've heard of them. You guys have peddled that for a few years, haven't you?
Yep.
Now
Finally
you're-
got a license to make it just like we do Lindner.
Very good.
Uh-oh, looks like some trailers are lining up here. The barn's going to get empty fast.
Well, you know, if you're not going to be in the show tomorrow, in the open show, and you maybe didn't have a grander reserve,
you might as well
why
roll.
spend another night?
That's what I say. I never really personally cared about the open show too much.
Just kind of they're here, so let's run them again.
Do them.
Good class here. here as we kind of wrap up this other division on this side anyway. And I think we come into a pair that moves herself up to the forefront, and within that pair, this young man's a white-bodied one here. And I think there's just way more of in terms of just bulk and mass, openness to his blade, and his forearm center body width is also good. This one's stout in terms of just having sheer shape and dimension. Wide pin as you get back behind him. Lots of
through his center and lower part of his ham, and yet.
Well, we got Class 8 finally walking into the ring. This is the much-awaited class.
One we're looking for, the last one.
Always the last one.
Connect boys going straight to the pin.
That's Aiden.
I don't know if he's kind of hitting that upper echelon as far as where we are weight-wise. Love to give that one just a great big old break and drop a little belly in it. Fresh steam up to the
Our final class here in the white crosses. All we got to do is, I assume we're just going to bring all 8 of them together, or are we going to do Division 1, Division 2?
Yes, and I don't know. That's a good question. I bet there's 2 divisions.
I would guess so.
1 through 4 and probably 4 through 8.
Because we only had 4 or 5 classes in the dark cross division. So
here comes Mike's daughter to the scale.
Maya McCoy.
Cool-headed one going to the pin there, 1062.
1062's Peyton Baumgartner. On his Skinny Jeans Cruise Pumps.
Another one that's very well presented. One that gets a little shorter, a little rounder out of his hip. Let's get out and handle his hind leg quite as comfortably. He too's one. We get wide and at the top of his pin, giving more dimension to the lower part of his hammer cycle in order to move up. Talk to the kids down through here. We got a blue one here that you like in terms of muscle shape and overall dimension, like the changing on his feet and legs.
Last class are Crossbreds.
Like the crispy muff in terms of his shape, and the next 2 as well. Like to add just a little more dimension of muscle all the way through. Excellent class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Just a heads up to our other cross exhibitors, we will be showing our division drives in the South Ring.
Oh, we're getting the divisions again, Hines.
What?
We're getting the divisions again.
Everything great happens in the South Ring, the McCoy Genetics Ring.
We're getting overtime here.
You didn't know you signed up for an all-day gig.
No.
You thought this morning you just stepped in just to be happy?
Yep. Have a good front row seat. It's been fun.
It has.
Come on, Rash. Just shuffle them into some pins.
Yep. They kind of don't bust open anymore.
No, they don't.
They're tall fronted, but there's not a lot underneath there.
Pretty flat in a spot or 2.
I'd say a couple of them we'd like to have seen about 3 weeks ago.
Yep. And like we talked earlier, maybe a little juice would have freshened a couple of these.
Could have made them a little more exciting. Hey, that Barbie kid finally pulled a pin.
Yeah.
That'd be the barn superintendent's ace young son. Guess he got in 5.
He must have weighed 4 then.
He must have. Once again, I'm going to blame this. No, here's our young lady with 4. 1910 is 4th. 4th place goes to Frankie Helsel on our next intention on a Yorkshire female, hence how we got the blue.
Yep.
It's kind of funny though, you read some of these and it's a black boar on a black boar, but there's some York in that somewhere, or at least a white cross that was influenced by York. I think the crowd's anxiously awaiting.
I think they're ready to.
We're going to be done at a decent hour. What time is it?
7.
7? Done by 7:15, 7:20. Plenty of time to go have you buy me a steak.
They need to start rolling these division class winners up here. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, when you're doing this, you're only doing 2 classes, then all of a sudden it's like, we don't have any of the odd classes. So thank goodness our crew on the other side
just handed us the paperwork.
So we will at least sound a little bit informed. Maya McCoy out there in her green and flowery shirt. We got there in gray. 1062, that'd be Peyton Baumgartner. Of course, the striped shirt was our young man that won the black crosses. That would be Aiden Connect. And that's all we got. We got 3 guys. Well, I haven't heard any more reports of way-outs, so must have skated right through the old white crosses.
Here's
funny.
Rash.
Get into the heavies and the other crosses and close on a really, really strong note. We've got a very good class winner here, and I just walked up to Ryan and said, that's a good big pig. He's not only heavy and fresh, but he's got an incredible base, and if you want to talk about one that's got chest but yet does it inside of his body, he comes at you with a giant chest, elbow, knee, and forearm sitting him right. He's still got a really good look, and his neck attachment's good. That bear literally does, we use this term a lot maybe when it doesn't fit, literally does run uphill, but he doesn't have to be stilty to do so. Got a beautiful top setting. Very, very good place to start. And second, blue-eyed one closest to me here. Another one that compositionally fits the bill. He's got a monster hip and a big old end on him. His center body doesn't match what he has in his blade and his hip behind. We just need to give him a little bit more punch, let him match in all 3 areas of his body, and then we could certainly talk about some of his extra look and extra turn he has to potentially push that class winner. This one just comes a little piecey. His spine slacks and his neck and head gets a little more generic about his front end. He just hooks it in a little bit lower. At the same time, you study that one just in terms of his reach and his flexibility. He's got an advantage over several down the line here. Young lady's bear coming out in 4th has more muscle up high than the one we just beat her with, particularly right there in the center part of his back. He comes out of his spine with more turn to his upper skeleton. Again, one that just hooks in a little lower in terms of his neck and shoulder. He's a little stretchy, in his frame and behind, really doesn't know what to do with his rear wheels. He's got a good foot quality, got a good column of bone. He kind of pivots and swivels out of his hip there a bit. We move into 5 and 6, a pair that just get a little looser through their lower third, carrying a little bit more grease right there and through our elbow and back in through our flank, but at the same time, deep center dogs that have some function to them. Good way to close the other crosses.
Well, that wound up our White Cross Barrow Class 8 winner. Maya McCoy, Next Intentions on a Cruel Intentions. Line breeding there. Class 2, or second in class was Aiden Connect on an end game on an unknown on the south side. Third was Peyton Baumgartner, Skinny Jeans Goosebumps. Fourth was Frankie Helsel. Next Intentions on a York female. Nolan Barney rounds out our top 5 on a Jaws Antioch Pitbull. 6th, Jeffrey King. 7th, Derek Miller. 8th, Derek Mitchum. 9th, Maxim Warner and Mallory Mitchum rounds out our top 10. We are now in our north-south ring here. We are going to have the 2 divisions of White Cross Barrows. So we will be bringing class 1 through 4.
Excellent job.
And coming from there.
Well spoken. I hadn't said fuck. Oh, I just did.
He just did. Apologize to our listeners. My wingman here was talking to the crowd. He was proud that he didn't use any bad language, and then all of a sudden it kind of came out. So, as I say, you'll have that in a big operation.
Some yahoo. Yahoo.
Good. How are you, Ron?
I know. I seen her sitting down there.
Yeah.
I was gonna.
It's just like she's actually working or something.
I'm being nice.
Really?
Yeah.
I noticed how she got in here on the white crosses.
I started a new leaf about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah,
now,
we know
since
you.
I've seen you and him, I've seen your brother.
We got our Christ girl here working for Lindy's, doing the photos of the white crosses. She showed several of them through the years and at very high levels.
I'd be passed out as much shit as I've taken today.
You beat him. My gal running the switchboards over here, scratching her head, going, well, when's this guy going to shut up? I don't know. But he's over here having fun, talking to people, and that's what the state fair is about.
Sharing stories.
We've got the great Ronnie Kreis here to keep us straight.
Champion auctioneer.
World champion auctioneer. That is quite an honor. Congrats. That's the guy that was in the champion drive with his daughter several times, particularly in this White Cross division. I think we're getting close here. Keep my other half focused here since he's got the actual odds.
Class 1 rolls in. That winner will be Corbin Winkle.
Corbin, he had a class winner in Black Crosses, I believe. Again, Division 1 will be classes 1 through 4 in the White Crosses. I think they got you on now. They muted you.
Oh, they muted me. That was probably safe. Corbin Winkle, 224, Class 1 winner.
Coming out of Class 2, it was Madeline Fearon on her acoustic on a Crossbred South.
We got Rainey Kinsman. That bear weighed 242.
And in the fourth class, last class of this division, coming out will be an all gray hog. Graydon Sproul, backdrop on a never before. I assume this may be one of those home-raised hogs by GNS.
I'm guessing so.
We've had quite a few high-placing, high-end bears before.
These are our 4, and I think 4 fit for this first division. Still youthful and got a good look to them.
They all, in theory, have a future.
Yep.
I mean, I know this is the end of the road here, but
some of these bears, with this year being a little different, take them home. If they got a counting, maybe even 30 days away, I think.
Well, and some of them, if you talk real nice to these folks, they may want to buy one and take it on to the National Bear Show.
Yes, they might.
Depending on how the hog grows and how you manage him.
I think Seitz is going to be fast on the microphone here.
Ryan Seitz going to talk your...
Great division as we get into these other crosses and here in this, I guess you'd call it the light division, but these class winners come back, and I think there's a lot of quality and a lot of good, and yet with that said, I think there's a pair of them that move themselves to the forefront. There's one within this that I think is just, he's hard to make. He's hard to make in terms of having shape, power, bone, foot size, this kind of a rugged look about him. Still a skull that just kind of gets out there and grabs your attention. A lot of neat pieces in this one. That young lady's bear will be your champion.
Congratulations.
Madeline Fearon. She has that Class 3, I believe, winner. Was hers?
She was on our side, I think.
Yep,
Class
Madeline.
2.
I'll find it somewhere in here.
Class 2.
Class 2, there you go. Class 2, flip back another page. Madeline's, those of you listening, was started by Acoustic. Coming in second was Oakley Ingle. I believe that was a neat one.
Setting class, one that does have some density into his body, just not as much up high, not only in terms of shape, but also spread when you carry him back out of his ham loin and his hip. You could talk about quality in all of these. There's a big-legged one here that's got a sharp-looking top to him, just wants to flatten behind and push a little bit where he puts his pressure. You got one in the center of the ring that's got a neat look and wants to flatten his body. We come back to another one that maybe doesn't have that extra special look up through the front third of his body in terms of actually being tall shoulder but still having give and cushion to his knee and to his blade. He does want to paddle a bit off his front too, but an incredibly fresh bear that's really opened up and still flexible in his build. Young man's mouse colored one here in front of me is reserved. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice hand as they head back.
Congratulations to Graydon Sproul. He has your reserve grand champion other cross in Division 5.
Graydon Sproul was our reserve champion, I believe on a home raised one. It's a backdrop on a never before. Have a nice pair there. Kind of talked one a little stouter and one a little fresher. Just kind of a give and take.
I think a pretty easy winner in that division, though.
Oh, I think so.
Some sort in them next ones for reserve, but that was, I think, a good one to follow up with.
Yep, very logical. Very, very logical.
I think that's been the thing I've appreciated watching with both guys all day. They work through them, and
as I say, makes sense.
Yep, it makes sense.
Makes sense. I'm sure there's going to be some yay sayers out there or naysayers, but
yep.
Again, those of us that just kind of sit along ringside and doing this all day long, you're very impressed with our two judges.
Yep.
Those of you that tuning in late, we've got Andy Rash from Kewanee, Illinois, and Ryan Seitz from Western Oklahoma. He informed me that he moved out to the western side, didn't catch a town.
Oh, he did move?
He did. They said they built a facility and moved out west. They're about closer to the family and friends. And
last time I was at his place, I think he still lived pretty close to the city.
Tuttle area, somewhere in
We
that
got
area.
Ava Strong with Class 5, 263 pounds.
Class 6 winner, Evan Henry, on his victory road on Bad Blood.
Weighing 264 pounds. Second in the class went to Carson Harris. Coming out of
Class 7, Balin Hessel, 278. He's a young love.
278 pounds. Second in the class went to Riley Wint. Coming out of class number 8.
Class 8 winner is Maya McCoy on her Next Intention, Cruel Intention combination.
Wonder if Mikey got that one from Brockman, or?
I don't know. Not necessarily a pedigree we see
Not
coming
lined
out
up
of
that quite that close.
Yeah, usually you might use an outside bore, but
Yep.
bring in somebody on
I
the
know
top
Mike's
side.
done had a bear or two from Josh before, so that just throwing that out there.
Oh, it makes sense. Well, when you don't have a lot of blues, and you have a demand.
Yep, you better go find them.
Better go find one.
I think that one's pretty nice.
Definitely going to be in the mix of things.
I would sure say so. These four get out here and pretty nice set of four.
Here's
Very good set of class winners out here to pick our heavy division. And I think as you get out here and you get to comparison and you get to look in between, there's a pair of them that maybe move their cell phone up to the forefront just a little easier. And yet within that pair, I think there's one when you talk about just being a little more unique up through his front end in terms of the way his head and neck is. Great shape, great power. His range of motion is just a notch better in terms of his length of stride as he gets out and goes. Awfully good barrel. Young ladies blue one to be her champion.
Congratulations to Maya McCoy.
Maya McCoy as our champion in the Division 2 champion. That's at Cruel Intentions, Next Intentions, or vice versa, I should say. Next on a Cruel.
We got the Connect boy coming in.
A young man had a good day in the black crosses.
Yep. He'd be probably fine if he got left standing.
Like the boys are still having fun out here, and that's what's good. That's good to see. I sincerely believe they've pretty well agreed and had a good time.
I think so.
Here's Andy.
Drop in that second and adds to the look. You know, you get into heavies and you keep this kind of freshness up high and just looking through that throat line and certainly adds to the value. He said maybe just a little drier in his center. We come back to another one that Ryan mentioned, extra heavy duty, really pulled apart in his build, but still, you know, angles sit in him right. Has a monster rib cage and top on the upper side of him. Young man there in that plaid shirt's driving your reserve. Let's give him a nice hand.
Congratulations to
That's kind of fun. Balin had to look down and see what he was wearing. Yep. But that's good. That's always fun. You're always happy to be a champion. But Balin Helsels is a young love pig on a York Sow. So 50% pure, probably, or close.
At least a York appearing sow.
We're down to 4 hogs here in our White Cross division.
I think we got them all up here pretty quick.
Well, we should.
Guess we'll only be running 2 out in the ring, unless they let all 4 out.
Yeah, I hope they let all 4 out. Might as well. I think they can keep them straight.
I would think so. I'm going to go with the heavy winner again. But I think the lightweight one can push him pretty hard. Might be wrong this time.
Exactly. This will be a nice little showdown here at the end.
Yep.
You got your money put down?
No.
That's right, you're not a betting man.
I'm not
Where's
a betting
Clay
man.
Parrish when we need him?
Yeah, he's a better. He's probably betting,
He's probably
on
betting
some
right now
sports.
on his cell phone. Crowd's picked back up a little bit.
Yep.
I know we got a few trailers that are backed up to leave, but I think still we got a crowd.
Yep, we do.
Well, coming out as their lightweight champion is Madeline Fearon, sired by Acoustic.
And coming out of Division 6, grand champion wins up Maya McCoy.
Maya McCoy comes out Division 2 champion. Next Intention, Cruel Intention. Good bears.
Yep, really good bears.
I wish I could make lots of those. Blue deals. A blue deal, if you're a young breeder, it looks to me like that's an avenue to check your name into the books and kind of raise a few champions.
I think both of them are very high quality.
Oh, big time.
One's just got a little more, I think, a little more maturity and mass to him.
Nope, one's a little fresher. I'd say we could flip a coin here.
Yep. Sights is going to tell us.
Here's Ryan with the comments for Champion White Cross.
Well, it's been a great day out here, and I know we'll select our grand champion tomorrow, so we won't talk a whole lot about speeches or anything like that. Not that I really like to talk that long, as you'll find out, but it's been a great day. We've went through, I don't know how many sets of hogs or how many hogs here today, and the only reason we've been able to do so is this unbelievable ring crew and people behind the scenes that have worked on both sides. I know there's not everybody here, but if you would, please put your hands together for all that people that got out here and helping. As I said, it seems like it hasn't taken very long today because everything has just ran smooth and just went real easy. We come out here and we've got our champion light and our champion heavy in this light division, and to be honest with you, a pair of very, very good hogs. And I think there's different ways that maybe you could kind of look at it, priorities, and yet at the same time, the one that just to really keep coming back to in terms of one that's just got so much mass, so much power, so much dimension, and keeps it all together. Young ladies heavyweight will be your champion.
Congratulations.
Maya McCoy, who is our champion in the White Cross division on our Next Intention, Cruel Intention. I think her intention was to win.
Yep, I believe so.
She doubled it up.
Doubled up those intentions.
Exactly. Both those sires have done an outstanding job through the last year or two.
Yep.
Really no shock that we have a champion out of those two sires.
Like Ryan said, a good way to close a very long day and an incredible help around here. And I've been asked a few times, what do you think about walking back and forth? And I wouldn't have it any other way if you gave me an option, especially when you get to work with someone that, is convicted and sees stuff, and your conversations are so brief. It makes it very, very easy. Actually, it's fun. It becomes enjoyable. We've had a few laughs today, but I said something earlier, and I mean it. When we think about competitive events, and I don't care what state you're in, this is a competitive event, and I'm really, really impressed with the intensity these kids come in here with, but at the same time, the respect. I think these kids can flat drive pigs around ringside. I saw people sincerely watching their kid and other kids, so hats off to you. It was a very fun environment to judge in today. My challenge to you is this. Tonight when you think about maybe having a pop or a cold beer, and you don't want to maybe have that one with the camp or the family or the breeder that's next to you, push yourself to go do it. We're at a pig show. This isn't weigh-ins at a
UFC fight, grab you a cold beer, grab you a cold pop, look at that person across the aisle that maybe beat you or maybe you beat them, and just go be cordial and have a visit. It will not hurt you, I promise. For reserve, I think we've got one, like Ryan said, that is unique, and I think he's got some extra special pieces. Got beat by a monster heavy, but still comes in here, and I know he might not be fighting weight, but he's awfully good. This young lady is lightweight. It's your reserve.
Congratulations to
Madeline Furin on her acoustic bred hog is our reserve white cross.
That is a wrap.
So some of you might know or not know, but obviously the champion will be picked tomorrow. This isn't typical. This is kind of new. They're going to do the final, I believe, at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
2 or 4 or something
2
like
4.
that.
I know all the species are going to be involved in that. So you're going to have the sheep and the goat and the steer, heifer, all that type of stuff will be there.
All market animals.
All market this time? That's right. They did the heifers last weekend. So they're going to do that. It's kind of a new approach to it. We think it's neat to recognize our youth at a high level. So if I don't see you,
congratulations.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Thank you, sir.
We will see you again on the flip side.
Thank you for watching The Swine Show at the Ohio State Fair. This has been a Walton Webcasting production, livestock like you've never seen before.